A pleasant good morning to the Prime Minister and his ministers, Leader of the Opposition and his members, Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. We will resume our presentation on the budget debate today. However, before we do that, I once again direct your attention to our standing orders, especially Standing Order 38, that deals with contents of speeches, but more specifically Standing Order 38.4, 38.5, and 38.6. These standing orders remind us of how we are to use language in the imputing of improper motives of members and referring to each member by their name instead of their electoral area, which should not be done. The standing orders, members, are really here to guide us. Standing Order 42 also speaks to the issue of allowing other members to speak. It makes it very difficult for the chair to preside when there's a lot of bantering, which comes with the territory, that's understood. But it really needs to be under control. So we need to allow members to speak. And that means other members really ought to remain silent. But most importantly, I also want to remind you that the reason we are here today is to debate the budget, among other bills later on, which means that members should confine their comments to the bill at hand, such as to the economic and financial situation of the country, as well as the government's policies and administration. It is the General Revenue Appropriation Bill that we're about to proceed on the debate. Members, the Chair has always allowed, in this Parliament and previous Parliament, some leeway for context, background, reference to past year or years, to assist with contributions made to the debate on the Revenue Appropriation Bill that is before the House. You really should tie it in. Members should really tie it into the budget and not digress, as the standing orders are clear on this. And when the digression goes a bit too far, it is within the standing orders for the Chair and other members as well to point out a breach of standing order. Now, I do apologize to all members that the meeting started late today, about 20 minutes, I believe. But based on yesterday's descent into unparliamentary decorum, which had to be reined in, I felt it necessary that before today's proceedings, that I confer with the Deputy Speaker, as from time to time, the Deputy Speaker must hold over the chair. And especially since I was not in the chair for a period of time when that unparliamentary decorum occurred. When I step away from this chair, the Deputy Speaker is in control. Hence, the meeting with the Deputy, I felt, was in the best interest to ensure order and respect for the standing orders to be upheld at all times. And of course, in an effort for today's proceedings, not to go down the path of yesterday's. Members, the dilemma of the chair is one that cannot be too strict, which results in being accused of inflexibility, rigidity, or restriction of freedom of expression. On the other hand, one cannot be too lenient and allow dissent and awful displays into unparliamentary decorum, abusive or insulting language. And members, for this to be managed, it requires all members to genuinely respect the office of the Speaker. While I am in the chair, I will not condone personal attacks. I will not condone unparliamentary decorum. Respect also requires, members, while I recognize the age of technology, please, if there's a phone call to be taken or a phone call to be made, I kindly ask members to just step outside the chambers. I will do my best to continue to be fair in listening to point of orders, but you, members, you must state your point of order. If not by number, at least by essence of what that point of order is. Is it irrelevance? Is it repetition? Is it imputing improper motive and the like? As parliamentarians, we more than any other member of society, and definitely in the National Assembly, should not resort to unparliamentary language. We should be setting the example. Citizens of Belize and the world over are watching. Let's have Belizeans, especially our younger Belizeans, who in the future will sit where you are sitting, tune in and not be turned off. And finally, we should always keep in mind Standing Order 91. This is the standing order, members, that gives the general authority of the chair, including that of the deputy chair, for which we will use. Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the debate, and I call on the honorable member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with your permission, I will refer to my notes. On behalf of the people of the Albert constituency, who I have the absolute privilege of representing in this honorable house, and on behalf of the people of Belize, I rise to make my contribution to the budget debate, and in so doing, highlight what I understand are the issues of greatest concern to our citizens. Those matters, Madam Speaker, that most impact their lives, the state of our nation, and the prospects for its future. I also wish to place on record, Madam Speaker, my grave concern and disappointment on the decision by the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet to forego the customary 2-week window afforded to members to conduct a comprehensive review of these estimates and the requisite time to consult with stakeholders to do a proper analysis of the amounts allocated for the upcoming fiscal year. In January of 2021, Madam Speaker, as outlined in the Good Governance in Belize motion that was passed at the first working session of this 13th parliamentary term, this new government administration pledged to us all that they would govern differently, that they would govern democratically, not by cabinet dictatorship, was the Prime Minister's words, that they would uphold the gold standard for transparency and accountability. I wish to remind the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, that the presentation and debate of the General Appropriation Bill is the most important exercise we undertake in this House on an annual basis. We have a duty and responsibility to all Belizeans to deliberate on how taxpayers' dollars will be utilized to improve the quality of life, especially for those most vulnerable and those who continue to live within the margins in our communities. Let me preface my intervention, Madam Speaker, by stating that as I note my observations on this year's budget projections, I do so with no animosity towards you, Prime Minister, or to this administration. I first want to thank the Prime Minister for affording all 31 elected officials access to the Constituency Development Fund since September of last year. I also wish to acknowledge the continued support of the Ministry of Education in providing an allocation for education assistance to the young Belizeans we represent on this side of the House. I note my observations with the sincere expectations that those on the ruling side of government will receive them in good faith. Come what may, these are critical times, Madam Speaker. So what must be said must be said. No words must be minced, no punches pulled, and no sacred cows spared. I note, Madam Speaker, that the theme of the Prime Minister's budget involves two concepts, two principles which I hold dear: fairness and inclusion. As the constitutional opposition, It is therefore our responsibility to examine the facts and determine how accurate and sincere such a claim and characterization of the government's self-professed agenda is. The Belizean economy, according to the SIB, suffered a 6.7% contraction in 2020 and has seen some nascent growth of approximately 10% when compared to 2020. Nonetheless, it is not where it was in 2019. Before we even get into the substance of the budget itself, let me say that this kind of rhetoric from this administration is nothing new. Indeed, they were swept into power in 2020, riding the wave of another populist slogan, everybody fi win. Even before the euphoria of the massive victory could wear off, the reality quickly set in. Madam Speaker, citizens learned quickly that this was an administration that was hell-bent on practicing and institutionalizing nepotism and cronyism, as top positions in the government were defiantly and disdainfully awarded almost exclusively to close family members of elected PUP politicians and party hacks. And one question about it, Madam Speaker, I remember raising that matter in the House on our first working session. The Prime Minister insultingly told the rest of us, we have limited talent. While this was happening, hard-working Belizeans were being systematically purged from the most basic, low-paying occupations in the public service, such as traffic wardens, terminal workers, and school wardens. Madam Speaker, these decisions had nothing to do with the wage bill, as the administration cited the reasons for these ill-advised decisions. In 2020, Madam Speaker, there were 15,024 public officers on the government's payroll. In 2021, that number went down nominally to 14,788 public officers. And in this upcoming fiscal period, that number will increase again to 15,021 employees. Government employees were callously removed from gainful employment with no reason other than naked political victimization. Naked victimization to make way for political cronies. There is no secret that Belize's poverty is at 52.2%. I'm going by the SIB numbers recently reported, Prime Minister, so indeed it may be more. At the household level, 44% of all households are considered poor. At a time when poverty levels are high and the Prime Minister continues to boast that the economy is rebounding at an accelerated rate, there is an urgent need for aggressive poverty-fighting initiatives to be employed by the government of the day. You know what is said, Madam Speaker? If it ain't in the budget, it's not a policy of the government. This at a time when the employment rate is above 9% and possibly closer to 18% if the pre-2020 definition is utilized. At a time when our families are struggling, fighting, Madam Speaker, to put food on the table and to keep their children in school. Madam Speaker, this begs the question, is this fair and inclusive? This from a government administration who promised to create new jobs, to nurture and support a culture for entrepreneurship, to empower the private sector, to create new opportunities for employment. Just 1 month ago, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister delivered a recorded statement to the nation. And again, in this year's budget presentation, that the IMF had hailed our impressive economic performance. I heard my colleague from Orange Walk East yesterday suggest, Madam Speaker, that the previous UDP administration was not too friendly with the truth. My grandmother would bark at such a statement, as we would say in a Creole, classic case of kettle de cause pot. You see, Madam Speaker, the IMF Article 4 consultative team can only draw their conclusions from the financial data provided to them. Let me quickly elaborate before my colleagues on that side of the House raise any objections on relevance. Madam Speaker, on April 23rd, 2021, the members of this National Assembly approved revenue estimates of $1.038 billion and expenditure of $1.204 billion, accounting for an overall deficit of approximately $166 million. Truth be told, Madam Speaker, this administration quickly recognized that its budget cuts were not at all realistic, and they had to return to the House for approval of 3 supplementary appropriation allocations amounting to another $200 million in expenditure that was not captured in either the IMF review or the data published in this year's budgeted estimates. You can consult the text. When we are reporting, Madam Speaker, to multilateral agencies and to the Belizean people, there is a duty, a responsibility, an obligation to provide all the information so we can have a clearer picture of where things really are. It is important, Madam Speaker, because as citizens, we grapple every day with wicked problems. The wicked problems we are facing: skyrocketing fuel prices that affect all sectors of our local economy, the crippling cost of commodities, basic food items, such as chicken and eggs and flour and rice and vegetables, have gone up by an average of 30%. The upsurge in crime and the increasing inflation rate. Our spending power is not what it used to be. Families are reeling, Madam Speaker. It is high time, and I thank the Prime Minister, that the 10% salary cut be returned to our public officers, our teachers, our security personnel, which in reality they need. It's simple. The numbers you see, Madam Speaker, may look good on paper, the budget numbers, but the hardships are real, affecting real lives. As the member of MESUP summed it up yesterday, those of us who feel it know it. I ask, is this a fair and inclusive approach? According to the PM's utterings, the Cabinet approved a budget that is prudent and pragmatic. I quote, "We will emphasize an ambitious social policy agenda which centers on bringing relief to the most vulnerable among us." End of quote. Madam Speaker, for a moment, I thought there was a reason to hope. This government, who took away the food pantry and unemployment relief from the masses the moment it took office in November 2020, was now in a position and prepared to shower compassion upon the most vulnerable among us. The budget estimates reflect important public policy, and I reiterate, if it's not in the budget, if it's not being funded, it is not public policy. Let's look at human development. Only 1.8% of the budget is allocated to the Ministry of Human Development. The economy is, quote unquote, recovering, but obviously not recovering fully. Therefore, there are families that still need our assistance. I see it every day, Madam Speaker. Every time I visit certain pockets of communities in our city. Consequently, the lower contributions towards this key ministry that should be addressing the social safety net needs to be given a second look. Belizeans are not out of the woods, and they need our support. Is this a fair and inclusive approach? The allocation for the judiciary has been reduced to 0.62% of total expenditure. How? Tell me, how are we going to ensure that justice is being served? Is this, Madam Speaker, a fair and inclusive approach? Similarly, crime continues to be a major problem in Belizean society. My good friend from Caribbean shores will agree. It's a wicked problem for all of us on both sides of this house. And one would imagine that there would be strong prioritization on this issue in the budget. In this fiscal year, however, crime prevention, support for the Ministry of Home Affairs is budgeted at 6.88% of total expenditure. And in the case of the DPP's office, the allocation remains the same. I ask again, is this a fair and inclusive approach? Education is indeed one of the priorities of this budget. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, and the ministry responsible for infrastructure. However, it was this administration that came to the people and promised that education would be a key component of the socio-economic upliftment of Belize. The government had promised easier access to education for Belizeans and that greater investments would be made. Is this free education, Madam Speaker? Free education from preschool to sixth form. Is this a fair and inclusive approach? Anti-corruption and oversight. And this is one that I pay keen attention to. The perennial complaint for oversight mechanisms, such as the Auditor General's office. And I can tell you the Auditor General and the Accountant General have met with the Joint Public Accounts Committee, outlining their concerns about access to the resources that are required so that they can continue to conduct independent review of public expenditure. The government tabled in its good governance motion that as the recovery was underway, that more resources would be directed towards the pivotal oversight agencies. Madam Speaker, in my careful review of the budget estimates, there are no additional resources allocated to these key oversight functions. Is this the fair and inclusive approach? We are capitalizing the Central Bank of Belize, while the real needs of the people are not being addressed. Is this the fair and inclusive approach? A robust infrastructural program helps to create meaningful employment. It is why infrastructure development was a strategic approach utilized by the UDP administration. The PUP in opposition were highly critical of the many projects we had embarked on, with the argument that people can't eat streets. It seems, Madam Speaker, that this administration has garnered newfound wisdom and have embarked and embraced infrastructure development as a mechanism for economic growth. 11% of our total projected expenditure. And it's not all bad. It's not. I tell you, I will recognize and give credit where credit is due, Prime Minister. $3.5 million has been allocated for the institutional strengthening of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Foreign Affairs. That is pivotal. The country of Belize relies on export-oriented strategies. And it is important, having been a part of that ministry myself, that our trade ministry and its technocrats are engaged in capacity building to ensure the best outcome for Belize when engaged in trade negotiations. And the member from Pickstock will know that tourism is my first love. It's near and dear to my heart. And so I applaud the government for allocating $1.5 million for sustainable tourism to fortify this anchor industry supported by the IDB. Tourism is and will continue to be the lifeline of Belize's economic recovery. This is a good initiative. And it's especially tourism generates much needed foreign exchange for the country. I want to elaborate on one further point as it relates to our social protection programs. The budget provides a line item for support for safety net for vulnerable populations afforded or affected by the coronavirus in Belize. However, while in 2021-2022, that budget was $10 million, there is only $500,000 allocated for 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, it is time. It is time for the people of Belize to begin to feel the positive impact of this growing economy. It is time for us to accelerate the housing program for low-income families. It is time to provide greater fuel subsidies to our small farmers and other members of our local productive sector so that our communities can remain competitive. Because you said, sir, you would do it differently. There have been 54 price adjustments in fuel costs since November of 2020. Madam Speaker, every Belizean knows that almost 42%, almost half of the fuel at the pumps is a result of taxes imposed by this government. Yes, government needs revenue, but also our productive sector need some temporary relief. It is time to actively review. These were commitments you made in your Plan Belize manifesto, Prime Minister. So it is time to actively review the baskets of goods upon which tax relief can be guaranteed, and to vigorously increase enforcement of price controls and adopt measures to curb price gouging. We spoke about that issue, Prime Minister, 2 House meetings or 3 House meetings ago. It is time to fast-track the economic stimulus package for the wider economy. The figure that was thrown out was 50 million. And we're not sure how much of that has actually been put into an economic stimulus package. And that's separate, member from Fiscal, but what was promised for tourism. It is time to look at the interest rates, to negotiate, to sit down with the commercial banks. We have an excess liquidity of, according to a motion we're going to discuss later today, of over 700 million. And yet, no steps, or at least no steps have been reported of any attempts to reduce interest rates so that those who need to access capital can do so at affordable rates. If I read the motion well, Prime Minister, there is actually an increase in interest rates for personal loans being proposed. It is time to establish the Export Development Fund to support the exports of non-traditional products. That is how we are going to grow our national economy. And we need to grow the national economy. And it's definitely time to lower the sharp increases in the fees that Baja is charging for their services. When you take into account the fuel, the Baja fees, the increases in fertilizer, it's hard to imagine how our small farmers continue to survive, how our cane farmers continue to survive in this environment. It is time, and I've seen some evidence of this, member from Caribbean Shores, to introduce innovative programs to attack the root causes of crime. I think there's 1.5 million in the budget, 2.9 million in the budget to hire young men to have meaningful work. The NHI system ought to be rolled out, Prime Minister, because access to healthcare in this country is really out of reach for many. It is working together. I'll get to that. I will get to the 13 years. Give me a minute. Working together for a fair, working together. This is not my statement. This is that of our Honorable Prime Minister. Working together for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize is the call to action by this administration in this budget presentation. A budget, of 1.192 billion with a B, a capital B, representing a 19% increase over the previous fiscal year, and increases in tax revenues from all 4 categories of tax revenue collections. In some instances, by as much as 27% and 24%. These are significant. And these increases in revenue must percolate to the man on the street. Prime Minister, the people of Belize do not need lip service. Poverty, crime, the cost of commodities, and the cost of fuel, particularly on the productive sector, are serious concerns. If you listened to the budget debate yesterday, those of my colleagues on the government side of the House tried very hard to paint a picture that they and they alone are responsible for the economic rebound we are now realizing. I submit to you that facts are facts, and facts can't change. Facts cannot change. The UDP was not in office for 3 consecutive terms, unprecedented, by the way, because it did wrong by the Belizean people. We made some mistakes. Obviously, we did. We made some mistakes. But I will assure you, if you continue this, will be a one-term government. You see, Madam Speaker, it is the UDP that led the negotiations to the Blue Bond. It is the PUP who completed the process, but the Blue Bond was initiated and negotiated by the UDP. It is the UDP that led the establishment and the growth of the BPO sector. That is a fact. That is a fact. It is the UDP that led the exponential development of the tourism sector. It is the UDP that led the robust... You want me to answer that? I won't in this house, but I will answer it to you later. The UDP led a robust infrastructure development program. The UDP led the expansion of a strong ecosystem to support the viability of MSMEs. The UDP led the establishment of the National Bank of Belize and resuscitated the Development Finance Corporation that was bankrupt by the previous PUP administration. You want us to go into the Novelos contract? Do you want us to go down that road? The UDP led the establishment of the social protection programs that address both the human development constraints and support at-risk populations, serve both as the foundation and the catalyst for the economic recovery we are beginning to see today post-COVID. Madam Speaker, we are indeed living in uncertain times. As political leaders, we must meet the moment by dedicating ourselves to doing what is best for Belize and what serves the greater good of all Belizeans in a comprehensive and sustainable manner. As the Queen's loyal opposition, those of us on this side of the House will remain vigilant, and we will hold the government administration to account. The nation is depending on us. If not us, who? And if not now, when? I say, Madam Speaker, the time is now. In closing, I wish to join my voice with my colleague, the member from Belize Rural Central, in encouraging all women, all men, all girls and boys to break the bias. Gender equity is an imperative for nation building. Women voices are required at the decision-making table. Yes, women can. And yes, women will. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Or Caribbean Shores.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023. But before I do so, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me the opportunity to do a bit of house cleaning. Sometimes you have to take out the garbage that the honorable member for Mesopotamia was spewing yesterday. Compare that to what I consider to be a little more decent analysis as provided by the honorable member for Albert a few minutes ago. Misguided, yes, but in many ways, Madam Speaker, while she did not say so, she was endorsing this government's performance for the last year and 4 months. She acknowledged the fairness in our government, that we are providing them with the Community Development Fund. She acknowledged that our Minister of Education does not play politics in terms of the development and progress of our children. She acknowledged, Madam Speaker, that they need a house under PUP. But Madam Speaker, compare that now to my good friend, the member for Mesopotamia's presentation yesterday. Madam Speaker, it is clear that he showed up yesterday completely unprepared to discuss this budget in any serious analytical way. Yes, I believe he was jet-lagged, Madam Speaker. He came here, Madam Speaker, and his entire focus, as is always the case, was in speaking of something that is all too familiar to him: crime and violence. Madam Speaker, he spoke about the member for Fort George being obsessed with him. Well, I don't know what you would call the way he was so unhealthily obsessed with me yesterday. It makes me wonder, Madam Speaker, whether he had a special friend named Kareem, the Clinton Correctional. But he would have to see a real doctor about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, his outburst yesterday about crime and violence, and it was all lies and misrepresentations when it comes to his analysis of crime in Belize. Now, I don't know if it's because that he's never here, he's an absentee politician. He could pick up the phone and call me anytime and I can give him the black and white statistics, you know, Madam Speaker. So I don't know if it's that he's not doing his research. I don't know if he's not listening to when I show him the black and white. I don't know if he's hard-headed. If he made a mango quick, they may say head tough like land shark battle. But Madam Speaker, as I mentioned before, the crime statistics for 2021 show that our PUP administration did better than all the UDP past years on crime and violence, excepting for 2020, which again was an anomaly. But Madam Speaker, he's now asking for, or he's alleging that the crime statistics for this year is worse than the UDP term in office. This, Madam Speaker, is a report for the first quarter provided by the Joint Intelligence Coordinating Center. So this covers the period January 1st to March 24th of each of the last 4 years. For 2018, under the United Democratic Party, the number of murders was 38. For 2019, under the UDP, the number of murders was 27. For 2020, the very same year that we speak of, the anomaly, because there was the COVID lockdown in March, followed by the 3-month state of emergency in Belize City. Listen to this. Under the leader of the opposition's hero, Michael Perifit, murders as of March 24, 2020 stood at 38. Shame, Madam Speaker. And then in 2021, under our administration, murders stood at 22. And today, Madam Speaker, the murder rate for 2022 is 26. And so we again, for the first quarter, he might not want to hear this, for the first quarter, as bad as crime is, and every single Belizean life matters to me as minister, for the first quarter, we did better than all of the UDP term in office the last 3 years. So he has been spewing again, Madam Speaker, lies and misrepresentations. Madam Speaker, he then went on to say that I do not want the opposition to be a part of the Leadership Intervention Unit program. But how can I, Madam Speaker? I consider myself to be a very fair individual, and I believe in giving everybody a fair chance. Hence the reason I welcomed him in the first place to visit the Hattieville prison with me. But then I realized, Madam Speaker, that he will come and lie about the crime rate in order to gain cheap political points. And I realized right away that he is not genuine. I have no apologies to make, Madam Speaker, because I will not allow any disingenuous member of the opposition to come and trample the good work of the Leadership Intervention Unit or to contaminate the program with bad-mindedness for cheap political points. Madam Speaker, solving the crime situation is way bigger than the ego of the leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, if I may now go into my contribution on the budget. This time of year is especially meaningful, for it allows us as ministers, and more importantly, as area representatives, the opportunity to take stock, to engage in reflection on the past year and developing a roadmap for the upcoming fiscal year that best addresses the needs and aspirations of our individual constituency and collectively as a nation. Madam Speaker, there is not a day that goes by that I do not remind myself that I stand here proudly at the will and privilege of the productive and beautiful constituency of Caribbean Shores. Each bill that passes, each decision made, every penny spent, I must ask myself, is that in the best interest of our country, and would my constituents approve of such decisions? I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when the Prime Minister announced last week that our national economic rebound was 12.5%, far surpassing anyone's expectations, including the IMF, I felt great pride in being a part of this team, this administration that did not lose hope on our people and country the way that the former administration did. The words, "I grieve for Belize. I feel sorry for who comes after. This is a poisoned chalice," are fresh in our collective memories and in that of many Belizeans who refuse to bend or give in to the doom and gloom prophecy of a visionless, faithless, rudderless UDP government. Madam Speaker, instead of viewing Belize through those hopeless, worthless Barolens, Belizeans at large and this administration saw a country unmatched in pristine beauty, complemented with rich cultural diversity, and a people so compassionate, patriotic, and resilient like no other. Madam Speaker, in just 1 year and 4 months in office, we have turned this ship in the right direction. Sure, the slop bucket that the Deputy Prime Minister described yesterday that was left behind by the UDP still has some remnants. And yes, we do have some ways to go in executing all of Plan Belize. True, we are dealing with a pandemic, which thankfully now seems to be waning. And unfortunately, we are now faced with a global economic crisis compounded by an unjustified and inexplicable Russian war. But imagine, Madam Speaker, imagine for just one horrifying second that the UDP was still in office. We would still be borrowing $1 million a day. Who knows, maybe more, maybe $2 million a day. We would still be paying $25 million more than we have to for the Caracol Road. We would still be paying $20 million more than we have to for the Halover Bridge. The Lands Department, Madam Speaker, would still be a hotbed of corruption. And the for God's sake, stop it visa hustle would still be the order of the day under the United Democratic Party. I heard the member for Albert say that people can eat streets. But in one instance, Madam Speaker, it might not be true. Because that the side they eat off of streets, I could tell you that. They were eating off of streets. They were hustling. Look at all of these contracts. They were eating and they couldn't get enough. Madam Speaker, we can go on because the comparisons are many and well documented. And it is like comparing night and day. Under their administration, every year I could recall coming to this honorable house to allocate $1 million to the Ministry of Housing. But Madam Speaker, that money was not for housing. It was to pay phantom workers, or as the member for Fort George would say, dopey workers at the ministry who did not have any work to do since the government did not have a plan to build any houses for the Belizean people. And that was for 13 years. Madam Speaker, and in just 1 year in office, the honorable member for Kaya South has put all of them to utter shame and disgrace. 167 houses, even in their constituencies. Real houses, not matchbox fire traps, concrete homes for single mothers and the most needy Belizeans. Madam Speaker, and as I stand here today, I am proud to say that ground has been broken on the first new home in Caribbean Shores at number 53 Kelly Street. for an elderly couple, Mr. Frederick and Mrs. Arlene Kelly, who literally begged the last administration for assistance because of their very dire state. And all that the phantom workers did, Madam Speaker, each time they would come with a pen and paper and made promises that they were going to help, but they never came back. Madam Speaker, things are so much better under the People's United Party government. So much so that the leader of the opposition, who held a title as music ambassador for almost the entire term of the UDP office, UDP administration, and could not do anything to help Belizean musicians. And now, Madam Speaker, he is finally able under a PUP administration to go out and try to help musicians. Only under PUP, couldn't do it under them. The man, they get doctorate and all under PUP. You think he could have ever get that under Daddy? Cannot. Madam Speaker, it is night and day, I tell you. We went from a major health crisis with COVID in November 2020, with over 5,000 active cases, no system of contact tracing in place, and no vaccinations in sight. Well, Madam Speaker, it did not take the member for Kaya North much time to hit the ground running, implementing an effective contact tracing system and securing the first shipment of vaccinations by March of 2021, after 3 months of being in office. Madam Speaker, please allow me the time to express my heartfelt condolences to all those Belizeans who lost their loved ones through this very devastating pandemic. It has really ripped Belizean families to the core, losing their loved ones. And it has impacted all of us, and not in a good way. So much heartache, loss, emotional trauma. It has even affected the way we socialize. We send our children to school, the manner in which we do so, the way we recreate, the way we play sports, our jobs. But Madam Speaker, again, the silver lining, or maybe I should say the blue lining, in the face of all this trauma, is that we have a government that was able to act decisively and with such precision, navigating between harsh lockdown measures and opening up our businesses, borders, and tourism. Bobbing and weaving, Madam Speaker, like Muhammad Ali, opening up at precisely the right moment to maximize our peak potential in tourism, while at the same time preserving the health and wellness of our people. For this, Madam Speaker, I congratulate our ministers, Minister Kevin and Minister Anthony, and the ministries and all the employees for their hard work in bringing back our tourism product. Madam Speaker, speaking of our one-of-a-kind tourism product of white sandy beaches, living coral, majestic temples, and lush rainforests, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the Herculean accomplishment of our Blue Bond arrangement. Not only do we get to embrace and cherish who we are as a blue-green destination, but we also saved $500 million and signed on to a bond that is more palatable, concessionary, and achievable. This, Madam Speaker, is a win-win-win for Belize for years and years to come. Saving money, saving our economy, and saving our environment. Well done, Prime Minister Briceño. Madam Speaker, it is like night and day. Imagine that in 1 year, we did more than the UDP could have ever done in 13 long, painful years. Madam Speaker, now I would like to turn to the two ministries under my responsibility. Our resolve is stronger than the challenges we face. We continue to keep our shoulders to the wheel. Sadly, the Ministry of Home Affairs is a Goliath that we realize the past administration had completely abandoned. I felt the neglect as we dug in to work. It was a paralyzing neglect. It was criminal neglect. The police department was without basic necessities, as basic as a proper fleet of vehicles. It was bad. I felt embarrassed for the past administration. At one point, there was only one reliable pickup for patrols in Corozal town. The pan of that vehicle had to literally be tied with rope. After every pothole, the officers would have to look to see if the pan was still there. When it rained, Madam Speaker, the officer had a better chance of staying dry outside the cab. Our ability to get to problem areas and to have timely responses was a feat by itself. In the end, it was the victims and families in need that felt the effect of UDP failure. When we came into office, we had to address the basic needs of our law enforcement apparatus. We are still far from a decent complement of vehicles, but we have managed to deliver on 40 vehicles, motorcycles, and UTVs. We are on a steady march. With some difficult maneuvering, we were able to secure a further 28 vehicles, much to the delight of formation commanders and vulnerable communities across the country. Coming into office with the enthusiasm of my youthfulness, bursting with ideas to usher in the new era of policing, shining with innovation and technology, we found out when we got on the job that the infrastructure was gutted and the morale of our officers dangerously low. Do you know our police did not even have radios and the communication system had collapsed? Well, today, Madam Speaker, we can put the criminals on notice that we have secured digital handheld radios and repeaters. We felt like a parent who had to leave their child with a neighbor for 13 years. While away from the child, you dream of taking your child to the park and hugging them and getting a brand new tablet for them. But when you get back to pick them up, you realize that for 13 years, the neighbor eat out all of their food. They did not change your child's clothing, nor had they assisted them in doing their homework. Worst of all, the child needs immediate medical attention. The child is weak, skinny, and depressed. It is a good thing they are strong and resilient children. But it hurts you as a parent because you look at the neighbor and they are greasy lip fat. You know that they had Petrocarib money and big funds that you left with them for your child. You remember that, Member Falbert? We left money in office for you. Madam Speaker, but for 13 years, they spent it on themselves. What is unforgivable is the audacity of these people. Now that you're taking your child to the hospital after the 13 years and nursing them back to health, they want to come into the emergency room and tell you, oh, your child can't eat medicine. Oh, they never promised you they'll get a new tablet for you. That is the most rancid form of audacity, Madam Speaker. We are committed to making sure our children never, ever get abused by those on that side again. Through our CAP 3 budget, we are enhancing and expanding the closed circuit surveillance system and our 911 system. The project will see more coverage of over 100 cameras in strategic locations. The system will find its home in a newly constructed building in Belize City. The list of rehabilitative and new build-outs include a substation for Santa Elena, San Narciso, and Keycocker. In the case, I know Brother Ramiro likes that. In the case of the much-needed San Narciso station, it is incredible that for all this time there was only one station for the entire Corozal district. And I am happy to say that we will fix that shortly. Madam Speaker, we are committed to turn things around, roll up our sleeves and do the honest work, to get the fundamentals done, the things that are not necessarily glamorous, but are the real nuts and bolts to meaningful solutions. We have sent the police department back to its fundamentals so we can rebuild it. By completing and publishing the new police department policies and procedures, we can ensure that we have structure and direction to effective operations and services the police provide. As those with criminal intent infest cyberspace, we are preparing to police the borders of digital Belize with the assistance of our partners at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. The Cyber Crime Center gives us the capacity to identify, seize, acquire, and analyze electronic devices related to cyber-enabled offenses from which we can extract digital evidence. That evidence that will be presented in court during successful prosecutions. We have been steady in our work to be access to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, and we are currently engaged in negotiations with the United Arab Emirates to carve out an MOU in cyber security matters. Another exciting initiative we will see in the upcoming fiscal year is the upgrading of the SIMS platform, which will now allow for GIS capabilities. GIS is the ability to analyze real-time data through crime mapping. It will assist us to efficiently and strategically deploy police personnel and resources. We insisted that these improvements to the SIMS extend to remote substations as well, and we are pleased that it will be done. Our declared reliance is on intelligence as opposed to muscle. To this end, we are engaging with the CBSI Connect to enroll officers in international and regional training, which can be done virtually. We expect the enrollment to have a net positive impact on the quality of investigation and prosecutions of criminals and their wrongdoings. Yes, Madam Speaker, we may be short of boots on the ground, but as we fill those needs, we want to change the environment and culture of the department. That is a task of mammoth proportions, but a change of culture is the only way to implement the changes, reform, and upgrades so that they work and keep working. We are completing the National ComStat Office, which will command the national rollout of a much-needed and proven administrative evaluation tool for the police. We are also expanding the RPLACB office, which will strengthen the compliance unit. We want the public to know that when the lights are off, we are working to put things in place. This is why we have been very public in the message both to police officers and the citizenry that we are weeding out bad officers. It has been a steady and sweeping operation where we refuse to let the bad officers diminish either public confidence in law enforcement or the good work of dedicated and good police officers. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the entire police department for going above and beyond the call of duty in not only fighting crime, but also having the added responsibility of enforcing COVID protocols in a pandemic, and yes, even chasing planes at night. And doing all this, Madam Speaker, in a year of sacrifice that saw them take a 10% salary cut. That is why, Madam Speaker, there was no one more elated than me to hear the Prime Minister announce that we would be restoring the 10% salary to our public officers a full 2 years ahead of schedule. On behalf of our officers, Mr. Prime Minister, I take this opportunity to say a heartfelt thank you. The naysayers on that side said it could not be done, and they were actively trying to convince some of our officers that our government would wait until elections to restore their salaries. That is what they were telling the people. Well, not so, Mr. and Mrs. UDP. The immediate restoration of the 10% salary is further proof that this government is not interested in playing politics with the lives of our hard-working public officers. Come June 1st, 2022, we are rolling out the revised human rights and use of force modules countrywide to attack and reduce instances of excessive force. We are providing the training, tools, and space so that the human element in our justice initiatives remains fully intact. We have set off a deliberate round of revisiting detention facilities and holding cells nationally to make sure they are well fitted. The human rights component, Madam Speaker, is very important to us. We want throughout the justice process and our role in it to be defined by humanity, dignity, reasonableness, and respect. As the pandemic restrictions relax, we will welcome the return of the GREAT program, Cadet program, and Do the Right Thing program. These are going to complement the ongoing multi-sectoral approach to crime fighting. The GREAT program, in particular, is tooled as an evidence-based initiative to deal with gangs and violence prevention. The program's curriculum, which is US-based, is designed with the hope of immunizing our young against delinquency, youth violence, and gang membership, but it is focused on reaching them at a vulnerable age before the gang elements do. You know, Madam Speaker, I listened yesterday to the leader of the opposition say that in his opinion, I was being set up because our ministry's budget has been cut. Well, let me tell the member for Mesop, Madam Speaker, that set up is what you and your father and your administration did to the residents of Southside Belize City. Instead of investing in the people, you were more focused on building roundabouts and eating tacos. Madam Speaker, the former administration deliberately neglected, abandoned, and created a dire state of dependency on the south side of Belize City for 13 long years. For the first time in our history, and as has been acknowledged by the member for Albert, under the leadership of Mr. William Dawson, the team at the Leadership Intervention Unit, including concerned citizens, educators, pastors, businessmen, and women, we now have $2.9 million dedicated solely to stemming the tide on the gang culture that has ravaged Belizean families and homes. Under this program, Madam Speaker, not only are we providing gainful employment for 300 at-risk youth in our apprenticeship program, but we have enrolled 250 at-risk youth in life skills programs, attending sessions 2 days out of the week, literacy classes, numeracy, emotional intelligence. Madam Speaker, there's also a training aspect in small engine repairs, plumbing, and electrical. I want to say big up to Dr. Lerna McKay and Ms. Vernadelle Bailey and others who are committed to bringing true reform, counseling, and personal development to our young men. On May 7th of this year, Madam Speaker, along with the Ministry of Youth and Sports and corporate sponsor Bowen & Bowen, we are having a nationwide Sprite Live Life basketball tournament. Already, 14 teams registered from various communities in Belize City. The LIU is embarking on a farm project that will see individuals having access to land donated by Dr. Alvaro Rosado for the purpose of the youth to grow fruits, vegetables, and livestock. It is all about partnerships, Madam Speaker. It is all about getting the buy-in from our partners who believe in the reform of our young men. This particular donation by Dr. Alvaro Rosado is a prime example that our Belizean people believe in Plan Belize. This, Madam Speaker, is the genuine movement that I was speaking of. And I will not allow, like I said, any bad-minded politician to come and ruin that. The Department of Youth Services is currently training 60 violence interrupters. Again, buy-in from the stakeholders. Educators like Ms. Abigail Hoare, Sherry Hemmans, Deidre Bennett, and Leonie Arzu of the AVP Transformers are leading the way in taking back their communities. This coming Sunday, in the Lake Independence constituency, the AVP Transformers will be hosting a sports day. This is beautiful. This is phenomenal, and we must do all we can to give them our full support. Madam Speaker, in terms of our National Forensic Science Service, just last week, we hosted another successful forensic symposium with the participation of over 500 specialists from all across the world. Another long overdue project will see the National Forensic Science Service complex. This will finally see the facilities to house the medical examiner's facilities with a fully functional pathology lab as well as a forensic laboratory. The forensic lab will boost our competence in the area of the chemical testing of evidence, biological analysis, storage for refrigerated and non-refrigerated evidence. This facility will further build out our ballistics testing's reach. Madam Speaker, it is sad that the neglect by the past administration was so widespread and shameless. I have attended and engaged important national security meetings that the past administration simply did not convene or their ministers did not attend. It is alarming that my participation in the US-Belize bilateral meeting was the first that a Belize Home Affairs Minister had attended. It is the same for the CARICOM Council on Ministers for National Security, CONSLE. For years, the UDP ministers did not attend. They had no GANSEF meeting from 2015. They will talk, but the facts on the ground say they had cashed out on keeping Belizeans safe years ago. Madam Speaker, I wish to conclude my presentation today by thanking the constituents of Caribbean Shores for their unwavering support, their sound advice, their guidance, and their love. In a few weeks, we will be opening 3 newly renovated parks thanks to the Constituency Development Fund. Lopez Mateos Park, Dolphin Park, and newly named Program Park on Kelly Street in honor and tribute to my favorite artist, Mr. Program, who was senselessly killed over a year ago. I am pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that for the first time in so many years, I was able, through the kind assistance of the Minister of Natural Resources, to deliver 75 land titles to first-time landowners in our constituency. The smiles and absolute surprise on all of their faces when they received their titles was a sight, truly a sight to behold. Madam Speaker, land is power, and the power belongs to the people. And Minister, just so you know, I already have my list for another 75. So I'll be coming your way shortly. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Ministry of Human Development and the Ministry of Education that have been there to assist our needy constituents with monthly grocery bags and assistance with school fees. Madam Speaker, what our constituency values, and I say our because I can proudly claim you as well, is living in a safe community where we are our brothers and sisters keepers, having clean neighborhoods and spaces where we can recreate and bond as families, being able to access a piece of land for your children, and affordable quality education and health care. These, Madam Speaker, also happen to be the priorities of this administration as we continue to move in the right direction, chipping away at our goals in Plan Belize. And yes, we are not out of the woods just yet. The rebound and full court press are still on. The challenges are still there. But the blue lining in all of this is that unlike the previous administration, we have hope. We have the political will, and we have the vision to allow our nation and people to realize their maximum potential. Madam Speaker, may God continue to bless you, the members on both sides of this House, our Caribbean Shores constituency, and all Belizeans near and far. Madam Speaker, I fully support this budget. Let us continue to rise. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Belmopan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of government's estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023. But first of all, let me salute the beautiful residents of the city of Belmopan who have given me this opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. I am truly honored and humbled to stand here and represent our capital city. I would also like to send my sincere condolences to our BDF family and the family of the late Sergeant Harris, who sadly passed away yesterday. Madam Speaker, I support this budget because it's good for Belize and because it's good for the city of Belmopan. In thinking about what has transpired in the past, and in the words of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Johnny Briceño, what has been achieved in our first budget year is truly remarkable. Never before. Why? The IMF projected that GDP was to grow at a 1.5% in 2021 and perhaps 6.2% in 2022. But I think that they were rating the previous UDP administration because they came back and revisited that projection. And they said economic activity is now recovering strongly. Real GDP is projected to grow by 12.5%. Madam Speaker, it is truly a remarkable feat that this PUP government has done in its first year. After inheriting an economy in recession, this PUP government has put together a budget of $1.361 billion, which is the largest in the history of our country. Only under the PUP that happens. And as reported by the Prime Minister, it was configured with a primary surplus. We all know the devastation that COVID-19 has had on our country. But I think that the biggest problem and devastation was not really COVID-19, but that past UDP administration, which was filled with corruption. And in Belmopan, we had our share of corruption. But we have passed that stage, Madam Speaker, and now we are on our way to recovery. Now we're on our way to making Belize proud. Now we are making Belize the real jewel that many of us say we are. Madam Speaker, in the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, Minister Marin and myself inherited a demoralized security forces. When we visited our camps, it was dilapidated. All our infrastructure, it was a shame. It was a shame to go to our camps and see the way that our security forces were living. There was inadequate troop lifting capabilities, inadequate amount of training ammunition. And the saddest part was that when we sat and spoke to the leadership of our security forces, they were telling us, Minister, we are below 60% of our effective combat capability. That hit home very hard. Because I know the hardship. I know the work that the Belize Defense Force soldiers do. I was 18 years old when I decided that I needed to do something for my country. And I packed up my bag and I left my home and joined the Belize Defense Force along with Minister Marin, and I served with distinction and honor over 20 years in the Belize Defense Force. Well, you see, all of that. However, I am now in a position to finally make sure that the Belize Defense Force, the Belize Coast Guard, and our security forces are in a position that they can defend our country. The previous administration left our security forces to exist without any proper support. Under our leadership, this has now changed. With the support of this budget, we will continue the work that was started over the last 12 months. The infrastructure in different camps have been upgraded. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that our soldiers have the adequate infrastructure at the different camps. And we're talking about Camp Belisario, Price Barracks, down south in PG, Fiawera Camp, Isles Camp in Orange Walk. Ensure that our security forces are adequately looked after. For the first time, we have been working at our ministry to ensure that the Belize Defense Force can now contribute to the Social Security scheme. That was something that since the inception of the BDF had not been achieved. We are working, and I think we are one step closer to ensuring that our Belize Defense Force soldiers can contribute to Social Security. We know that many things, and members on the other side have always stated, oh, but this was started under the UDP. Always start, but could never finish something. Under the Kabay Security Loan Program, yes, it was started under the UDP because it's almost 10 years, and we cannot get anything from Kabay done as yet. Over 10 years. This year, and in May, we are going to start procuring the troop lifting capabilities that the Belize Defense Force requires. We will be fixing most of the infrastructure in all the camps. So these are something that on the other side they could not do. 10 years. But 10 years they had this Kabay loan there just sitting there. They could not understand the importance. So much free money that is out there, don't have the capacity to ensure that it is used for the betterment of our people. It is now, when we look at this Kabay fund, and I had the opportunity to visit the different camps, the arrangements under the previous administration was, you know what, the Belize Defense will no need no big house. We can give them a Limenite house. We have changed that. We are now making sure that we build proper cement structures in our camps, in PG at Fairweather Camp, because that is what the Belize Defense Force soldiers deserved. Under this loan agreement, not only the Belize Defense Force is going to benefit, but also the Belize Coast Guard. And the Belize Coast Guard will be acquiring 2 patrol vessels that for the first time will have blue waters patrolling capabilities. It is needed to contribute to the patrolling of Belize exclusive economic zone, provide security at sea for our fisher folks, and contribute to our blue economy. This is what is happening under this POP administration. The Belize Defense Force Air Wing, under our leadership and with the help of our regional partners, will soon be getting a Cessna Caravan equipped with state-of-the-art radar and tracking capabilities. This will significantly improve our national and regional security. This aircraft will enhance our capability in the fight against transnational organized criminal networks and assist in preventing and interdicting illegal plane landings that are occurring in our country. Madam Speaker, this budget gives us the necessary tools for our security forces to be prepared to defend Belize's land, sea, and airspaces, and to safeguard Belize's security interests. No longer will our security forces be allowed to just exist without the proper support that they deserve. Our security forces and the Belize Defense Force, Madam Speaker, is finally taking its place as a regional leader. We hosted Sensec 22 in February of this year that brought together security heads of the region and neighboring nations to discuss security cooperation in Central America. We will be hosting Trade Winds 2022. For the first time, we'll co-host with our neighbor, Mexico. This will bring together 22 nations. We are now finally ensuring that we take our place as regional leaders in security. Mexico will host the naval exercises, while Belize will host the land activities. Trade Winds is a Caribbean security-focused, multi-dimensional exercise that is conducted in the ground, air, sea, and cyber domain. Madam Speaker, in the constituency of Belmopan, the constituency that I have the honor to represent, we don't wait 6 months before elections to start working. We hit the road running. We hit the road running. We have been working diligently to ensure that the infrastructure in Belmopan is improved. We don't wait 6 months before election. As soon as we finish paving one street, we start our next one. Madam Speaker, this budget contributes and is assisting those less fortunate in the constituency of Belmopan. And I'm happy to report that through the collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, we have handed over 5 starter homes. I think many of you know the story of Ms. Nicolasa Kus, my colleague here from Toledo West. You know the story very well. 19th of February, 2019, I got a call early in the morning. Mr. Mira, somebody is knocking down my house. Miss Nicolasa Kus lived with her 2 daughters in a house that she had built herself. And why was the previous area representative and mayor knocking down her house? Because they wanted to sell the land that she was living on. Shame on them. We gathered ourselves and went to her aid. We couldn't do nothing much. They were already knocking down the house when we got there, and she was left outside under the elements to look after herself. But you know what? I promised Miss Nicolasa Kus that one day we would ensure that she had an adequate house and an adequate place to live. I am very happy to say that in December of last year, we handed over the keys to her starter home. You know why? Because the UDP destroys the PUP bills. It is part of our Plan Belize, and we are ensuring that those less fortunate get what they deserve. I have already handed over 5 houses in Belmopan, and I have 3 more to build. It's already starting to build another 3 more. And in the words of one of the daughters of one of the recipients, so Mr. Mira, finally I can sleep, and if it rain, I know I get wet. That is who we are. But we're not stopping at 8 starter homes. We will continue to ensuring that we give the opportunity to those that need that opportunity. I want to thank the Minister of Education as well. As many of you know, for me, education is the key. It has given me opportunities. It has opened up doors. And thanks to the Minister of Education, every time I send Ali request, can you please help the student? It has not been turned down. Thank you, Minister of Education. For the first time, I visited all the primary schools in Belmopan. And the less or smaller primary schools, when I spoke to the principal, this is the first time that an era rep has visited my school. This is the first time that we have gotten any kind of assistance from our era rep. Because I know that education is the key. I know that education is going to bring us out of that poverty, out of that misery that sometimes we wonder what else to do. Our children deserve the best. And in following Plan Belize, our children will have the opportunity for free education. It has already started in Southside Belize City, and we are waiting for the time that it is rolled out all over our country. The expansion of the city of Belmopan has been happening very rapidly. And as such, we need to keep up with the demand of infrastructure and basic utilities. I am pleased to announce that shortly in the area of GNW and the Belmopan area, electricity is going to be expanded. I met with the person in charge of BEL here in Belmopan, and we are formulating a plan to ensure that those households that need electricity are connected to the grid. So that is going to happen very soon. We pride ourselves here in Belmopan of being a city that does a little exercise, probably not sure, but it does. On Ring Road in the evenings and in the mornings, we can see many of our citizens during their walks and their running and their exercise. Shortly, we will be lighting all of the Ring Road with LED lights to ensure that those citizens who go and run at night will have adequate lighting. It is going to start very soon. We had embarked in the lighting of our sporting facilities here in Belmopan. And thanks to the Prime Minister and the Constituency Fund, we were able to light up GG, we were able to light up the Belmopan football field, the Salvapan football field, and shortly, very shortly next week, we will light up the Las Flores football field. Thank you, Prime Minister, for that fund which has helped all of us. And you know what? This is the difference between that side and this side. All 31 constituencies received that fund, including the member from Queen Square. A while ago, I was saying one purse there. I kind of made a wonder who made it sit down in that chair. But even the ones that don't come to the house. Madam Speaker, this budget is truly about Belize this budget is truly about how to make Plan Belize achievable. In the area of G&W, and we have had many requests to fix the road to G&W, to fix the culvert at G&W so that they are no longer stranded whenever there is a flood. And I'm pleased to say that I met with the Minister of Infrastructure, I met with the CEO, and plans are underway to ensure that we have access to G&W even when it's flooded. It is happening soon. Madam Speaker, this PUP government and myself as a representative for Belmopan take our job very seriously. It is about time that our hard-working Belizeans get the pay that they deserve. And I must say that apart from the adjustment in the minimum wage, it is indeed good news to know that our government is giving back the 10% that was necessary. It was painful for me to go to the Belize Defense Force and to the security forces and tell them, listen, you have to sacrifice with us. It was painful because I know the hard work that they do. I know that when we are in our houses sleeping, they are out there on the border patrolling. I know that when we take for granted the holidays, somebody is patrolling along that border. Because I did it for many years. And it's with great satisfaction now that I can go back to them and say, you know what? Your 10% is back. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for making sure it happened 2 years before schedule. This budget, Madam Speaker, is not just about numbers, but it's about positively changing the lives of our Belizean people. This budget supports Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to comment and support the Revenue Appropriation Bill 2022-2023. But before I begin, Madam Speaker, I would like to respond to comments made by the member for Albert Division and, I believe, leader in waiting. All of a sudden, Madam Speaker, all of a sudden, the member for Albert remembers that there are farmers in this country. All of a sudden, the member is saying that we need to subsidize the farmers, that we need fuel subsidies. Madam Speaker, for 13 years, she sat in the back there while budget after budget after budget was passed. And not a single day she stood up to say, we are going to give the farmers this support or that support. How quickly can she forget? The hypocrisy is admirable, Madam Speaker. Admirable hypocrisy when they spent $450 million Petro-Carib dollars and not a single penny went to the productive sector. I sat there, Madam Speaker, and I complained and cried and asked and pleaded that they consider the farmers. Never did they lift a finger and give the farmer a single penny. We had the worst drought in 2015, Madam Speaker. And I remember the CEO then said that the farmers lost $33 million. And they were just eating pibil and beach party, drink rum. And I remember the person who ran against me, Noreen Drugstore, declaring on national TV, not too smart of a move, declaring on national TV that yes, the Petrocarib money the Prime Minister gave her for her campaign. But not a penny went to the farmers, even when they had a drought. And a couple months after, 2 inches of rainfall in Belize City, and they flooded out. And they came to this house and approved a supplementary budget in the millions because they were going to have elections, Madam Speaker. And you know how much they put in that budget for the farmers? For the drought, because it may look bad, They can't come to the house and approve this supplementary because there's flood in Belize City and not give the farmers nothing. You know how much they put in the budget for the farmers? $20,000. $20,000 for farmers who lost $33 million. The hypocrisy is admirable, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, there was $100 million missing from Petrocarib funds, remember? Slippage? Slippage. That's slidage and not slippage. And they sit there and say, oh, no, they remember they have farmers. No, when she's on that side of the house. You see, Madam Speaker, if they had done the right things, they wouldn't have 3.5 people there. 3.5, or 3.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. 4.5, 4.25, I don't know. You see, Madam Speaker, if they would have used the Petrocarib money wisely, it must be juice. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to remind her. Another very important thing before I forget, because there's so many things I want to say, and my 35 pages won't be, you won't give me time. Madam Speaker, do you know that we are sending farmers to train in Colombia? This training was offered in 2019 for farmers. They never bothered about it. We are sending farmers to train to Colombia. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to set the record straight and again state how admirable the hypocrisy is on that side. Madam Speaker, allow me to salute the constituents of Orinduak South for their continuous, unwavering support. It is because of they who have never lost confidence in the PUP and in their humble servant that I stand here today proudly representing them. Humble servant. It is only because of them that I am here today for the 11th time. My constituents who all live in rural areas deserve the maximum respect. They deserve to enjoy the benefits of a well-governed country. For 13 years, our constituency was abandoned. It was shunned and looked down by the UDP because they chose to stand with the PUP for 3 terms. Today, Madam Speaker, that has changed, and I can assure them that under this new government, led by our Prime Minister, John Briceño, we will restore Orinduak South constituency. We will give the residents the respect they deserve, and they will enjoy the benefits of a well-governed country. For 13 years, the people of this nation suffered under corrupt, inept, arrogant, and selfish government. A government, Madam Speaker, comprised of ministers who spent, squandered, plundered, misappropriated, and abused the hard-working people of this country. They, Madam Speaker, sank this country into debt like it's never seen before. They forced the hard-working citizens into impoverished and marginalized conditions. Instead of creating jobs and opportunities for the less privileged, they converted them into beggars, into marginalized and further impoverished, miserable conditions. Never had we experienced such horrible living conditions under, yes, the UDP and the Barrow. Such high unemployment rates, poverty rates as high as 60%, spiraling unemployment, hospitals with no medication and few doctors, and generally an unmotivated, frustrated public service. Under the UDP, the few who enjoyed were the ministers, families and friends, and of course, the cronies. A few of those who benefited are not even living in Belize. They are now living in America, driving fancy cars, wining and dining of the finest and the best. There's one of them named Anwar Barrow. He's not even living in Belize. As a matter of fact, there's also a minister who does not live in Belize anymore. The former Minister of Agriculture and the former Minister of Public Works is at large and is being sought by police for criminal doings in this country. Some claim that he's in Panama, others claim that he's in America. He left behind his family, he left behind thousands of acres of land along the Belmopan and Macal River, valuable land in San Pedro, hundreds of acres in Mountain Pine Ridge, hundreds of acres in La Gracia, and he left behind 5 cattle ranches with hundreds of cattle. He also left behind, Madam Speaker, the bill for the Belizeans to pay. Yes, Madam Speaker, we in Belize are left to pay the bill, cutting costs and sacrificing the private sector, sacrificing the public servants, teachers, hard-working people of this country in order to ride the storm. A sacrifice of salary cuts, Madam Speaker, so that we meet the financial obligations of this country, while they wine and dine the best. Today, Madam Speaker, 16 months, is it 16 months? 16 months after we were elected to government, things have changed for the better. Public servants' salaries will be returned. The economy is on the rebound. Agriculture is back and stronger than it has ever been in 20 years. Every 10 pages I have a drink of water. The tourism sector is back stronger than it had ever been in 20 years. Again, under the leadership of a young, energized, and visionary minister. I may be wrong with the young part, but the visionary, I'm sure, and energized. The medical system, Madam Speaker, under both ministers, Shabat and now the newly appointed Minister Bernard, has advanced in leaps and bounds. The Ministry of Infrastructure, led by Minister Julius Espat and his CEO Victor Espat, have done tremendous doings in 16 months. They have done in 16 months what the UDP took 13 years to do. The sugar roads that were abandoned for 13 years were upgraded in 16 months or less. Not only patch work, but culverts which have been missing for 13 years, Madam Speaker, have been replaced. Never have the cane farmers seen so much advancement and improvement in sugar roads. Yes, Madam Speaker, the same can be said for my colleagues, for all my colleagues, on this side, of course. They have simply outperformed the UDP in all aspects. So that today our country is in a better economic position. It is not yet where we want to be, but it is in a far better place today, even surpassing the expectations of the IMF. And this we achieve with our own homegrown remedy. This means that we achieve this with no additional taxes to the Belizean people, no retrenchment. Everyone has their jobs. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, even some of the cronies are still in their jobs. A lot of them. And even those who had been hustling, they are still there. I don't know for how long. Madam Speaker, before I state all the good things that this government has achieved in 16 months, let me first reminisce on important setbacks, especially the member from Albert. She seemed to have forgotten the 13 years that they were in power. So let me reminisce and remind them on that side what they did to the agriculture sector. How can we forget? All of a sudden, we remember the farmers. How can we forget the death of Atanasio Gutierrez of San Victor Corozal, cane farmer shot to death by security forces? A matter which the government then failed miserably to manage. Remember, the then Prime Minister Dimbaro refused to meet with the cane farmers to address the matter and bring it to a halt. Unlike our Prime Minister, who met with cane farmers on numerous times to end the standoff a few months ago. That is how you do things, Madam Speaker. And let us not forget, again, the abandonment of the sugar roads, broken up culverts and inaccessible farm roads. Roads that have been closed for years because of simply not having a culvert. Let us remember the many droughts and other natural disasters that affected the farmers in the northern districts. Not a penny from the Petro-Carib funds was used to alleviate the productive sector. Instead, they decided to spend the funds used to alleviate the productive. Instead, they decided to spend the funds on parties, beach parties, PBIL, campaigning. That is what they use the Petro-Carib money for. Let us not forget the rice farmers. Oh yes, remember the rice farmers? If it would be left to the former Minister of Foreign Trade, Sedi Erlington, there would be no rice industry today in Belize. It is he who supported with all his might the importation of rice from Guyana. Do you remember that? The farmers had to go to court to settle that matter. Let us not forget the abandonment of the once great citrus industry, the pride of the South. The industry was dying in the hands of the UDP. It is still in the ICU at this time. And we're doing all we can to revive the industry. The UDP government cared less for that industry. Thanks to the stewardship of the Barrow and the UDP, Belize citrus industry went from producing over 7 million boxes of citrus in 2005 to 2008 to only right now 1.4 million boxes. While disease and other factors contributed to the fall in production, the UDP government stood idly by and watched as the industry crumbled. A heartless government is what the UDP government was. They stood quite comfortable, leaving the industry on life support.
Speaker,
With
on a point
Member, we
of
have a
order,
point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I pray that we can
what's the
focus.
point of
The
order?
point of order is that members have to debate the budget, Madam
Okay.
Speaker.
Thank you.
All I
Member-
am hearing
member, you were
is
late
about the
this
former
morning. Member.
administration. I'm hearing nothing about the budget, Madam Speaker.
Member,
I just want you to understand me, Madam Speaker.
No, I understand. You said the
people
point
of
of
this
order
country
is about debating
want to hear about the
matter.
budget.
Please sit. Remember, you were late, but perhaps, and for that, I will. So you would have. Member, I'm talking. We spoke about this yesterday. I was about to say to you, please, member, I was about to say to you were late, so I will excuse you for perhaps, if you'd allow me to finish, it is not a criticism of you being late. It's me trying to explain to you that I made an announcement this morning, and perhaps you may have missed it because you were late. It's not a criticism of being late. And the point that I made, and I will repeat it, is that this parliament and previous parliaments, especially for budget debates, speakers have allowed that leeway of looking in the past, looking at previous budget or budgets, and then to tie it in with the current budget that is being debated. And I reminded all members, I reminded all members to just be aware, I'm speaking members, to just be aware that you must tie into the new budget. It is not about debating the past, it's about bringing in some of the past as to why the budget is where it is, and you debate the budget. So that was mentioned. I believe the member was about doing that. No, members, member for Orange Walk South. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I believe
Thank you,
you're
member.
I
Thank
believe
you,
you're
member,
at
for sitting
page
down.
27, if I go by your count.
I was just joking, Madam Speaker. I don't have so many
Like
pages.
humor to get
But
us.
thank you, member, for sitting down and for.
Member for Orange Walk South, please proceed. Let's get
Thank
back
you,
to
Madam
track.
Speaker.
Thank you.
And let us not forget member for. Former leader of the opposition, leader of opposition. I don't know what it is now. I can't see it now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let us not forget the day when Fruta Bomba, the papaya industry in the north, packed up and left Belize. You need to learn these things, know these things. You never had the time. Tired and frustrated with the way government operated, they left Belize and established another country where they were treated with greater respect. 500 persons lost their jobs. 500 employees and their families were left in the cold, seeking for something else to do to keep their family alive. All this, they forget, 13 years is a long time. Let us not forget the hustling that used to happen at the agriculture department in Orange Walk by unstoppable cronies of the UDP. That has been corrected. Let us not forget the arrogance of the then Minister for Agriculture, Montero, who is now being sought by police, who attempted or actually forced the rice producers to drop their price, forced, without even considering the cost of producing rice. By the way, Madam Speaker, today in Orange Walk, there are only 6 rice producers. Let us not forget, Madam Speaker, that farmers harvesting potatoes lost thousands of pounds because BMDC imported containers of potatoes at the time when they were harvesting. April of 2011, Madam Speaker, when one Rokemai, not my cousin, please, at the time the manager of BMDC was forced to dump thousands of pounds of onions imported from Holland because the importation clashed with local production. And he boldly, not a smart move, took the media to witness how he was dumping 2,000 sacks of onions. Channel 7 reported in their very colorful language as usual, Jules, it was an ugly sight, not only because what was valuable food was being wasted, but also because the onions were hideously rotten and the place reeked. I think that must mean stink, I don't know. The truth of this is that farmers also lost thousands of pounds because of that wrong move. And to show you how they cared less for agriculture, Madam Speaker, the then Minister of Agriculture employed a high school teacher to run the only government research station in the country, highly technical institution. Employ a high school teacher to run a research station. Can you believe that? That is how much they cared for agriculture. And after he left, guess who they employed? A diplomat. Diplomat is still employed somewhere out there with our government. He was employed to run the only research agriculture station in this country, Central Farm. I wonder what kind of research was going on there. What they did succeed in doing, Madam Speaker, is to load up the place with a lot of cronies, a bunch of cronies. That is what they were very good at doing. But they had a reason for filling up the place with cronies, Madam Speaker. All the best expensive breed bulls that were supposedly purchased for improving the herds of small farmers in this country ended up on the farms of ministers. Today, Madam Speaker, these people have the best cattle in the country. This will never reoccur, not under this government. No minister can purchase any breeding bulls from Central Farm, not under this government. And Madam Speaker, the great cattle export lockdown of March of 2020, for no clear, justifiable reason, none, it was the greater blunder experienced at the time when the country needed foreign exchange. This was the time that farmers needed money to feed their families. They needed money to pay their employees so that they can feed their families. They locked down the export. To understand, Madam Speaker, the extreme hardship that farmers went through, you need to understand the social economic size and impact of the cattle industry. Do you know, Madam Speaker, that there are almost similar amount of cattle farmers as there are sugarcane farmers? There are 5,400 registered cane farmers, and there are 5,600 registered cattle farmers. And the majority of these farmers, Madam Speaker, own between 30 and 50 head of cattle. To stop the importation of cattle for 8.5 months is like telling the cane farmer, you cannot deliver sugar cane in 8.5 months. That is how badly it affected. 24,425 persons depend directly or indirectly on cattle farming. All cane farmers, if this would have happened, would have been bankrupt today. That's not how badly the cattle industry was affected, Madam Speaker. They were completely ignorant to the fact that the agriculture and food production in 2019 was valued at $515 million. $515 million, or 13.6% of the GDP. Of that, Madam Speaker, while everybody thought that sugar was a huge contributor, sugar was only 15%. Citrus was 10%, banana 16%, grains 15%. Livestock was 30% that year. So, Madam Speaker, if they would have been studying these figures, they would have never, ever, ever locked down the export of cattle. This, Madam Speaker, can be described as total and absolute idiocy. These are the reasons why, Madam Speaker, we inherited a weak agriculture sector, simply because of the past UDP government's negligence, lack of vision, and just gross incompetence. But God is great, Madam Speaker. And there was an election. The people made a change that today I'm certain that they do not regret. Our economy is recovering. We are bouncing back from borrowing $1 million a day and from salary cuts to increase of 12%. That is formidable. And I am proud, Madam Speaker, to stand here with our Prime Minister, John Briceño, and to be a part of the team that is working to improve the economy and the livelihood of every single Belizean. Madam Speaker, in the Corozal Free Zone, we reopened the free zone, implementing appropriate health protocols and employing up to 1,200 persons, Madam Speaker. The Corozal Free Zone employees take home today, $1,200,000 in monthly salaries. In Citrus, Madam Speaker, under Prime Minister John Briceño's leadership, it is our desire to get the industry back on track and spin the wheels of the citrus industry and make it proud once again. This, Madam Speaker, the government of Belize has agreed to put its money where its mouth is by allocating $15 million over the next 3 years. This is in loan financing, Madam Speaker, from DFC. In the non-traditional fruits, Madam Speaker, there is the non-traditional fruit sector. The non-traditional fruit sector has never been, the interest has never been as high as it is today. Again, thanks to a clearly devised plan. Do you know, Madam Speaker, we have right now 23,000 acres of coconuts in Belize? Do you know we have 60,000 acres of sugarcane, right? Well, we have 23,000 acres of coconuts in the country right now for coconut water and
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any order opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order of paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sittings at any hour do opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
So, Madam Speaker, 23,000 acres of coconut in the country today for freshwater and for oil purposes. As we speak, Madam Speaker, right now, land is being cleared and prepared in Orinduak and Corozal for the production of 1,000 acres of coconuts. We are diversifying the agriculture base in the north. A processing plant is already in the country. And as we, Madam Speaker, are doing this, we are inviting the farmers in the north to join as part of our diversification policy. We will share the feasibility study with the farmers. We will train technicians. We will train the farmers on the best available technology for coconut production in the north. This we will do, Madam Speaker, through procurement of financing from the Development Finance Corporation. We will diversify the agriculture base in the north and across the country. Madam Speaker, we are delivering on Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, large and small-scale coconut oil processing operations are popping up all across Belize. In fact, in 2021, apart from the continued expansion of the local market for coconut water, Belize still managed to export 2 containers of coconut oil to Jamaica. At the same time, Madam Speaker, to boost the agro-processing and value-adding, our government has waived the import duty on all agro-processing machinery and equipment, including packaging and labeling. We are delivering, Madam Speaker, on Plan Belize. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, the Prime Minister will be inaugurating the first of its kind in the country of Belize. Again, only under a PUP government, we will inaugurate the UHT milk plant in Belize, ultra high temperature milk plant in Belize, the first of its kind. No longer will the milk spoil in your refrigerator, Madam Speaker. UHT milk has a shelf life of 90 days. 90 days. So, Madam Speaker, this is history in its making. We are delivering on Plan Belize, and for this, Madam Speaker, and for the record, please, 40% of milk farmers are Hispanic or non-Mennonite, so to speak. For the record. To facilitate the continued growth of the coconut industry, Madam Speaker, we have established special ties with the research institution in Mexico, INEFAP, and CICI. We have placed an order of 6,000 hybrid nuts from Jamaica. The industry is expanding, Madam Speaker. By working closely with producers and CPBL factory, pineapple production and processing has set a record. A total of 1.55 million pounds of pineapple were delivered to CPBL factory in 2021. And the projections for 2022 is that 2.2 million pounds of pineapples will be processed by CPBL factory. There is now 450 acres of pineapple established in Belize, most of which is of the Sugarloaf variety used for our local market. However, the interest for planting MD2 varieties is increasing, and we are expanding in that area too. And, Madam Speaker, soursop is also taking roots as a new commodity in Belize. There is about 1,060 acres of soursop planted in Belize today, and in 2021, Belize exported its first container of soursop concentrate. This year, however, the processing facilities already have 2 containers ready to be exported, and as the young trees grow and produce more, Production is expected to rise. But not only sourced pulp is being exported, Madam Speaker. As we speak, the leaves of sourced are being exported. Green leaves for green tea and the dry leaves for brown tea. This, Madam Speaker, is happening in our country today. And as we look for niche markets, Madam Speaker, our technicians are propagating at this time dragon fruit, better known as pitahaya. Our plan is to expand production targeting the U.S. niche markets. The price for this fruit at this time is $5 US a pound. This is an excellent opportunity for small farmers. So our technicians at this time are propagating and multiplying seeds for this. Rice in Toledo was dead. Under the UDP, it was dead. The rice mill was closed down in 2016. Production fell from 8 million pounds to 2 million pounds. Today, we have cranked up the mill and the BMDC has milled 800,000 pounds. As our agriculture team and BMDC team visit farmers and villages, the interest in producing rice is growing. This year, there was an increase of 200,000 pounds. Farmers are selling to BMDC, to Guatemala, and to millers in Spanish Lookout. As our campaign continues, we do expect that there is going to be a rise in production, and hopefully Toledo will rebound in rice production. Madam Speaker, a main source of foreign exchange earner to the Belizean economy is livestock. With the cattle market to Guatemala on lockdown in 2020, exports fell by 12,600 animals, leading to losses of $15 million. With the reopening of the export market to Guatemala in November 2020, when we won, and the expansion now to the Mexican market, exports have increased in 2021 to 42,405 animals. This has resulted in foreign exchange earnings of $50 million. This, Madam Speaker, this is under the PUP. We are delivering on Plan Belize. Greenhouse, Madam Speaker, food sovereignty is critical to us. COVID-19 taught us a very important lesson. We must produce more of what we consume. Our ministry has erected 15 greenhouses across the country, and the demand for greenhouses is high. We will be installing 40 more greenhouses before September. At this time, Madam Speaker, all greenhouses are operational and not abandoned like under the UDP. We have numerous backyards and school gardens across the country. Again, the demand for seedlings is great. And as schools reopen, the demand is increasing. Before September, we will be installing 25 backyard and school gardens. Madam Speaker, all this is happening under the PUP. Madam Speaker, we are delivering on Plan Belize. We are grateful to the Japanese government who, through JICA, donated 4 40-foot cold storage facilities for our farmers. The BMDC has invested in 2 facilities, bringing it to 6 cold storage facilities of 40 feet, each with 100,000 pounds holding capacity. Madam Speaker, 100,000 pounds weekly is what our country consumes. Our aim is to be self-sufficient in onions and potatoes. Our aim is to have 4 months' worth of storage capacity. That is 16 40-foot cold storage facilities, which means that there will be no need to import onions nor potatoes. We will keep our dollars at home. That, Madam Speaker, is called food sovereignty, and it can only happen, is only happening under the PUP. We are indeed delivering on Plan Belize. And yesterday, Madam Speaker, I had to make myself absent for a short while. Yesterday, we received the visit of personnel from AMEXID, Agencia Mexicana de Cooperación Internacional para el Desarrollo. Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister made his visit to Mexico to meet President Andrés Manuel Lopez Obrador, the President invited us to join a project by the name Sembrando Vida, a regional project which is being implemented in El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico, and now they have asked us to participate. Madam Speaker, 2,000 Belizean producers and their families will benefit from this project. In Mexico alone, this project provides assistance to 200,000 farmers. It's a huge project, Madam Speaker, and we welcome the assistance from the President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. But, Madam Speaker, yes, he will be visiting Belize shortly in May, in the 6th of April. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we hope to launch this Amexid project on the day that the President is here. We thank President Andrés Manuel López Obrador and the government of Mexico for such a kind gesture. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned in his budget presentation that our economy is rebounding. And one of the reasons why, Madam Speaker, is because agriculture is increasing. For example, Madam Speaker, Irish potato went from 2.6 million pounds to 3.1 million pounds. Carrots from 1.2 million pounds to 1.35 million pounds. Onions from 2.6 million pounds to 2.9 million pounds. Broccoli from 85,000 pounds to 154,000 pounds. Cauliflower from 94,000 pounds to 150,000 pounds. Celery from 80,000 pounds to 210,000 pounds. This, Madam Speaker, is only vegetables. If I speak about grains, I will take another 2 hours, so I won't do that. Madam Speaker, matters pertaining to my constituency, as the economy bounces back, we're investing on improving the quality of lives of our constituents. We are not where we want to be yet, and I'm certain that our residents understand that. We are getting there slowly. Most of the Sugar Roads, Madam Speaker, and you will understand that Orindrak South is a farming community. Most of the Sugar Roads are maintained very well by the minister responsible for roads, Madam Speaker. Never have we seen the Sugar Roads in such good condition as they are today. We have cleaned up, Madam Speaker, all the dump sites in the villages and disposed of the garbage properly. We are now addressing the streets in the villages as we speak. We have maintained, repaired all streets in Yo Creek village, and with the bulldozer, Madam Speaker, with the Constituency Development Fund, we have opened new streets where there were houses and no streets, so people have access to their homes now. As we speak right now, Madam Speaker, they are taking culverts to Yo Creek, which we hope to start laying down tomorrow. These residents, Madam Speaker, have lived for 13 years in Yo Creek with no access to their homes. We have changed that. We are improving the lives of these people. New streets have been opened in San Carlos and Indian Church. New streets in Yo Creek. We have now purchased culverts to place in new expansions in Yo Creek and in San Lazaro. We are now completing the street repairs in San Lazaro. That's supposed to finish today, Madam Speaker. And we will also place culverts there too. As we open up and sports become alive, we are now repairing the light facilities on the football fields. And this is for San Lazaro and for Agaspan Ridge. As tournaments commence, we are now investing in sports equipment, jerseys, footballs, and sponsoring tournaments. Each village council now has a brand new riding mower to look after the football field and the parks in the villages. We continue to provide residents with food packages as we continue to recover from the effects of COVID. We will commence the application process for those who qualify for the amnesty program so that they can legalize their status in Belize. All streets in the villages will be repaired. Madam, all this is occurring under a PUP government. Madam Speaker, we are delivering on Plan Belize. In closing, Madam Speaker, I must salute all the farmers of this beautiful country. Indeed, they must be applauded for their hard work, their diligence, and their bravery. When everyone was hiding and protecting themselves and their families from COVID-19, the farmers were still out there producing food to feed the nation. They are, Madam Speaker, the greatest. And finally, Madam Speaker, to the great staff of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, thanks for the great support you have given. I thank them for placing their trust and their confidence in us and for quickly adapting to the new approach we have taken. Whatever achievement we have made in agriculture, in the agriculture sector, it is because of them. Any minister, Madam Speaker, any minister is only as good as the people he or she surrounds himself with. Thank you once again. God bless you, God bless the farmers, and God bless Belize.
Recognize the member for Fiscal.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, good residents of Pigstock, and all Belizeans across our beautiful nation, I want to say good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I have been, as I come to these House meetings, I usually drink my water and mind my own business. But I hear that our colleague from the Albert Division has an ad with me when we were at the Belize Tourism Board together. And then I listened to her today, and I wondered if she knocked her head somewhere and forgot that she was the Director of Tourism for 9 out of the 10 years that we were in government, because she said under the UDP administration, we saw the biggest growth in tourism. And we know that they have fudged the numbers, because we've gone back and looked at the numbers, and I see that there are some corrections, because I heard that there was a big celebration when they said that they got 500,000 in overnight arrivals at the BTB. They had big celebration, champagne, the bus, and all kind of thing happened, right? And we know that's not true now. And then I listened to the member from Mesop yesterday in his ill-prepared presentation. And this brother got, sorry, the member from Mesop has the face of brass to say that under his watch, he would manage the finances of the people of Belize better than we are over this side. Now, he can't even manage his own finances. And so how he do that for the Belizean people? And then both of them spoke in length about the great work that the UDP administration did in managing the economy of Belize. But they forgot to say that poverty had double-digit increases from 40 to 52%. Crime increased, dropout rates increased. Housing was a sick joke for the Belizean people. And they forgot all of these things. And they expect us to fix 13 years of destruction of the Belizean economy in a year and a few months. It is highly impossible, and we have to continue to repeat that to the Belizean people. It will take time, but we have done great work in the last 15 months under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño. Madam Speaker, this month is Women's Month. So please allow me to acknowledge and highlight some of the great women who have served the tourism industry over the years and who have helped to build the industry to where it is now. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of those women who have passed. The late Jean Shaw and the late Sarita Tillett. These women were a part of the foundation of the tourism industry in Belize. And there are so many women, including you, Madam Speaker. You have worked tirelessly over the years for the growth and development of the tourism industry in Belize. So I salute you as well. Women like Alice Bowman, Sally McCurkle, Maria Vega, Lucy Fleming, Mariam Robertson, Dalia Castillo, Rosita Mai, Rosella Zabane, and yes, the member from Albert, Tracy Panton, the soon-to-be 15th, 16th, 17th leader of the opposition. And lastly, my own CEO, Nicole Solano. We celebrate these women and salute them. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. And now, please allow me to refer to my notes as I inform this honorable House and the Belizean people about the work that we are doing in the Ministry of Diaspora Relations, which includes the Belize Tourism Board and the Border Management Agency. Madam Speaker, for our government, and like any business in the private sector, the formulation of a budget is a crucial exercise to the success or failure of that administration or business. So, for the last 2 years, we have taken this approach very seriously. What we don't have here is a cut and paste budget. We have reviewed, analyzed, and ventilated the numbers so that we can deliver the goods and services for the Belizean people. As leaders during a very difficult time in our history, we have to find the balance between fiscal prudence and social and economic development. What you won't see in this budget is unbridled and irresponsible borrowing. What you won't see in this budget is wasteful spending. We're doing the right things in the best interest of the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, in just 1 year, we have placed our economy on the right path. We had to dig our way out of a deep hole that the previous administration left us in. The Barrow administration was on sustainable borrowing $1 million per day. Unemployment was at 30%, and this is now at 9.2% because of Plan Belize and this PUP government. The poverty rate was at 52% and even more after COVID. And we are dealing with that as well. The debt to GDP ratio fell from 133% to 108%. Madam Speaker, this alone is a remarkable accomplishment to achieve in only 1 year. Madam Speaker, we realize that we have to do better for our people. How can the leader of the opposition say that the Barrow administration worked for the betterment of the Belizean people when more people became poor during their tenure? During the 13 years of UDP rule, the middle class was decimated and more people were thrust into abject poverty. The economy was left in tatters. Crime got out of control with an increase in school dropouts. There were no meaningful investments in improving our people's lives. There was no plan for housing for our people. Like I said before, it was a sick joke. But in one short year, we have reversed these trends, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the only way we can reverse the growing poverty rate in our country is by growing the economy in an equitable way. We have to continue to meaningfully create opportunities for all people and not just a select few. We can't have the wealthy talking about generational wealth when the masses struggle to make ends meet. We need a Belize that has equal opportunity for all. We need a Belize that is moving in the right direction for all Belizeans, and we are working towards that as a government, Madam Speaker. We realize that diversifying the economy is crucial to the development of our nation. My friend, the Minister of Agriculture, has been blazing trails and ensuring that we have improved food security. And my friend, who is responsible for the blue economy, is also blazing trails. Madam Speaker, the Investment Summit signaled to the world that we are open for business. As a government, we realize that being ranked at 135 for the ease of doing business is absolutely unacceptable, and this is now being addressed. So after one budget period, the Belizean economy is on a path of true development and expansion. Jump high or jump low, this turnaround is as a result of Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bojo Bantan says it's not an easy road. Like Bojo, I must say that the road traveled over the last 2 years has not been easy, especially for the tourism industry in Belize and around the world. It is an understatement when people say that the travel and tourism industry experienced a shock like no other. Madam Speaker, globally, the tourism industry reported a 75% decrease in international travel, resulting in a $1.6 trillion decrease in revenue compared to 2019. During the height of the pandemic, 325 million tourism workers lost their jobs, and millions of dollars in investments were put on hold. In Belize, small and large tourism businesses were on the brink of closure, and over 40,000 Belizeans were out of work. We too lost 75% of our overnight arrivals and close to 100% of cruise tourism. Madam Speaker, when 40% of our country's GDP disappears overnight, it has a crippling effect on the overall economy. During the course of the last 15 months, we have had to roll up our sleeves, put on our thinking caps, and work at a frenetic pace to rebuild the most important industry in Belize, Madam Speaker. I know many Belizeans may not realize, but it was a Herculean task, and many days we worked well into the night designing the solutions to every single problem that was thrown our way as a result of the pandemic. But we recognize the urgency, and we put in work. With our relentless resolve to overcome the challenges, we were able to implement the safety standards, encourage tourism workers to get vaccinated early, and safely reopen. Today, we can honestly say that we have surpassed all expectations. true public and private sector partnership, we have navigated through the rough seas of COVID, and now we're seeing blue skies ahead of us. And Madam Speaker, Belize has done this in only 1 year, even though many experts said it would take 3 to 4 years to rebound. The World Tourism Organization projected that in 2021, the world would have regained anywhere between 30 and 50% of the pre-COVID tourism performance. However, when all was said and done, 2021 only recorded a 20% rebound globally, plagued by the Delta and Omicron waves, by labor shortages, airlift shortages, closing borders, and an uncertain travel market. Even now, we have additional variants of concern. Yet, the Central American and Caribbean regions led the way globally in recovery, with Belize being one of the leaders in the tourism rebound. In 2021, Belize saw about 50% recovery in tourism performance, even though the borders were partly closed and there were many restrictions that were not conducive for a vacation destination like Belize. And for 2022, the numbers have been even more optimistic. Madam Speaker, January, February, and March, we are hovering around 75 to 80% of the 2019 figures. By formulating an effective recovery plan, by employing prudent fiscal management, and by injecting a level of creativity and innovativeness, we can proudly say that the tourism industry is well on its way to full recovery. And everyone can see the recovery taking place, Madam Speaker. Just look at the tourist activity at the international airport. Just look out into the Belize City and Placentia harbors. On almost any day of the week, you will see a cruise ship, or 2 or 3 or even 4 on some days. Look at our land borders and seaports, Madam Speaker. They are finally open and people are passing through. Like the PM said last week, the decision to reopen was the right one, and it took cojones. We're starting to see more and more movement of tourists all across all entry points. Most importantly, our people are back to work, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned work, let me say now that the tourism industry must move toward achieving a minimum wage of $5 per hour for those who are not currently earning that amount. And I am working closely with Minister Rekenya to ensure that this process is done in a systematic way and that it's rolled out as quickly as possible. And I must say that I'm impressed with his team at the Labor Department, at the work that they're doing there as well. Madam Speaker, moving forward, we must improve the experience of our guests as they come across our borders and through the Philip Goldson International Airport. It is most critical that we reorganize and upgrade our airport so that it can better accommodate and improve the visitor experience. Madam Speaker, 80% of the people who visit Belize come by plane, as you know. We must develop our seaports to properly service the cruise ships and private vessels that call on Belize. The cruise lines have stated clearly to us that tendering will not be an option for the larger ships that are being built and commissioned. It is just not feasible. With the work that we're putting in and with the confidence and respect that we've earned from the cruise executives, I know that with a proper docking facility, we can increase the numbers in a sustainable way. And we must also upgrade our border facilities to provide a better traveler experience for all passengers arriving by land and sea. Madam Speaker, let's look for a moment at the newly established Diaspora Unit, which has done a tremendous amount of work in the last year in making connections with the Belizean diaspora. We have approximately 300 to 350,000 Belizeans living all across the world, and most of our brothers and sisters have a natural affinity to their motherland. They have spending power, Madam Speaker. They have exposure. Many are trained professionals, and they want to be connected to home. So, more than just the $270 million in remittances, they have so much more to contribute. This is why our plan incorporates regular meetings with them in their communities. Contributions from the diaspora have already started, such as the Donate to Educate campaign. Other areas for donations include medical supplies, laptops, food items, hygiene supplies, and other useful items. Listen to this, Madam Speaker. By the end of this year, or by the end of this fiscal, we would have received close to $1 million in donations from Belizeans and other donors abroad. We are now working with Build Belize, Inc., a newly established nonprofit organization with 501c3 status in the US. Build Belize will assist us in attracting additional support from abroad and assist members of our diaspora in making positive changes at home. Thanks to Ambassador Murphy, Sandra, and the team at the Diaspora Unit. Turning to the Border Management Agency, Madam Speaker, and what we found there was a true mess, and this has taken a lot of work to turn around. We were able to significantly improve the organization's financial position over the last year. Over the last year, we've taken the BMA from being in the red to recording profits for the first time in a long time. And in this fiscal year, we will streamline its operations and improve the border crossing experience. Let me just say that even though it has been challenging, day by day we're making marked improvements in the experiences for our visitors and Belizeans traveling in and out of Belize. Madam Speaker, as you also know, 20% of our total overnight visitors come through our land borders and seaports, and we believe that they can increase and that we can increase this number exponentially by focusing on the cross-border traffic between Belize and Mexico, and Belize and Guatemala. Thanks to Yashin, Janelle, and their team over at BMA for all the work that they're doing. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to say that by December of 2021, Belize had regained most of our international airlift. And in addition, we attracted 2 new airlines that will inject an additional $80 million into the Belizean economy. And we're not stopping there. Our work continues with the Aviation Development Committee with the objective for attaining more regional connections, as well as our industry's elusive first direct flight from Europe. Our team has recently just returned from the Routes America conference, and based on the level of work that we have been doing and to engage airline partners, we are confident that there are at least 2 new cities coming to our airlift roadmap later this year. Thanks to Anthony, Nico, Evan, and Enrique for all the work and support that they've been doing. Thanks to Minister Pires as well, who has worked with us tirelessly to ensure these things happen. Like I've said on many occasions, airlift to Belize is a lifeblood of the tourism industry. We have also devised a plan that could turn Belize into a regional hub for Central America, and we are confident that we will garner the full support of our partners at the airport. Madam Speaker, Belize is putting its best foot forward to attract new airlift and build new tourist routes to our country. Madam Speaker, in the cruise industry, while we started slowly, by November and December of last year, we were already seeing 80% recovery rates, and we expect to be about 90% of pre-COVID numbers by the end of 2022. The horizon for cruise tourism looks promising, and we look forward to Belize having its second cruise docking facility sometime soon. This will ensure that we remain competitive within the region and build on the opportunities for Belize City and surrounding communities. Looking at 2022 and beyond, we are projecting that Belize will be ahead of global benchmarks. This will be possible due to corrections in the supply chain, increased employment in the services sector, and more travel confidence in tandem with our aggressive marketing initiatives that we have embarked on. 2022 is projected to be a robust year, so Belize must think beyond just meaningful recovery. We have the opportunity to become leaders in the post-COVID tourism era and thrive like never before. But we must be hungry for it. We must have passion, dream it, design it, and execute it with excellence. We can't end this year reflecting on missed opportunities. Madam Speaker, for the remainder of the fiscal year, we will continue to bring much needed attention to our tourism businesses. We started the process by helping many who are reeling from the shutdown and from the lack of proper support programs. We were able to offer an exemption on renewal of tour guide and tour operators license last year. Then we rolled out a small grants program that helped over 600 micro and small businesses to get back to work. We are now following this up with an IDB-funded matching grants program that is being executed as we speak. We also recently rolled out a lease-to-own vehicle program to support the restart of the industry, and will continue to source low-interest financing options for tourism businesses at our local banks. And Madam Speaker, the loud cries of our industry regarding high fuel prices have been heard by this government. We understand that the cost of fuel is a tremendous burden on the private sector and our citizens, but we will do everything possible to ease this burden. And I know that the Prime Minister is working tirelessly to find some solutions, and we have some recommendations as well. Madam Speaker, we will continue to place great emphasis on infrastructure development. Just within a few months of being in office, with the support of the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Honorable Junior Sespat, we have done a significant amount of road improvements, including the ATM and Hopkins roads, and works have started on the road to Calpitch. We will also work on the Malakate and Luban-Tun roads. I promise you, my brother, that we'll get at least 3 miles done, and we will do so. The stretch leading to Secret Beach on North Ambergris and a portion of the street leading to the Kikaka Aerodrome will also be upgraded. We'll also improve the front street in Punta Gorda. We're working on cultural and visitor centers in St. Bite and Tea Kettle, as well as markets in Dangriga and San Pedro. We plan to improve the Tarpon feeding area in Kikaka. We have advanced with works at major archaeological sites in southern Belize, as well as at popular sites in Mountain Pine Ridge under the Sustainable Tourism Program #2. And we're doing this with relatively a small amount of money, Madam Speaker. Again, thanks to Josue and his team at the BTB for their hard work and dedication. Madam Speaker, and I think you know this, from my calculations, under the UDP administration, they squandered close to $100 million in the name of tourism development with nothing to show for it. We're doing this with less than $5 million. In the area of marketing, Madam Speaker, and that's the main function of the Belize Tourism Board, we continue to be very proud of Belize's image and brand that we've created internationally. Last year, we completely overhauled our marketing strategy to integrate more digital and online platforms. We started the year off with the Belize Exhale campaign, highlighting Belize's open spaces. During the pandemic, people needed to de-stress. They needed to get out of their work from home lives and escape to a destination where they could breathe easy in the great outdoors. Today, people all over the world still need this, and Belize is the answer. Soon after that, we launched the Grab Life campaign, reaching millions of potential visitors and creating a buzz for travel to Belize. We garnered a total of 2.7 billion impressions, driving 2.2 million visitors to the travelbelize.org website and our online travel agents. We will continue to expand our market reach and strengthen the Belize brand through a data-driven marketing approach. We executed major initiatives and activations this past year, including the Belize Digital Marketing Summit and the first ever Belize Virtual Trade Show. One of our most popular and exciting activations was the Empire State Building takeover for World Wellness Day. A new Belize travel app was launched, and we did a total redesign of our website, which incorporates an itinerary planner and booking feature. We were featured in major travel publications such as Condé Nast, Destinations I Do, Forbes, NextJet, MSN Lifestyle, Family Vacation, and Men's Journal. And we have a big one coming out sometime in May, but I have been gagged and they say I can't mention that one, but that is going to be a big, big one. Belize was also exposed to over 10 million passengers on United and American Airlines via their in-flight program. We will continue to position Belize in key target markets as a premier tourism destination in Central America and the Caribbean. We will pitch stories that focus on timely news and promote the destination's cultural diversity, remote outdoor activities, and romantic offerings. We will continue to emphasize Belize's easy access and showcase all the direct flight options from the various cities in the United States, Canada, and Central America. This will influence travel decisions and drive growth in visitations, occupancy, and visitor spend. Sustainability is at the forefront of the international traveler's mind, and this will continue to grow. Our Belize Barrier Reef and our protected areas are at the center of our global marketing efforts. New programs such as the Long Stay Visitor Program will continue to encourage the rising digital nomad market to prioritize Belize for their work while they vacation experience. We continue to focus on the US and Canada markets, but there is a lot of untapped opportunity in neighboring Mexico and Guatemala, not to mention multi-destination travel and linkages with Central and South America. Our plan is to tap into these regional markets heavily. We will also make inroads into the European market in this coming year with a focus on the UK, Germany, France, and the Netherlands, thanks to Michelle and her team at the BTB as well. Madam Speaker, there is an urgency to plan properly and to execute efficiently. Together with our partners, we have begun to engage in a critical exercise. In conjunction with the University of Belize, we have commenced the updating of the National Sustainable Tourism Master Plan, a process that will set a reinvigorated 10-year roadmap for tourism development in Belize. We will also be updating the National Cruise Policy. We believe it is time to once again be visionaries and establish a 10-year path for the development in the cruise sector in Belize. The last time that document was revised was when I did it maybe in 2006 or 7. To complement this strategic planning, Madam Speaker, we will see revolutionary new programs to support our industry, such as a new national training program for the sector called Elevate. This program will focus on key areas such as service excellence, food and beverage, specialized tour guide and emergency response, business development support, health and safety, and security skills. This program will train at least 500 Belizeans annually, Madam Speaker. You know what the budget was, what we found at the BTB for training? $26,000 a year. We're going to up that to close to $1 million a year, Madam Speaker, because we believe that if we're going to compete, we have to have skilled people at all levels of our industry. Our tour guide training program will be restructured, including an evaluation of this training, of the training costs, in order to make it more accessible to our people. Madam Speaker, you know what we found? The tour guide training program costs a Belizean close to maybe $1,700 to $2,000 Belize dollars to go through that program. We want to bring that down to around $300 to $400 so that many Belizeans can access the training. Tourism represents 40% of GDP, so I use 40 pages just for show I'll be married. We're soon done. No, double space. In evaluating the overall tourism training needs, we have determined that priority must be placed on developing a national training institute that can provide high-level training for our industry. And we're partnering with the Ministry of Education on that as well. We have commenced a task force made up of key industry partners, educators, and our national university. We are focused on improving the service levels in our industry while ensuring that Belizeans are engaged at the highest level. Other areas include the development of culture and culinary tourism, a music and entertainment program for tourism, a brand new international music festival, which we want to launch during the later part of July and leading into August. Huh? You want to lead Jazine? All right. We will also be engaging investors on hotel development, as well as the establishment of world-class marinas in Belize. Thanks to Abila and his team for their work. Madam Speaker, to lead in any industry, in any organization, in anything at all, one must first have the right mindset based on the determination, hard work, and vision. We're very aware that the demands are high, so we must be laser focused, and led by the Prime Minister, we have to be laser focused. We currently have about 900 licensed hotels, 350 licensed tour operators, and close to 2,000 licensed tour guides in our industry. But just as the private sector holds us accountable each and every step of the way, that must also be reciprocated. While we can all appreciate that many of our tourism businesses and services providers are still in the process of recovery, we are also coming to a juncture of not only market readiness, but of market competitiveness. We must do all we can to position ourselves internationally as a viable and competitive travel destination. To do so, we all must do our part to grow and improve our industry and our country. As a result, Madam Speaker, I call on all our industry stakeholders to answer the call for excellence in everything we do on a daily basis. As you know, Madam Speaker, the tourism industry creates very important intersectoral linkages to many other industries in our country. Tourism is important to agriculture, to fisheries, to transportation, to culture, to construction, to real estate, and for you, Prime Minister, for taxes too. And the list goes on. Madam Speaker, tourism continues to be the mainstay in our socio-economic development, and I'm happy to say that the state of the industry is strong. It is resilient. Tourism will no doubt remain an integral part of Belize's growth and evolution into the future. Madam Speaker, the people of Fiscal will benefit even more this year as a result of this budget. They will benefit from the education budget. They will benefit from the housing budget. They will benefit from the human development budget. They will benefit from the health budget. They will begin to work more. They will begin to earn more. Madam Speaker, over the last year, we completed Victoria Street. We completed Pitts Alley. We completed Belmopan Street. And during this fiscal year, we will upgrade Mahogany Street. We will upgrade Ebony Street. We will upgrade Morning Glory Street. And we will upgrade Santa Barbara Street. To ensure that we ignite a spirit of work, we will launch the Change Agent Builders Hub for Fiscal. This hub will provide an opportunity for women to make and bottle shampoo, soap, and conditioner, which can go into the hotel rooms in our industry. We will also invest in our woodwork and craft factory, whereby our people can produce high-end crafts that will be sold in our gift shops and stores across the country. Truly, Madam Speaker, I'm tired of seeing made in China and hecho in Mexico and Guatemala. And Madam Speaker, next week, we will be having the groundbreaking of Berger Field. The improvement of this field was promised about 3 times under the previous administration. And so even though it's in the Albert division, a lot of people in Fiscal. So I will invite you, member from Albert, to that launching. So we have a magnificent plan for it. I will send you the plans as well. It will be something that we are going to be proud of on the south side. And like the DPM said yesterday, we will uplift the facilities on Mahogany Street into a modern food hub and destination where people can enjoy the real, authentic vibe of Belize City. We'll also be improving some of the infrastructure at the schools that can be found in Fiscal. And the Minister of Education has said to me that he will be willing to help us in that process. So I thank him for all his support and all the support in educating our people from the Fiscal division. Madam Speaker, I truly believe that our people should live in decency. And with that in mind, we will kick off our home improvement program and will begin the construction of a few homes. And Madam Speaker, by the end of our first term, I am convinced that this PUP administration will help more Belizeans own a piece of land and a decent home. We will help more young people finish school. We will help more Belizeans have access to decent wages. Madam Speaker, the folks on the other side of the House would want everyone to believe that we're failing the Belizean people. But that is a part of their job, I guess. I just want to remind all Belizeans that that crowd over there had almost 13 years to set our country back for almost 2 decades. To end, I wish to acknowledge all our fellow tourism workers and businesses, all our brave frontline workers, all Belizeans that have contributed to the reopening of our industry. You are brave and resilient. Thank you for your continued support. Let us continue to move forward together. Madam Speaker, I support this budget and I thank you for giving me the time.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, please allow me to read through my notes as I make my presentation on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2022-2023. And I want to make a few remarks in Spanish as well, Madam Speaker. I have a large population in my constituency,
Can you just,
that knows-
translate it?
I will do it. I will speak both in English and Spanish
Okay.
for the benefit of all. Madam Speaker, the 2022-2023 budget presentation is nothing more than a rehashing of the same as last year, where spending continues unabated on the very same activities, lacking in transparency and accountability, and void in any compassion for the Belizean woman, man, and young person who are suffering because they cannot get jobs, cannot afford the rising cost of goods, or continue their education because it is simply not affordable. What is new and innovative in this budget? What is the outcome of the widely publicized investment summit and the savings from the new budget? We see the same industries and the government taking credit for all the infrastructure work that started under the UDP administration. They take credit for the Blue Bond initiative that was started and pioneered under our administration. They take credit for the growth in medium, small, and micro enterprise and the ingenuity of our Belizean entrepreneurs during the most difficult and unprecedented first year of the pandemic. But they are silent on the fact that it is this UDP administration that provided the support to our businesses during the most difficult year of the pandemic. They boast about savings from the Blue Bond debt restructuring. Where is that saving? How is it helping our teachers, our students, our single mothers, our youths who are desperately looking for work or seeking higher education? How much longer are we to wait for Plan Belize to reveal the solutions to grow the economy and to ensure that everybody wins? This is the second year the Prime Minister presents a budget to the Belizean people that is simply just rehashing the same spending, and more spending. This year's budget is one that undertakes to address public debt by the continued exploitation of the Belizean people by way of taxes that are hitting the Belizean families at its core. It is one that is inclusive, yes, to the extent that the poor has to pay more on taxes. It is inclusive, yes, to the extent that marginalized families are left out in the cold to struggle for their everyday needs. It is one where this government is not bringing any sort of relief to Belizeans at a time when the cost of living has hit the skies. It is one where we see governments in our neighboring countries expanding measures to alleviate the high cost of living, to give to its people some peace of mind and hope that there is a government standing alongside with them to take the hit. This is obviously not the case in our beloved Belize. This year is proving to be one of the most challenging and difficult years for all Belizeans. I had said it before, and I will continue to alarm the Belizean people that we are heading into some extremely turbulent waters this particular year. For the rank and file, the brunt of the hit can no longer be cushioned. The daily demanding task of putting food on the table has become a difficult one to achieve. People not eat, yet cronies continue to cream and feast over the resources of this nation. Children are going to schools without having a decent meal or breakfast. For those who can afford something to eat, mothers are looking at ramen or other canned foods to feed their families on. No longer can a mother go to the corner shop, to the corner store, and choose among the different items available to buy. Her mission is to buy the cheapest item, and in many instances, the unhealthiest items she can afford. The order of the day is to buy whatever you can with the shillings that you have available. Inflation in this country has hit historic levels. Prices from the basic food items, agricultural inputs, to fuel have skyrocketed. And in my opinion, the Belizean people are just starting to feel the pinch of the tip of the iceberg. Inflation will explode, and the Belizean people, particularly those in the socially marginalized sectors of our country, will get hit the most. And yes, the war on Ukraine is to blame to a certain extent. But the golden question is, what is the government doing in the face of this massive crisis? Where are the social programs to alleviate the indigent and those displaced by the pandemic and the crisis? Where are the social programs that will reduce the cost of food prices to the Belizean families? Where are the social programs that will shoulder the rising cost of living and will ensure that families can send their children with at least a decent meal to school? How are we addressing the rising fuel prices? What relief is being considered for the bus owners, tour operators, and the thousands and thousands of employees who have to travel every day while struggling to pay on the highest prices of fuel? Well, according to our dear Prime Minister, we should walk. Where are the social programs that will assist farmers with the ever-increasing cost of production? Where are the incentive programs that will stimulate the agro-productive sector so that they can survive the high cost of production and remain competitive? There is nothing to alleviate the struggles for the Belizean people. Nada, nada, nada. Nothing. But what we can see is a government that instead of assisting farmers goes on attack mode and taxes the farmers even more. This is the case with our cane farmers, our cañeros up north, whose fuel subsidy has been slashed by 16%, or 70 cents per gallon of diesel. 70 cents per gallon of diesel. Is this the solution to your problem, to your public debt restructuring? Is this the solution of Plan Belize? A direct hit to our cañeros by increasing the taxes on them at a time when the bag of fertilizer, and I'm speaking about a 110 bag, Madam Speaker, costs over $100. At a time when the cost of pesticides and herbicides have increased by over 240%. At a time when the cost of tires, oil, and spare parts continue to increase by the day. At a time when our cañeros are heavily indebted to their banks and other financial institutions and are awaiting an incentive from this government. Bienvenidos, cañeros, a la era en donde todos pagamos y tenemos que pagar más. Welcome to the era where we as farmers, as cane farmers, we have to pay, and under this administration, we have to pay more. And I will take the remarks of the Prime Minister. Tighten your seatbelts. This was the message from our beloved Prime Minister to our cane farmers. I reiterate, Madam Speaker, that our UDP administration, in the face of the peak of COVID-19, not once did we consider cutting back on the subsidies from the sugarcane farmers, because we knew and we understood that in times like this, a caring and loving government would have to sacrifice for its people. And that's precisely what we did. Hence, we tasked upon ourselves to bringing as much needed relief to our farmers and by extension, the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, in the last year of our term in government, and during the peak of the pandemic, our economy collapsed. As collapsed, the economies of many countries around the world. The very aggressive nature of the COVID-19 virus compelled us to close our borders to protect the life of each and every Belizean. Consequently, government revenues plummeted, and we had to resort to borrowing $1 million per day. Yes, $1 million to ensure that we kept afloat and at the same time to pay for the salaries of our teachers and our public officers. Never did we consider cutting back on their salaries. We also made sure that we provided relief to those displaced by the pandemic. Today, the pandemic has withdrawn to a great extent, allowing for economies around the world to rebound. A few days ago, the member for Orange Central announced to Belize and the whole world that Belize's economy is remarkable and that our economy is now the top performer in Latin America and the Caribbean. And he continues to remind the Belizean public that we borrowed $1 million per day during the peak of a pandemic. Yet, he forgets to remind the Belizean public that he collected around $190 million in fuel taxes alone in the last fiscal year. He forgets to remind the Belizean people that he is collecting fuel taxes alone to the tune of $520,000 a day, and we are not in any pandemic. Let me remind you that your economy is overperforming. Your economy is blossoming, and we have witnessed how millions after millions after millions have been shared amongst ministers and ministries in this honorable house. But yet you all fail to realize that the economy of the ordinary woman, man, and youth out there is contrary to yours. You still continue to tax the Belizean people with over $500,000 a day in fuel taxes, non-stop. Where is the compassion to the Belizean people? Where is the love? Fee for them and leave the gas business alone. People need a relief, and they need a relief now. People are suffering, Madam Speaker. People are starving. Why don't you consider giving the Belizean people a relief in fuel taxes so that they too can feel the relief in their pockets? Come back to earth and live the reality and see for yourselves the suffering of Belizean people across our streets. Madam Speaker, now I will turn into the details of the budget, and I will start off with the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government. Member and Madam Speaker, I will refer you to page 262 under Capital 2 Expenditure, Village Roads. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to register my grave concern on this line item. Last year alone, this line item was introduced in the budget with an allocation of $100,000 for village roads. This year, we're seeing an allocation of $500,000, $500,000. Now, I want the Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government to explain to this Honorable House and to the Belizean people how is it that they're ensuring that we are getting value for our tax dollars. Madam Speaker, I have grave reservation in this particular allocation. How can this ministry be allocated $500,000 when they do not have the technical people to ensure that these monies are properly administered? How can you come to this honorable house to request for monies that in the absence of technically qualified people will more than likely open the floodgates to corruption and hustle? Madam Speaker, this is a serious duplication and it must be addressed. I am of the full understanding that the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has the people with the technical capacity and the technical know-how to ensure that taxpayers' monies are invested properly. You see, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing occupies an entire technical team that will ensure that roads are built to standards. They will ensure that all the materials used are of the highest quality, but perhaps most importantly, they will ensure that we get value for our money and that contracts reflect the value that is placed on the ground. They will also ensure that contracts are not bloated and that these contracts are not given to cronies. We need to make sure that the money of the Belizean people is spent, but that it is spent accordingly. We need to make sure that the money, this is something that is in the quote, Madam Speaker, I don't know that we can entertain that kind of. We need to make sure that the money of the Belizean people is spent accordingly. Madam Speaker, I will suggest that these monies be reallocated to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing so that we ensure that our technical people in that ministry will make determination as to how best we can invest that $500,000. I want you to take a look at the following item under Capital 2, Expenditure, Furniture and Equipment. Madam Speaker, I was the minister of that particular ministry, and I cannot understand how is it that the minister is asking for $1.5 million for furniture and equipment. $1.5 million for furniture and equipment. Just the other day, we had the member for Orange Rock Central requesting for some $250,000 for office furniture. No, we're seeing the Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government requesting for 6 times that amount. Madam Speaker, as far as I could remember, and I did myself some checkups to find out if there has been any request of that amount or close to that amount in that particular ministry, and there is no record that such an amount has ever been requested. Now, I do not know if the minister will renew his office to buy some very expensive high-end furniture from some top-notch supplier, or if he will be installing a jacuzzi in his office, or do some sort of exquisite remodeling to request for such an exorbitant amount. Madam Speaker, every other district office in that ministry houses between 4 to 5 public officers. Belize City and Belmopan houses a larger number. So that if this $1.5 million is being requested for these offices, there is no way on this heavenly earth that such an amount would be needed. But in every sense of the word, the request is ridiculous, it is insane, and it is a slap on the face of the public officers, the teachers, and the wider Belizean public when such amounts are being requested and the rest of society has to suffer. You know how much 1.5 million would do for the benefit of our public officers, our policemen, our soldiers, and our teachers. That amount could very well be allocated towards reinstating the increments that have been taken away by this administration from the public officers and teachers. What a shame, and shame on you. Madam Speaker, under Capital 2 Expenditure, Improvement to Community Access to Potable Water, an allocation of $20,000 was made. While I will not argue on the amount, in this instance, Madam Speaker, I would kindly suggest that the ministry starts to invest these funds to train and educate those people running the water boards in the different communities, and also to train the staff that they employ so that we can avoid the wastage of water and loss of finances due to mismanagement. I want to refer to the numerous occasions in Pachacan Village, in Cristo Rey Village, San Pedro Village, and Yochen Village, where we have had water shortages for days. where we constantly have the tanks overflowing and water is just being wasted. Where the water boards in these communities have not called one general meeting as mandated by the Village Councils Act to present and inform the villagers and to inform the villagers of the status of the finances of these water boards. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the Minister to look into these pressing matters affecting these villages. Let me remind him, this Honorable House and our Belizean public, that water is not an infinite resource. And every year we are experiencing water shortages all around this country. And this is happening on a more frequent basis. So it is important for those safeguarding the water systems to be more vigilant in what they do. Now, moving into the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, I will refer you to page 215, Capital 2 Expenditure, under item Rural Roads and Bridges, where there is an allocation of $8 million. Under item Streets and Drains, in the same page, Villages, there is another allocation of close to $3 million. Under item Maintenance of Streets and Drains, there is an additional allocation of $5 million. All of this bringing a grand total of $15,818,205. Now, Madam Speaker, I will appeal in his absence to the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing to be fair to the hard-working people of Corozal North. Madam Speaker, last year, out of the 10 villages we have in Corozal North, not one of these villages got complete rehabilitations of its village roads. While there were minor patches, I will admit, done in a few roads in 2 villages, there is a great need for rehabilitation on all village roads. It is very dangerous for people to be walking on streets that have a lot of potholes and dilapidated conditions. With fuel prices skyrocketing and following the advice of our beloved Prime Minister, people have started to walk, but it is becoming increasingly dangerous and difficult to follow his advice when the streets are in terrible conditions. Madam Speaker, the people of Corozal North is a very hardworking people who contribute significantly to the Belizean economy, but more importantly, they also pay their taxes like other Belizeans do. And they too deserve to see their taxes are invested to improve the livelihoods of their communities. So that we are asking from the Minister for him to be fair in the use of these funds of Corozal North and for them to get their fair share of the pie. You know, Madam Speaker, when this administration becomes negligent to the people of Corozal North, and by doing so, they think that they're hurting me, they fail to realize that they are hurting Belizeans, not because the people of Corozal North love and support me, you will punish them. Remember, you are punishing your own people. So that I invite all the supporters of the People's United Party in the Corozal North constituency to join me in demanding this administration to comply with their responsibility of providing the much needed goods and services to the people of Corozal North. Join me in telling this administration that we are not begging for them to fix our roads. It is their obligation, and as such, we demand for them to comply. Madam Speaker, and this issue leads me on to refer to you item on rehab on sugar feeder roads, Corozal Orange Rock. That's the same page where 1.3 million was allocated, and this goes for the 2 districts, Corozal and Orange Rock. An item on rehabilitation of agricultural roads, where another 1.5 million was allocated, giving us a grand total of $2.8 million. Corozal North, Madam Speaker, got 7 to 8 sugar roads out of the over 60 stretches of sugar roads rehabilitated last year. This represents a meager contribution when we consider the fact that Corozal North produces around 15% or some 180,000 tons of sugarcane that the factory mills, and this is every year. Corozal North also produces a significant percentage of the onion produced in this country, as well as other cash crops. So that when the government decides not to repair these roads, they are hurting the very farmers in my area. They are hurting Belizeans, but most alarmingly is that they are hurting the pockets of these farmers who have to struggle to take out their products on time. So, we also ask for the minister to intervene to ensure that our sugar roads and agricultural roads are properly rehabilitated. There is no excuse for negligence, as we are hurting the very livelihoods of the hard-working farmers. Madam Speaker, at this point in time, I would like to personally thank the farmers in the villages of San Pedro, in the villages of Cristo Rey, in the villages of Yochen, and in the village of Pachacan, who joined hands together with us in fixing some of these roads. Along with their efforts, some of these sugar roads that were impassable were repaired to the extent that farmers are now able to sell their cane, and in doing so, to bring a little income for their families. Moving on to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. Probably the biggest concern that I have is the cutting down on the fuel subsidy that sugarcane farmers receive during the crop season. A staggering 70 cents per gallon of diesel has been cut from their subsidy. I recapitulate, Madam Speaker, that this is an inhumane act on our sugarcane farmers. This is a time when the industry desperately needs a government that will provide much needed assistance to this vital industry. The struggle is real, the struggle is savage. This here is a do or die situation for our cane farmers. From a competitive standpoint, the cost of production is unsustainable. The price of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides keep on increasing steadily, day by day, with no cessation in the future. The global outlook for sugar prices, though a bit better this year than last, provides a glimpse of hope, nothing more. Nothing in this industry seems a given under the present climate. The sugar industry, Madam Speaker, is the backbone of the two northern districts. It represents the driving force for all economic activity in the north of our country. So that it is crucial at this point in time for the government to step in and assume its responsibility in the sugar industry. We only have three stakeholders in this industry, and these are the sugarcane farmers, the millers, and government. In order for this industry to have a smooth sailing in its operations and to be able to survive this crisis, all stakeholders must come on board and work together. Hence, it is expected that government will assume its responsibility and step in to close the gap on the high cost of inputs. This is not happening, Madam Speaker. Contrary to expectation and logic, this administration went ahead and slashed the fuel subsidy on our cañeros, on our cane farmers. Consequently, our sugarcane farmers will have to pay more on their operations and in transporting the sugarcane from the factory, from the field to the factory. This is the sad reality for our cañeros under Plan Belize. Our cane farmers will now have to pay more and more and more on fuel taxes. To all the ministers that come from the north, and we have 6 of them along with the Prime Minister, I appeal to you, listen to the cry of our cane farmers. They do not have a chunky salary like you do. They do not have fancy vehicles and free fuel like you do. These are people who have to get up every day, 2 to 3 in the morning, to go to the labor-intensive task of cutting their cane, of taking their cane to the factory, and afterwards they will have to take care of their cane fields. They do not have an 8-hour work day. Farming work is a never-ending task, and there are no weekdays nor weekends. In farming, you have to work hard to be able to eat. And what this government is doing is taking away their source of income and food for themselves. So please, I beg of you to lobby with your colleagues to reinstate back the full fuel subsidy to our carneros. In this slide, I note with, and listen to me, Prime Minister, and listen to me, Prime Minister. Listen to me, Prime Minister. Listen to me, Prime Minister. In this, and listen to, in this.
Members, please proceed.
May I?
Yes, All right, members, please, member for correspondence.
In this slide, I note with extreme concern the allocation made to the Ministry of Finance, and I will refer you to page 76. Under recurrent expenditure, Madam Speaker, item number 50, grants to organizations. Madam Speaker, this item was increased from 2,996,748, call it 3 million, to $24.5 million. This is a $21 million increase. These are monies that the Prime Minister will hand out as grants to any organization. He will do this at his discretion. Madam Speaker, how can $24.5 million be allocated to the Prime Minister to hand out at his will when he and his cabinet has asked public officers, teachers, our police, and our country to exercise austerity? When he's telling the public officers and teachers that they will get back their 10%, but that they cannot afford their increments. We just heard yesterday from one of the members on that side that 50 million was being approved for the reinstatement of the salary, yet he's taking 24.5% for himself. Use that $24.5 million to give public officers and teachers their increments. Why not allocate the $21 million that you are giving yourself so that increments can be reinstated to our teachers and public officers? On one hand, we are telling the teachers and the public officers that there is no money, but on the other hand, we can find $24.5 million, only $24.5 million to give out to organizations. Is it that these are the millions that will be utilized to finance village council elections, which are just around the corner? It begs the question. It makes me wonder as well whether this $24.5 million represents the total amount of the 70 cents cut per gallon of diesel on subsidy to the cane farmers, which you took away from them, and you will then use it for your political benefit. Madam Speaker, I will go a bit further and propose to the Prime Minister and his cabinet the following. Why not use that $24.5 million of grants to organizations and give that back to the cane farmers in the form of fertilizer assistance? Madam Speaker, if we take one bag of fertilizer and the cost of that bag is $100, if we were to invest that in fertilizers, we would be able to buy 245,000 bags of fertilizers. If we have 4,500 cane farmers, that would yield 54 bags for farmers. 54 bags of fertilizers for farmers at this point in time is a fortune for them. Madam Speaker, in wrapping up, I want to make mention that I am greatly disappointed that I do not see any substantial allocation in the Ministry of Health to address some of the pressing issues in that ministry that are causing loss of lives. Madam Speaker, over the period of 3 to 4 months now, I have witnessed the passing away of a number of my constituents as a consequence of COVID-19. And what bothers me the most is that these are people that go to our public hospitals to get treatment, people who are struggling and cannot afford to go to private hospitals, so that they resort to our public facilities. Madam Speaker, in my conversation with family members of those fallen brothers and sisters, there is a huge complaint and concern that medicines are not readily available and that the equipment that is available at the hospitals are mostly non-functional. People who have patients there have to be buying medicines, oxygen tanks, and other medical equipment and supplies to take to their patients. This has got to stop. This is unacceptable at this day and age. Our hospitals are not properly fitted with the supplies and equipment to save lives. All I see in the budget for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as is the case with other ministries, is an increase in salaries and the rampant hiring of cronies instead of investments in priority areas. Member for Indrak East, the lives of our Belizean peoples have got to come first. Have got to come first. The life of every Belizean is a treasure that we must protect at all costs. So, I ask you to revisit your priorities in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, because things in that ministry are not all right. A life that is lost will never come back again. That's my message to you. Madam Speaker, I do not support this budget, and I will close by thanking the people of Corozal North for their continued show of support and love towards me, and they can rest assured that their voices will continue to be heard in this honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we assist the member with the mic? One second, member. Let's get the mic checked for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. We just listened to a barrage of comments by the honorable member from Corozal North. I don't know if it is because he's sitting between the two people that are vying for leader, but obviously he's confused. I don't know if he's trying to confuse the Belizean people, but the Belizean people know better. But he definitely is confused. He started by attacking the honorable member from Toledo West, sorry, regarding sugar roads. First, he says there's too much money allocated on roads. Then he says there's too little for roads when he attacks the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. So I don't know where he wanted to go, Madam Speaker, but obviously he's confused. But there's one thing that stands out. There's one thing that stands out, which the leader of the opposition always mentions, and today the member of Albert mentioned today this thing that they like to ridicule, the idea that people can't eat streets. But in the rural areas, in our rural areas, in the villages where a majority of the people are farmers, it's true, people cannot eat streets, but the people in our rural communities need streets and need roads to be able to eat. So, you know, obviously, those on the other side have something against the rural communities, against the villagers, against the villages, for some reason or the other. And I guess that is what confused the gentleman, because the member from Corozal North, because he is from a village and in the north, and you know, he really surprised me when he was saying that too little is being allocated when too little is being allocated in the Ministry of Rural Development. But then he starts to criticize the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing about too much money being allocated to his ministry. But it is this government who has saved the people of Belize $38 million on the Caracol Road. It is this PUP government who has saved the Belizean people $28 million on the Halova Bridge for doing the same thing with less money. He thinks that everyone, every government, he thinks we are like they were during their 12 years of kleptocracy, where they were just stealing the people blind, and every project for them was a hustle, corruption. That is why their former Minister of Works, who used to represent the good people of Cayo Central, is still on the run. That is why. I'll get to that. Yeah. You know, but I know the minister from Toledo can defend himself, so I'll leave it for him. But, you know, he goes on ranting about what we will do, about, you know, that this budget is based on corruption. Where was he when his former prime minister, the father of the leader of the opposition, paid $600 million for an overpriced BTL? Where was he? Where was he when they spent $500 million on PetroCaribe with the PetroCaribe money and have nothing to show for it? And if you would have used that for fertilizer, that $500 million, you would have gotten 5 million sacks of fertilizer for the farmers. Please, man, let's be honest with the Belizean people. So don't come and try to bamboozle and hoodwink the Belizean people. You tried that for over 12 years and it didn't work. That's why there's 26 of us on this side and 5 of you on that side. I mean 4 or what? 3, 2.5? It's hard to tell. So please, and now let's not forget about the Tacoma, but again, my colleague from Toledo will deal with that.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
What's the point of order?
Standing Order number 38, Section 2. Reference shall not be made to any order on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as might, in the opinion of the chair, prejudice the interests of the parties thereto.
Okay, point taken, member from Corozal.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, but all I mentioned is the
member from Orange Walk.
All I mentioned is the type of vehicle. That's all I said, and I asked a question. Anyway, I'll get to my presentation.
Mr. Speaker,
please.
On a point of order, Section 38(1), subject to the provisions of these standing orders, debate upon any motion, bill, or amendment shall be relevant to such motion, bill, or amendment, and a member shall confine his observations to the subject under discussion. Tell the member for Injuat North to stick to the budget. That's all that he needs to do.
That's what I'm doing,
That's
member
all
from
that he needs to
Corozal. Please get to your presentation, member from Orange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sticking to the budget. I was just responding to his comments because it's fair. It's only fair that the Belizean people know the truth and that they are exposed in their hypocrisy. Please, that's all I'm doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I never said the color. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the government's estimates of revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year 2022-2023. This budget provides a continuation of the rapid recovery that our government has been propelling and the people of this nation have been seeing and experiencing. When we became government in November of 2020, just 16 months ago, we met an ugly, ghastly, unimaginable situation. The previous government, as attested to by the member of Corozal North, was borrowing $1 million a day, constantly ballooning the national debt. They incurred a $90 million overdraft at the central bank, which was costing the Belizean people and government millions of dollars in unnecessary interest costs. In only 7 years, the last 7 years before they last, they borrowed $1 billion. $1 billion, that's one with 9 zeros, just from domestic sources. That took our debt, our national debt, to an astronomical $4.2 billion. All these factors had our currency peg already wobbling at its base. Devaluation was imminent. The previous administration thought that they could just borrow themselves out of debt, while either they didn't know or they thought the people didn't know that they were just sinking us deeper into the financial hole. Now we are seeing the reality. Our debt to GDP ratio reached an abyss of 131% debt over GDP. Mr. Speaker, our country was in recession. We were in crisis. But thanks to the good people of Belize, they elected a People's United Party government led by our Honorable Prime Minister John Briceño, who has been at the helm in this mission of economic recovery for the people of Belize. Mr. Speaker, when we met this situation, we didn't sit by and lament. We did not take to borrowing more. We got to work. We started to produce, to lift up the economy so that our people can have jobs, can have their jobs back, so that our entrepreneurs can have opportunities. That is what we did. We acted. The $90 million overdraft was closed and paid off and closed in this short time, saving the Belizean people millions of dollars in interest costs. In these 16 months also, our national debt has been reduced to under $4 billion. Our domestic debt alone has been cut by $59 million in such a short time. The super bond dilemma has been solved, and with most positive outcomes. Our unemployment has been falling constantly from 13.7% in 2020 to 10.2% in 2021. And it keeps falling as our economy has been opening and growing. Our GDP grew in 2021 by 12.5%, Mr. Speaker. This is your PUP government delivering on Plan Belize. Our industries are rebounding and growing. Statistics from the Ministry of Finance, the Statistical Institute of Belize, and the Central Bank indicate that from the end of 2020, as compared to up to September 2021, our merchandise exports increased by 9.3%, or exports from $289 million to $315.8 million. At the same time, our merchandise imports decreased by 7.9%, from $731.4 million to $674 million, making it an absolute gain for Belize of 17.2%. This corroborates the fact that our economy is on a path of strong, continuous growth. It is because of these accomplishments, Mr. Speaker, that government decided to restore the 10% to our well-deserving public officers. To all our officers, I say, you made your contribution to the recovery efforts with your sacrifice. Now, 2 years ahead of schedule, we are responding and restoring your just merits and your just due. We appreciate your efforts and we value your service. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for making this happen. I also take this opportunity to thank and to commend all the staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and Immigration who work assiduously every day to bring good results to the government and people of Belize. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the budget as it relates to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration. And I will refer to the item that had most variation, which is the recurrent expenditures, which in 2021-22, the revised estimate was $23,126,444, and the budget for the proposed budget for the 2022-23 year is $28,493,116, a difference of $5.4 million. But the bulk of that change is at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Strategic Management and Administration, and at Immigration. Those are the two where the major increases happen. And what is Strategic Management and Administration? We will continue the efforts in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We'll continue the efforts to end the Guatemala claim as soon as we can. We continue in our research, funding research, in preparation for the counter memorial that we will present at the International Court of Justice. We are maintaining the confidence-building measures, and we continue to strengthen bilateral relations with Guatemala through the Belize-Guatemala Joint Commission. We'll also lead negotiations on the expansion of the Belize-Guatemala partial scope agreement, which I will speak later. At immigration, we will enhance the use of technology and innovation to improve our service to the people in efficiency and effectiveness. We will work on the completion of the National Comprehensive Migration Policy. We have to strengthen our department with additional staff for more efficient service. We'll prioritize and investigate national security and public safety threats. And we are in the process of implementation of the new EPICS passport system, to which I will speak about later in the speech, Mr. Speaker. So I just wanted to lay the budgetary background of all the things that we have done and that at the ministry and are coming also. We have secured during this past year the activation of the Belize-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement by Taiwan. What does this mean for Belize? Belize can now export to Taiwan our beef, our turkey, fish fillet, lobster, shrimp, cheeses, jams, jellies, beans, sauces, among others. We have secured funding through the Caribbean Development Bank to support the Toledo Cacao Growers Association, the Belize Customs Department, the Belize Agricultural and Health Authority, and the Belize Bureau of Standards in trade facilitation and capacity enhancement projects. We secured the ratification of the 3 CARICOM trade bilateral agreements with Colombia, Venezuela, and the Dominican Republic. This will provide Belizeans with opportunities for access to our products in the markets of these 3 countries. We also reactivated the National Trade Negotiating Commission, which provides a platform for the tripartite partners, which is government, the private sector, and civil society, to move trade and to address trade issues. We worked to secure a CARICOM monitoring mechanism for sugar to protect and promote Belize's sugar interests in the CARICOM markets. We also secured cabinet support for a trade facilitation implementation roadmap to cut the time and cost for the clearance of goods at our border points in accordance with the World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement. We have been in negotiations with Guatemala for the expansion of the list of products to be covered in the already existing Belize-Guatemala partial scope agreement. Government has begun talks with Mexico to forge a trade agreement between our countries. I must mention that Belize remains as the only country in Central America that has not signed a trade agreement with Mexico. These trade agreements are designed to stimulate investment, to create jobs, to provide business opportunities, to increase production, and to expand markets for our products. Again, Mr. Speaker, delivering on Plan Belize. This past year, much of it was spent on vaccine diplomacy to acquire enough vaccines to fight COVID-19 through collaboration with bilateral partners and multilateral platforms. We fully supported, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we fully supported the Ministry of Health and Wellness to strengthen the healthcare system and bring an end to the pandemic in our country. Through the hard work of the officers at Foreign Affairs, we managed to obtain 564,650 doses of the vaccines, which represent 69% of the vaccines obtained so far. Belize was highly profiled at the COP26 summit, highlighting our Blue Bond for Conservation program, which has reduced our national debt by $500 million. No wonder the other side wants to claim credit for it, but they are lost. They are lost, and they want to hoodwink the people, but the Belizean people know better. This program in itself will stimulate ocean conservation financing. Belize was elected to be a member of the United Nations Economic and Social Council and is contributing significantly to make this the decade of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration will continue to serve as the chair of the CARICOM Council for Foreign and Community Relations from May, which started in May 2021, through to the second quarter of 2022. In June, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also coordinated with the Embassy of Guatemala for the visit of our Prime Minister to Guatemala from June the 1st to the 3rd to hold bilateral talks with President Giammattei and talk on the updates of the Belize-Guatemala Joint Commission, security cooperation, and joint fundraising for the OAS office in the adjacency zone. Belize is now serving presently as the chair of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM from January to June of this year, 2022. In fact, as we all know, Belize successfully hosted the 33rd intersessional meeting of CARICOM heads on March 1st and 2nd at La Isla Bonita, San Pedro. Significant decisions were taken to bolster regional integration and to strengthen the regional agro-food system with an aim to reduce the region's food importation bill by 25% by the year 2025. Then one day after, March 3rd, Belize hosted the 4th CARICOM-SICA Summit, the first in 11 years, again championing regional solidarity, South-to-South trade, and making Belize the bonding bridge between CARICOM and SICA nations. Senior Minister Honorable Amon Courtney and His Excellency the Ambassador David Chen of the Republic of China, Taiwan, signed a letter of intent for the program enhancing the economic empowerment of women in Latin America and the Caribbean in the COVID-19 post-pandemic era. Technical assistance for women employment, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. This program promotes women's entrepreneurship and employment and social and financial inclusion through financial collaboration with relevant national institutions and Taiwan and experts from Taiwan. Women and youth-led micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, will benefit through professional and vocational training, business programs, financial counseling, and the bolstering of our national network of MSMEs. At immigration, Mr. Speaker, government has been avid at implementing the new electronic passport issuance control system, the EPIC system. Again, the previous government had left this department to neglect. When we entered government, we assessed the department and we found that the existing passport system was on the verge of collapse. It was on life support. And the previous government knew it. They just didn't care and didn't do anything about it. But we care, Mr. Speaker. Our People's United Party government cares for the people of Belize. So we embarked on purchasing this new EPIC system that is being implemented at this moment. It should be completed by September of this year. And Belizeans will have their e-passports, which more and more countries now are requiring for entry. These e-passports will, this new passport system, the EPICs, will allow for passport renewals to be done online. It will have many additional safety features, such as facial biometric recognition and 10 fingerprint identification that make it a lot safer. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have launched the Amnesty 22 program, which will be executed this year to regularize and legitimize with permanent residents those people who have come from other countries and have made Belize their home. Of course, there are criteria to be met that ensure that the qualifying applicants are those that have come and have become a part of our Belizean tapestry, our Belizean fabric and society. Immigration officials estimate that a minimum of 40,000 people who will qualify for permanent residence. In the coming months also, we will make available border cards at the Santa Elena border to Mexican nationals that wish to travel through the length and breadth of our jewel. This card will allow Mexican visitors to travel and stay in our country for 7 days, and it will give a further boost to our tourism and to our economy in general. I know the Minister of Tourism is already looking at having 50% of the GDP. Exactly. Together with the Ministry of Tourism, we are also in the launching stage of the long stay visitor program, for which legislation was enacted recently. This, again, will boost tourism and our economy in general. Again, Mr. Speaker, the PUP government delivering on Plan Belize. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to salute my constituents of Orange Rock North, who have shown great fortitude and understanding during these challenging times. Our people in Trial Farm, in San Jose, in San Pablo, in Otrobenque, in San Antonio, in Santa Cruz, in San Roman, in Douglas, in San Luis, in San Juan. After 12 years of neglect under the previous administration, they have now been seeing continuous work and progress in the infrastructure, in their sugar roads and village streets, cleaner public spaces in the villages, social assistance in food and in medical matters and education matters, assistance with land matters, electrification expansion in various villages, even a Christmas treat early in our term. I want to thank the Minister of Education, who has been so helpful in getting us in realizing assistance, school assistance for many of our students in Orange Rock North. In regards to lands, just a week ago, we hosted a first ever lands mobile clinic in Orange Rock North, where hundreds of Orange Rock North constituents solve their long outstanding land matters. We will continue to bring the government to the people to address and solve their issues. Many thanks to the Minister of Natural Resources and to his efficient, effective, and hardworking team from the Lands Department who served our people well. We have begun the building of starter homes through the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. Presently, 7 are in progress, and I want to thank the Minister and his staff, his people at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. I will reiterate at this point, because it was part of my address, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that somehow, you know, the other side keeps repeating, they keep repeating in a very mocking way, you know, that we are addressing the matter of streets and roads for our rural communities, as they even try to ridicule us for that. And I want to say that we will not stop helping our people. We'll continue addressing our roads and our streets, because even though we can't eat it, our people in the rural areas, in the villages, need streets and roads to eat, to be able to eat. That is part of life, to go to their farms and to take their products back to the villages and to the towns. This year, Mr. Speaker, we will continue the progress and the development in our communities, in homes, in building homes, roads, social assistance, community beautification, recreational areas, public spaces. We will continue to expand the services to our villages, constantly improving the lives of our people, continuously making strides towards prosperity and well-being for all. Mr. Speaker, as we navigate into the uncertain future, we remain on course to take Belize to full economic recovery. We will find a way to surmount the daunting problem of spiraling fuel costs. We will continue to attract local and foreign investment to grow the economy and to continue reducing unemployment. We will find ways to control the inflation stemming from rising shipping costs. We have delivered early to the government officers. We have reduced the national debt. We have opened the economy. We continue seeking innovative ways to stimulate the local economy, supporting export industries and encouraging new investments. We are delivering results on Plan Belize. Our people are at work. Our currency is well pegged and strong. Our economy is growing. Our national debt is reducing. Our People's United Party government is delivering, and we will continue to deliver. Mr. Speaker, I want to place on the record one more time that I support this budget 2022-2023. Thank you. God bless us all.
I recognize the honorable member from Corozal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you allow me some time to just respond to some of the remarks that were made yesterday and today? As I was sitting down, I was listening keenly to everything that was being said. And I put myself to wonder if the representative from Mesopotamia actually understands the budget. It made me wonder if he comprehends what he reads. There is a clear difference between reading and comprehending something, what you're reading. And so, if I was not familiar with the budget, Madam Speaker, I would have thought that there was nothing good in the budget for our Belizean people. Fortunately, I am familiar with it, and I know that there is so many good things coming for our Belizeans. I also listened to the representative of Albert, and she kept asking if our government is fair and inclusive, but yet she left me in a state of perplexity, because in her same speech, she mentioned that our government is an inclusive government. She gets the community fund every month. She mentioned that the Minister of Education as well includes them in everything. And so I was a little bit perplexed this morning, and I thought I should mention it. When it comes to the representative of Corozal Nert, he mentioned that we are in turbulent waters. Now, what he should be asking himself is, why are we in turbulent waters? The Belizean people have chosen another captain for this ship, and this new captain is maneuvering us out of these turbulent waters. I rise on behalf of the people of Corozal Bay to support this budget. This budget is not merely about numbers. It's about the value that it brings. This budget was not done haphazardly. It was done with a lot of consideration for our people of Belize. This budget is about laying the foundation for our children. This budget is looking at is beginning with the end in mind. We, the PUP government, we do not do things haphazardly. We think every step of the way, and we begin with the end in mind. And that is what successful people do. It is evident that we are not a reactive government. We don't react to situations. We are very proactive. And I must take this time, Madam Speaker, to give a big thank you to our public servants and our teachers who made the sacrifice. We had our differences in the beginning, but we realized that we had to come together to do what is best for Belize. Thank you to our teachers and our public servants. We are so grateful for that. I'll go into some of the budget key points, Madam Speaker. And I must say that the constituents of Corozal Bay cannot overstate the value of NHI and how beneficial this will be for us. Unfortunately, in the past 12 years, we had an area representative of Corozal Bay who happened to be the Minister of Health. And actually, the attention was not given to the NHI program. So I must commend both ministers, Minister Shabat and Minister Bernard, for bringing this to our Corozal people. Thank you so much. Kudos to you. Housing programs. The budget mentions about housing programs. Maslow hierarchy, I'm going to bring in some of my psychology background into this. Maslow has a hierarchy of needs, and he mentioned that we must fulfill our basic needs before we can go to our higher needs, Madam Speaker. Shelter is a basic need. Unfortunately, in the past 12 years, some half a homes were built in Corozal Bay. If you would travel to Corozal and you would see these homes, you would feel bad for our Corozal people. We don't do that to the people that we love and we care for and who have chosen us to represent them. And so, under the Ministry of Infrastructure and in this budget, many homes will be built for our Corozal Bay people, and I am so happy for them. The Minister of Education mentioned the National Feeding Program, and I commend him for that. You know, I've been in the education system for years, and every time we tried to get a feeding program at our school, we were told that we couldn't. And now I understand why. Everything was given to a particular area. Our Minister of Education does not see colors. He sees everybody as the same. And I commend him for that, and I commend our PUP government for this. Land. You know, now we're going to have our constituents having access to land. In December, the Minister of Land was in Corozal Bay, and I must say, Madam Speaker, that the people were so happy to have him there. There was this man that actually got his title on a specific day when the clinic was there. And when he got it, he got so emotional because he has been waiting for 13 years to get the title. And so things are happening for our people, Madam Speaker. We mean well, and we are delivering for our people. As can be clearly seen, this budget is in line with Plan Belize. It includes major factors that will benefit our people all over the country. In the past, Madam Speaker, we have seen governments that have made our people dependent on them. We are not doing that. We are empowering our Belizean people. I believe that in discussing this budget, we must put our differences aside and acknowledge that it is a budget that is for our people's welfare. Today is not a time for politics. It is not a time for campaigning. Rather, it is about coming together, being mature, and coming to a realization the reason why we are all here in this honorable house. And so, it was really disheartening, Madam Speaker, to listen to the representative of MESOP stating that it is not a good budget. Madam Speaker, yes, we must be critical thinkers, but as well, we must be able to give credit where it is due. At this point, Madam Speaker, I need to applaud our leader, our leader, Honorable John Briceño. You know, he went to Taiwan and he got us a grant for this hospital that was promised for years to our San Pedranos. It's obvious that he does not go on trips just for leisure time. He goes and he comes back for the benefit of our country. And I must quote the Right Honorable George Price, our great father of the nation. I believe that a country's first duty is to set its own house in order. And having set its own house in order, it can contribute better to the community of the world. Instead of being a weak link, it should be a strong link. This, Madam Speaker, is precisely what Honorable John Briceño is doing for our jewel Belize. I must add as well, Madam Speaker, on a side note, that for the very first time, we have so many women in leadership roles, and I must commend our leader for that as well. Now I ask the question, which the representative of Albert asked this morning several times. Is our government fair and inclusive? Definitely, there's no doubt about that. I move on, Madam Speaker, to speak a little bit about the Ministry of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs. Over the past year, the achievements of the ministry has been great. I believe our Minister Balderramos Garcia has already touched on many of the areas, but I just want to reiterate on the amendment that was made for the hostel, where now children will not just be sent there to be sent there, that will be the last resort. Because in our ministry, we believe in behavior modification. We believe in helping our children before any punishment is given to them. I must make mention as well of the Special Envoy, Ms. Rosanna Briceño, who has been an advocate in the work and the ministry that we do in terms of family and children. Your contribution to our Belizean families is very much appreciated. Thank you. As you all know, Madam Speaker, we also have the Food Assistance Program. It goes a very long way each month. You know, there are constituents in Corozal Bay that look forward to it. They are in need of it, and they are so happy, and they appreciate it very much. Again, that is a basic need that we all need. Madam Speaker, the ministry in which I have the honor to serve with the member of Belize Central has a hard-working staff and a very competitive CEO, Ms. Tanya Santos, who is always willing to go the extra mile in everything she does. Thank you, CEO. You are definitely an asset to the ministry. This ministry, Madam Speaker, does not work in isolation. We're always working with different ministries to bring about the betterment of our people. I want to move on at this point, Madam Speaker, to speak a little bit about the Corozal Bay constituency. We are happy for the community fund. With this community fund, we have been able to build a basketball court. Right now, we are refurbishing a volleyball court. We've got a playground area. And this park area is very dear to us in Corozal Bay. It was my brother's dream. It was an area that had been abandoned for too long. And so we decided that this was the first area that we were going to look into. Madam Speaker, we have decided that the recreational area will be named after my brother, David Dido Vega. Other things that we have done in Corozal Bay, we've done some home improvement projects. There have been families where their roof is leaking, and so we found it to be very important to help these families. Small business programs, weed eaters, stoves, rice cookers, a bus stop. We've made donations to parks in terms of picnic tables, dome climbers, small jobs. Presently, we have a sporting tournament for women, because I believe it's important that we as well include our women in football. It's not just for the males. Madam Speaker, education is key in Corozal Bay. As my mom instilled from very young, that education is the greatest equalizer. And over the past year, many of our youths and children have been able to benefit from the education program given by the Minister of Education. Thank you again. Tourism, I must make mention of tourism as well. A business grant has been given to several of our persons in Corozal Bay, and they've made very good use of it. We're presently working on a project near the bay. We have the beautiful bay in Corozal, Madam Speaker, and that's coming soon for Corozaleños as well. We're also looking at women. We've had self-defense classes. A crochet class will begin pretty soon. And it's all about empowering our women and making our women independent, Madam Speaker. Future projects for Corozal Bay. Some people might say I'm a dreamer, but we're looking at having a Big Brothers, Big Sisters program in Corozal Bay where we could have older people helping our younger children. Of course, it would be with a lot of scrutiny. Whoever will be spending time with these kids, you'll not have to go through a lot of tests. But it's very good in able to mold our children in the right direction. Another project which we hope to achieve in Corozal Bay would be a daycare for kids so that single mothers would be able to go out and work, Madam Speaker. I need to give a huge thank you to the executive of Corozal Bay and to the beautiful people of Corozal Bay. If it were not for them, Madam Speaker, I would not be here today. So thank you so much to the beautiful people of Corozal Bay. Thank you for having confidence in me, and I will continue lobbying for you and bringing change to Corozal Bay. Madam Speaker, as you can see, we have come a very long way, but still there is much to be done, and much will be done, because under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, much more is coming to our Belizean people. Unemployment is below 10%. July 1st, we have the adjustment to minimum wage, among other key factors. This is just the beginning, my Belizean people. I just want to add at this point, Madam Speaker, that on May 15, 2022, we are celebrating International Day of Families, and our families are very important. They are key in our society, and so on that day, we're going to be also renaming the hostel. I know the name hostel is a little bit harsh, but we're going to be renaming the hostel. Madam Speaker, having said this, there is no way that I can have any hesitation when it comes to this budget. Thus, on behalf of the people of Corozal Bay, I fully support this budget 2022-2023. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Toledo West. Can we check the member's mic?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support for the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the beautiful people of Toledo West for this great privilege and honor to represent them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, without their support, I would not be here today, and I want to recognize and to thank all the beautiful people of Toledo West. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask your indulgence to allow me to kindly respond to some of the remarks that were made by the opposition, Madam Speaker, with regards to the budget debate here yesterday and today. I would also like to ask for your indulgence to allow me from time to time to refer to my notes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by saying that we on this side were totally disappointed by the total ill preparation of the leader of the opposition to respond to the budget, Madam Speaker. It was evident yesterday that he was jumping all over the place without making any substantial analysis of the budget figures, Madam Speaker. And it is obvious also that the other members in their presentations and in their deliberations have forgotten that they were there for 13 long years. They are the architects of the failure and the abuse and the corruption that this country saw over the last 13 years, Madam Speaker. And they must be reminded, they must be called out, because they are the ones who have us in this mess. But under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, our Prime Minister, and this government, in 15 months, Madam Speaker, we are delivering on Plan Belize. We are recovering back this economy and serving our people, Madam Speaker. That must go on record, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, before I get into the figures, I think it is only appropriate that I respond to the misrepresentations, to the allegations, and the total inaccuracies that were made by the member from Corozal North, Madam Speaker. And I particularly want to point out to the areas that he referred to in the budget under my ministry, as well as the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I listened to him, how pathetic. He seemed to have forgotten that under the last administration, he was the Minister of Rural Development. But not only was he the Minister of Rural Development, he was also the Deputy Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and he presided over the corruption on that side. And he must be reminded, Madam Speaker. He must be reminded. I was flabbergasted and taken aback. How dare he speak and want to say that the budget that we are presenting smacks of any corruption. They are the ones who have that record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the face of brass. The face of brass. In Spanish, they would say, que desmascarado. It's terrible. It's terrible, Madam Speaker. This government, under Plan Belize, thanks to the Prime Minister and this government, we have seen significant increases under the Ministry of Rural Development for village roads. And he's crying and complaining. It's like he's saying, well, the people in the rural area do not deserve to have their road fixed. How dare he? How dare he? I say shame on him, Madam Speaker. He's concerned because our Prime Minister and this government has increased our budget for village roads significantly. And I want to remind him, Madam Speaker, that it is not only $500,000, it is $700,000 that have been allotted, because the rural area, Madam Speaker, represents over 55% of the population of this country. They are the most productive sector of this country, and they contribute significantly to the economy of this country. And they were forgotten and neglected for 30 long years. So the turn has come. The time is now to deliver to the people of the rural area, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened to him speak about corruption. Well, Madam Speaker, that member has to be reminded that right after government, I want to ask him, and it's a pity he's not here. In fact, none of the members of the opposition are here, Madam Speaker. They are paid to be here to do their part and to also take the lick, but they have chosen to go out. Who was the first one after the change of government to be called up before the Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker? He wants to talk about corruption. He forgot about that famous Tacoma saga. Has he forgotten about all those rotten, corrupt land deals in San Pedro to a special, well-connected Asian individual? Has he forgotten that?
Member, just let's be careful
Has-
that we are aware that there is a court matter before us.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that when he was before, all of a sudden, Belizeans need to be reminded that all of a sudden the member from Corozal North found his voice. How strange. All of a sudden he found his voice. For 30 long years he was mum. He sat on this side quiet and silent. Quiet and silent. All of a sudden now he remembers the farmers. He remembers about the challenges of the rural area. Where was him? Where was he, Madam Speaker? Where was he? When he appeared before the Commission of Inquiry, all of a sudden he got amnesia and could not recall anything. You have to be called out, Mr. Member from Corozal North. Madam Speaker, we have a mandate to develop and to support the rural area. And under Plan Belize, we will deliver. We will support the rural area to ensure that our people have a fair, equitable opportunity to grow and to develop this economy and this country and to improve their lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he made an allegation. He said, oh, what is the $1.5 million allocation for the Ministry of Rural Development for furniture and equipment? Let me say to him, Madam Speaker, because he's questioning the 1.5 million. Madam Speaker, thanks to the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister for their support, the $1.5 million is for a brand new rig that is going to be purchased for our ministry, Madam Speaker. That is significant because it means that we are going to improve. We will improve our efficiency and delivery in a timely manner to the people of the rural area, Madam Speaker, to ensure that they have adequate supply of potable, clean drinking water, Madam Speaker. So that is what that figure represents, Madam Speaker. So you, Mr. Member from Corozal, that is for no jacuzzi, sir. It is to buy equipment because for 13 long years, you, the UDP, failed to buy one nut and bolt for the Ministry of Rural Development. But us, this government, in 15 months, we will deliver to the people of Belize, Madam Speaker. That is Plan Belize at work. He spoke about water boards not being trained. Member from Corozal North, I would be ashamed to open your mouth. You were the Minister of Rural Development, and it was under your watch that water boards ran into mismanagement. When we took over the ministry, Madam Speaker, we found water boards that owed over $500,000 to BL. That is the legacy of the UDP under his watch. So how dare he come and question us? Madam Speaker, he speaks about $24 million all of a sudden under the Ministry of Finance and that the Prime Minister will use that as his whim and fancy. How totally inaccurate and misleading. Madam Speaker, I want to inform him that the $24.5 million is money that has been budgeted and allocated for national health insurance, Madam Speaker. That's what it is. But you see, they have failed. And that's why the Belizean people kicked them out. Their legacy is one of corruption. And they think that this side is the same like them. But Madam Speaker, we are different. We have a heart for the people. We will work for the people. We will deliver to the people because that is what matters, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can go on and on. I just want to remind him that as the Minister of Rural Development, he was a powerful minister from the north, and it was under his watch as Deputy Prime Minister that Shunush water system fell into shambles, Sarteneja, and many others, Madam Speaker. Where was the member from Corozal North? He was mum. He was mum. But all of a sudden, he can find his voice now. after a long period of amnesia. Madam Speaker, I want to move on, Madam Speaker, because let me just end on saying this, that the opposition claim that they have all the answers and solutions, Madam Speaker. But they had 13 long years in which they should have performed. They spent billions of dollars, over $13 billion. What did they show? Other than some streets and roundabouts, because that is how they hustled. So that is the corruption that that other side should speak about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will not be derailed. We will continue to support our staff at the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government. We are working tirelessly to ensure that we deliver on Plan Belize to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, moving on. Just some broad accomplishments that we have achieved under this government, Madam Speaker. And I want to reiterate these points that were made by our colleagues during yesterday and today's debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important for us to note that poverty rate increased by 10% after 10 years of the UDP. Madam Speaker, none other than the former Prime Minister said that he was sorry for the government that was taken over because it would be doom and gloom. But under the able leadership of our Prime Minister and this government, Madam Speaker, things have turned around in the last 15 months, and we have a brighter future ahead of us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, none other than the IMF said that we had to fire public officers, that we had to increase GST to 19%. But we did not do that, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister and our team have been creative, we have been proactive, and we have put in place a homegrown plan, Madam Speaker, that did not see any mass firing of our public servants, that did not see any new increases in taxes, Madam Speaker, that have seen us taking full control of the COVID situation. This has been very challenging times, Madam Speaker. We have spent the last 15 months fighting this pandemic, thanks to the member from Cayo North, the former Minister of Health, and now the member from Orange Rock Southeast, who is now the new Minister of Health. We are on our way, bouncing back, Madam Speaker, to recover our economy and to recover our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can go on and on. We have seen, for example, where tax revenues have increased by over 20%. This is good, Madam Speaker. This is working. And that is why, together with our public servants who have made the sacrifice, I want to single out and to call out and to thank our public servants, our teachers, our doctors, our nurses, and all our frontline workers who have worked hard, who have sacrificed their 10%, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we can move this country from borrowing $1 million a day on the borrow to now being on a road to self-sustainability and recovery, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I have no doubt that during this tenure of our government, Madam Speaker, we will work hard and we will deliver on the commitments made under Plan Belize. I particularly want to thank the Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, who has been very generous and supportive to all our 31 constituencies with education. Mr. Minister of Education, I personally want to thank you, sir, for supporting our students, putting in place the feeding programs, paying the tuition for our students, putting in place for the first time a rural education grant, Madam Speaker, that is going to be supportive of educational opportunities for our young people in the rural area. Under this program, Madam Speaker, the students of Corazon Technical High School in the Toledo District, because under the program that we have right now, the ministry pays the tuition for first and second farmers. But Minister Francis and his team at the Ministry of Education have been so supportive that they have paid over $27,000 for third and fourth farmers at Corazon Technical High School. That is a great initiative, and we are grateful for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, moving on. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that there are many other great initiatives taking place under our ministry. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will get into some of the figures as it relates to the budget and some of the accomplishments that we have done over the last fiscal year, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I just want to point out to some of the figures, Madam Speaker. Under rural water and supply and sanitation, what was approved in 2020-2021 was a measly $156,990, Madam Speaker. What was spent for the fiscal year 2021-2022 was $326,114. The budget estimate for this new fiscal year 2022-2023 is $1 million, Madam Speaker. A significant increase, Madam Speaker, of over 206%. Thanks to this government, Madam Speaker. We are working, we are delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under Capital 2 expenditure for 2021-2022, there was $1.4 million, and the budget estimate for 2022-2023 is $1.8 million, which represents an increase of over 24.9%, Madam Speaker. Village roads. This is the one that gives the member from Corozal North Belize. But Madam Speaker, again, what was approved for the fiscal year 2021-2022 was $100,000. The budget estimate for fiscal year 2022-2023 is $500,000. This represents an increase of over 400%, Madam Speaker. We are delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, moving on to our ministry. I want to start off by recognizing and thanking the very competent and hardworking team that we have at our ministry, led by our CEO, Valentino Schall. I want to thank all our heads of department and all our staff across this country for toiling, for working very hard, for working diligently on a daily basis to ensure that we can deliver on our commitments to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, here are some of the highlights and the achievements that we have accomplished in our ministry. We provided financial support to municipalities, Madam Speaker, for infrastructure to the tune of $225,000 in the last fiscal year. This is significant. We strengthened the capacity of the local government department by hiring new staff trained and qualified in accounting financial management. We acquired new field equipment for local government officers, including laptops, projectors, and accounting software for analysis and reporting on municipal financial management. We have acquired a truck and water bowser through the support of the Agenda and the UNDP project, and we continue to work on a geo-enabled database management for rural water management and administration. And Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I want to particularly thank the Agenda project under Minister from Cayo Northeast, my good friend from here, who has been very supportive. This water bowser, Madam Speaker, which has a capacity of over 8,000 gallons of water. We have seen, Belizeans have seen this water bowser all over this country, from Toledo to Corozal, from Corozal all the way to Benquevejo, Madam Speaker, serving the people. Because we have many instances where water systems go down. You know, the pump goes in, something happens to the well, but we are there, our staff is there in a very timely and efficient manner, ensuring that people have access to clean, safe, potable water. So thanks to our friends from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, as well as the Agenda Project and UNDP. We constructed a water tower, installed pipes and fittings for the Estrella water system in the Corozal district. We completed the upgrading of the filtration and installed solar power for Budgetary water system with funding from PAC. And yes, my friend from Corozal, from Cayo North, we recognize that that system still has many challenges, and we are going to work diligently to ensure that we fix those problems together, my brother. Through the Social Investment Fund, we completed the rehabilitation of the San Jose San Pablo water system in the Orange Walk district and completed the construction of a new water system in the village of Criquehute. Criquehute in the Toledo district now have safe, clean, potable water. Madam Speaker, Plan Belize at work. Plan Belize at work. Madam Speaker, we have supported numerous communities and water boards throughout the country in the past by providing VATs, submersible pumps, PVC pipes for water expansion to connect new households. For example, we gave donations to Blue Creek, to Medina Bank, to San Narciso, to Jordan, and many other communities across this country. I just want to point out, Madam Speaker, that we contributed thousands of dollars in pipes. In fact, we contributed over 8,560 feet of PVC pipes of various sizes, Madam Speaker, to several water boards and water services across this country, Madam Speaker. In the last 6 months, and this, Madam Speaker, I believe is the signature accomplishment of our ministry, our rural water and sanitation component, Madam Speaker. You know, I feel so proud of our team, headed by the able and capable Charles Galvez and his team, Madam Speaker. We drilled 22 production wells across this country, Madam Speaker. 22 new production wells across this country at a combined total of over 2,000 feet. Madam Speaker, we drilled 54 wells for farmers across this country to boost agricultural production. Plan Belize at work. We carried out over 51 work orders for the servicing of wells, which includes airlifting, superchlorination, replacement of pumps and corroded galvanized pipes, and other technical support to water boards. The servicing of wells should have been done years ago under the UDP, but nothing was done. Plan Belize working under this People's United Party government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we delivered over 72,600 gallons of water to communities when their system was down. All this requires fuel, accommodation, and subsistence for our crews. This is what is covered in this new budget, so we can continue to do more work for our rural areas and to implement Plan Belize. Gone are the days, Madam Speaker, when the rig crew used to sleep in a pump house. That's where the UDP had them sleeping, you know, under the member for Corozal North. They used to sleep in a pump house. Today, Our staff are highly trained, they have the equipment, and we have them in a decent hotel resting because they work hard, and we must be thankful. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labor, over 573 labor inspections were carried out by the Labor Department in various workplaces throughout the country. 10,189 labor advice were provided to workers, employers, and stakeholders. Topics included vacation leave, overtime, public and bank holidays, sick leave, maternity leave, etc. 10,189 Plan Belize at work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Labor Department, exactly. The Labor Department received and investigated over 459 labor complaints, and of those, $407,000, 516 were paid to workers by their employers to settle benefits due to them, to reimburse workers for unlawful deductions, Madam Speaker. This is significant. Our Labor Department is not asleep. We are working. We are delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. We are serious. You see, when we won, we made a solemn promise. We made a solemn promise to this nation that we would work and that we would deliver to our people, Madam Speaker, and that is what we are doing. Madam Speaker, the Labor Department conducted 487 labor education sessions to various stakeholders throughout the country. The Labor Department oversaw the signing of 3 collective bargaining agreements. Unprecedented in such a short time, Madam Speaker. We processed over 2,540 temporary employment permit applications. Plan Belize at work. Madam Speaker, we conducted 197 child labor inspections while providing 66 educational sessions on child labor. We now have, and I am very proud, and I want to thank our Labor Department, our labor staff, Madam Speaker, because we now have a new child labor policy and strategy that was completed this month. We will launch this new policy at the beginning of the new fiscal year. Plan Belize at work. In September of last year, Madam Speaker, we held our first mental health forum for workers in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, and I can go on and on. In the area of local government, Madam Speaker, we have achieved significantly, Madam Speaker. But I just want to share some of the ongoing projects that we have ongoing, Madam Speaker. We will continue to work with UNICEF, the National Committee for Families and Children, the Department of Youth Services, the Belize Mayors Association, and Tong and City Councils to revitalize the Sustainable Child-Friendly Municipality Initiative after almost 2 years dormancy as a result of COVID-19, Madam Speaker. I want to say that I was very grateful and appreciative as we visited the municipalities across this country, Madam Speaker, launching this wonderful child-friendly initiative municipality concept, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, continuing to advance e-governance initiatives with city and town councils for the use of geospatial data and digitization of operations and customer services. We are now working with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, Madam Speaker, to develop a project to address climate resiliency for our 9 municipalities across this country, including the village of Kikaka, Madam Speaker. This is very important. We know that climate change is a reality, Madam Speaker, and we must prepare our municipalities to ensure that they put together a very comprehensive, sustainable plan that will see them be able to attract funding, because there is funding outside, to address the whole issue of climate change and, mitigate as much as possible the negative effects of climate change. So this initiative is going to bring significant economic impact to all the municipalities and Kikaka, Madam Speaker. This is great for our communities. Madam Speaker, we continue to work with the Commonwealth Local Government Forum to implement the regional capacity building on municipal finances project with support from the Caribbean Development Bank and the World Bank Institute, aimed at building capacity within the Ministry of Towns and City Councils in advancement for municipal financial management. We are now implementing a project under the Global Climate Change Alliance, funded by the European Union. Under this project, we will upgrade the water systems of Billy White, Santa Familia, Silkgrass. Additionally, we will install, Madam Speaker, water storage systems complete with solar pumps at the Georgetown Technical High School and the Ecumenical High School in the Stan Creek District. This is delivering on Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through the Belize Social Investment Fund, with support from BNTF 10 program, we are in the process of constructing new water systems for the Toledo district. Madam Speaker, that was totally forgotten under the UDP, Madam Speaker. We will now see water systems for Mafridai, Santa Elena, and Halakte, Madam Speaker. Thank God, thanks to this government, that we will now be supporting our communities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mafridai, we have completed the well. We have pump tested it and it's ready to go. We have just completed drilling in Mabilha and we are going to pump test and we will make sure that that process gets going. We are working on Halakte. We went there, we have drilled the first well, unfortunately no water, but we will go back, Madam Speaker, until we find water for them, and similarly for Santa Elena. Madam Speaker, our ministry, together with the Ministry of Economic Development and other relevant ministries, is currently developing a $38 million multi-annual indicative program supported by the European Union. This program will focus on green growth and sustainable socio-economic development and regional integration and border management in the south of this country. This project is for the Stan Creek and the Toledo district, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this program, among other things, will provide support to rural entrepreneurship for women and youth, as we promised in Plan Belize. Plan Belize at work, Madam Speaker. We are now carrying out a comprehensive review of the Labor Act with support from the International Labor Organization and an international legal firm. Madam Speaker, the current act predates our independence. We intend to replace it with a modern labor law as we promised in Plan Belize. Plan Belize at work, Madam Speaker. These are only some of the initiatives that are being supported by this new budget, Madam Speaker. We will double the stipend currently provided to chairpersons of village councils, Madam Speaker. We promised that and we are delivering on that. We are also looking at how we can support and also increase the stipend for our alcaldes, Madam Speaker. We will be repealing the current Trade Licensing Act and replacing it with a new act, Madam Speaker, that modernizes and standardizes the trade licensing regime. This new act will now allow for our village councils to collect trade licenses for the benefit of their communities. Plan Belize at work. Madam Speaker, we will be revising the existing municipal boundaries through a municipal redelineation exercise. Again, this initiative is very important, Madam Speaker, because what this initiative is going to do is that it is going to allow the municipalities to be able to increase their revenue so that they can service these areas. Because, Madam Speaker, currently, there are many areas across this country that are being supported, in terms of picking up their garbage, fixing their streets, cleaning up the environment, but they are not paying their fair share to the municipalities. So that is what this project is going to do. Madam Speaker, through the Belize Social Investment Fund, with funding from the CARICOM Development Fund, we will rehabilitate Shulush Water System, Mahogany Heights, Georgeville, and San Antonio in the Toledo District. Madam Speaker, allow me to speak a little bit about San Antonio in the Toledo District. This community is in my constituency, Madam Speaker, and they have been having a serious water problem for a very, very long time. Over this last fiscal year, we drilled over 5 wells. And until we drilled 4, there was no water. The 5th well, 500 feet, we were able to get water. We have constructed a new pump house, and it's all ready to go. The delay, Madam Speaker, was getting a submersible pump because of issues related to COVID. But I am happy to report to San Antonio today that the pump is now in Belize. And by next week, we will be installing the new pump to make sure that the people of San Antonio have. Madam Speaker, with funding from the European Union in partnership with the Department of Energy, we will bring electricity to the villages of Halacte, San Vicente, San Benito Poite in the Toledo District, San Carlos and Indian Church in the Orange Walk District. BL will also be doing other installations in these communities. Plan Belize at work. Plan Belize at work. This is what the opposition should be listening to in here. That's why they run away, Madam Speaker, because they speak about what has the government been doing. This is what we are doing. Madam Speaker, we are currently working with our friends from the United Arab Emirates, along with the Ministry of Public Utilities and BL, to make sure that we get the mini-grid system up and running very soon. There were some delays. Because of COVID, but we will deliver electricity to Medina Bank, to Golden Stream, to Indian Creek. Plan Belize at work. Plan Belize at work. And we got a commitment from the Prime Minister and Cabinet, Madam Speaker, because we had some issues with connections in those communities, but we are dealing with that. We are working together. This government is serious about rural transformation. We don't talk rural transformation. We work rural transformation. We deliver rural transformation. That is what Plan Belize is about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under this new budget, we will acquire a new well rig, which will allow for greater efficiency of works done by the Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Unit. Madam Speaker, it is a shame. It is a shame that under the UDP, and I said that earlier, for 13 long years, they did not buy a single nut and bolt for that unit, Madam Speaker. The 2 trucks that we have are trucks that were acquired over 22 years under the PUP administration led by the Right Honorable Said Musa, Madam Speaker. Those are the trucks that we're still using. Those trucks were the ones that were being used when the late Marcial Mess was Minister of Rural Transformation. May God bless his soul and his death, Madam Speaker. But he was a hard-working person from the Toledo district who contributed significantly to the development of the rural areas in Toledo and across this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will also procure seismic electric equipment for more scientific groundwater detection in order to reduce costs and to improve efficiency in well drilling services. This is Plan Belize delivering, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will continue to build new farmers' roads and village roads across the country, both on our own and in partnership with the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. Madam Speaker, this is significant, Madam Speaker. These are only some of the accomplishments being done at our wonderful ministry. And as I said, I am very humbled. I am very grateful for the support that we receive from our CEO, Valentino Shal, and the entire team at our ministry, Madam Speaker. You know, I shared at a cabinet retreat, Madam Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, that I feel energized. I wake up every single day and I thank God. And I say, you know what are we going to do today to help our people? How are we going to make a positive difference to help our people? Because that is what matters, Madam Speaker. What matters is that the little things that we do to improve the lives of our people, that is what matters. And that is what we are committed to do under Plan Belize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you now allow me, Madam Speaker, to move on to some of the work in my constituency, Madam Speaker. No, that was across the country. We were speaking about national accomplishments. National accomplishments, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and oh, it's a lot, and we have to speak about it because that other side keeps saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, we are working, Mr. Member of the opposition and the other side. We are working. We are delivering. Madam Speaker, we are very happy to partner with the Ministry of Youth Development and Humana, People to People. A new youth hub is being set up in Big Falls Village, Madam Speaker. This will allow, for our young people and our residents of the Toledo district to, come together and to be able to, carry out whatever government services, rather to access government services online. This is very significant because it's going to allow our people who live in the far remote areas to have access to online government services, Madam Speaker, in a very timely and efficient manner. So we're very grateful to our colleagues. Madam Speaker, under health, I want to thank the Ministry of Health, Madam Speaker, for the rehabilitation of the San Antonio Isabella Palma Polyclinic, Madam Speaker. Significant work was done, and that was recently inaugurated, Madam Speaker. We're also seeing rehabilitation being done to the Santa Teresa Polyclinic as well as the Pueblo Viejo Polyclinic, Madam Speaker. So we're very grateful for that. Roads, I want to thank the Prime Minister and our colleagues for the support. Through the Constituency Development Fund, we have been able to see significant work being done in our communities. There is a lot more because I know the critics will want to say, well, what have you done for so many communities? Madam Speaker, we are doing it one village at a time. One village at a time, and that's what we're delivering. In Big Falls, today we are completing street works in Big Falls. And sometimes I smile when I hear some of my colleagues say, well, I got 5 villages, I got 10 villages. Madam Speaker, I have 28 villages in my constituency. 28 to service, and it is not easy. 28 p.m. I want to include one more at 29 with Tambran. So 28 villages, Madam Speaker. And just to make a comparison, so that the nation can understand and appreciate, what we go through. In Big Falls, over the last month, we dumped over 325 loads of sub-base material. Did you listen? 325 loads of sub-base. 150 loads of crushed material just to do Big Falls. Just to do Big Falls. Because the streets are so terrible. They have been abandoned and neglected. We have worked in San Pedro, Colombia. We are currently working on fixing the road from Jalacte to San Vicente. We will continue that next week because we had to stop to bring out equipment to help us in Big Falls. But Madam Speaker, the work continues in terms of rehabilitating our roads. I want to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development, Madam Speaker, because they have also assisted, in ensuring that they rehabilitate many of the roads that have been destroyed by the rain. As my colleague, the Honorable Member from Toledo East said, one of the problems we have in the Toledo district is that we get so much rain and it just beats down the roads, but we have to keep at it. Prime Minister, I want to thank you, Prime Minister, and I want to thank my colleagues for your support. We are seeing major rehabilitation from Mofredai to Jordan. Over $500,000 is being invested because that area, Madam Speaker, services Mofredai, Blue Creek, Aguacate, Jordan, Santa Teresa, San Benito, Poite, and Mabilha. 8 communities are going to benefit from that investment. Plan Belize at work. Madam Speaker, in this new budget, we're also seeing we have gotten a commitment from the Ministry of Infrastructure to see a new bridge built in San Marcos to connect the south side to the north side of the community. That's a major problem when it rains. So we are going to deliver on making sure that we put in that bridge for our people in this new fiscal year, Madam Speaker. We have seen where culverts, we have received a shipment of culverts and we are going to be distributing those so that we can repair those that are broken and put in new ones in our farmers' roads as well as in our villages, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have seen over 100 new lights, street lamps that have been installed in San Pedro, Colombia, and a few of the other villages. We still have a lot more that needs to be done, and I'm asking BL to please consider and to please ensure that they support the work of the government. We have a lot of communities that still need electricity expansion. We need electricity expansion in San Marcos, in Silver Creek, in Laguna, San Antonio, and many other communities. So please, we're asking BL and the Ministry of Public Utilities to support this initiative. I am happy to report, though, that in San Pedro, Colombia, the line expansion has commenced. So I want to see that project come to fruition very, very soon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I am very grateful to my colleague, the Honorable Member from Belize Rural Central. She has always been very supportive with the food, the food assistance or the grocery bag. Yeah, I know you don't like that name, Minister. I know you don't like that name. Yes, the food assistance. Madam Speaker, over this last fiscal year, we provided many food baskets to constituents across this country. And I particularly want to say that during Christmas, when it's a time of sharing and caring, Toledo West, our executive and the persons who supported us, we delivered over 5,000 grocery bags. 5,000 grocery bags for Christmas, thanks to the Minister of Human Development, as well as the Ministry of Finance, with support from the Constituency Development Fund. And we never look pankala, Madam Speaker. We reached out, we opened our doors and our hearts to everybody. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in this new fiscal year, again, I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Education. We have gotten commitment that we will see the commencement construction for a new preschool in Santa Cruz, Toledo. All right, that should begin in the latter part of this year. So that is going to be significant to see that we get our communities. And Mr. Minister of Education, my good friend, who is always supportive, We are hoping that we can find funds very soon because Pueblo Viejo is in dire need of, expanding their classrooms. The same thing applies to Laguna Government School, and Silver Creek Roman Catholic schools. But one school at a time, one project at a time, one road at a time, we are going to build this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that, I'm very excited because we are getting ready to launch the Requena Cup. Madam Speaker, the last Requena Cup we did was in 2014, and it attracted so many young people participating in sports. And of course, after 2 years lockdown, our people are excited. They want to engage in positive activities. So we're going to see this cup launched very soon, in the next couple of days, and it's going to run for 3 months. So we are going to see our young people, both male and females, participate in competitive football, and at the same time be able to gain some good prizes, Madam Speaker. We also saw the construction of a new multipurpose court in San Pedro, Colombia, in this last fiscal year. Madam Speaker, with the support of the San Pedro Colombia Village Council, the San Pedro Colombia Water Board, and myself, of course, with support from the Ministry of Finance, we were able to construct a brand new multipurpose court that is going to be used for the young people to engage in sporting activities. Madam Speaker, these are exciting times. I want to thank the honorable member from Pickstock. I was so elated to hear earlier when he said that in this new budget, we are going to see allocations being made with support from the Ministry of Infrastructure as well as our ministry to see how we can jointly begin the process of constructing a good road from the San Pedro Colombia Junction onto Lubantun. And the project is that eventually, over the next few years in our administration, that we can get it all the way to Silver Creek. This is a very important artery, particularly for tourism. So, Minister, I want to say how grateful we are, how grateful the people of the Toledo district are. Yes, and also, our minister has also committed to assist us with some equipment, because in Toledo West, we have to clean our football fields, our public spaces, and he has committed to assist us with a new tractor as well. Thank you, my colleague and Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, I am going to wrap up, Madam Speaker. I want to say that there is significant achievement that we have done at our ministry. There is a lot more work that needs to be done in Toledo West. We recognize that, but I want to remind the beautiful people of Toledo West that I am very grateful for their patience and their understanding. The major concern right now for Toledo is roads, roads, roads. And we are coming. We have gotten commitment from our Prime Minister and our government that that is going to be addressed. So I thank them for their patience. We will continue to work together to ensure that we can bring meaningful development to our people in the Toledo district, and particularly Toledo West and across this country. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I thank our Prime Minister, I thank our colleagues, I thank all the beautiful people of Toledo West, and Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly and 100% support this budget initiative, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. May God bless you, and may God bless Belize and this country, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Dangraga. Can we ensure the member's mic? One second, member. Let's try and get that sorted.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, Belizeans everywhere, it's a distinct honor and privilege for me to rise today as the area representative of the beautiful constituency of Dangriga, Sarawi, and Ho Creek in support of this year's budget as presented by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. John Briceño, last Tuesday on March 15th, delivering on Plan Belize. Of course, I was hoping to get a little 5 minutes yielded by my colleague from the Southern Caucus, but I really enjoyed listening to his presentation and the passion that we all share on this side, Madam Speaker. Allow me to analyze the budget using the approach of sustainable human development, which in my humble view is a novel, comprehensive approach to moving any country forward to a better quality of life for its citizens. I will be looking at the 4 pillars of sustainable human development, namely the economic, social, environmental, and institutional areas, and then close with a brief assessment on the impact on my constituency. So I'll start with the economy as it relates to the budget. Under this pillar, I will be looking at gross domestic product and social investments, the closing of the trade deficit, and supporting productivity, science, and technology. It is unfortunate that under the last administration, the de facto policies that were followed were heavy on litigation and a costly infrastructure-led spending frenzy disguised as development, all void of sound economic thinking, or put another way, smoke and mirrors wise, but economics foolish. It cost us dearly and has led unnecessarily to tremendous suffering by our people. And so, Madam Speaker, I am obligated to cover these very important economic measures that feature brightly in this year's budget to contrast with the disaster of the past administration and to give our people confidence of better times to come. Allow me to commend Prime Minister Briceño, Minister Coe, and the highly competent team at the Ministries of Finance and Economic Development and Investment for their splendid leadership and performance. GDP and social investments. The annual gross domestic product estimated to reach $3.949 billion in this budget period measures the value of goods and services produced in a country in 1 year. When adjusted for inflation, it is called real GDP. But that number alone does not say much. Real GDP per capita is more helpful. It gives a clearer picture of the average annual income per person in a particular country. To achieve increases in real GDP, it is necessary to increase the real growth of GDP by more than the growth of the population. So if the population is growing at an average rate of about 2.5% per year, then it is necessary to ensure that the growth of real GDP is higher, and hopefully significantly higher than, say, the 2.5%, if real GDP per capita is to increase and have a meaningful impact on the lives of people. Unfortunately, because real GDP has grown by a lower rate than population growth between 2008 and 2019, real GDP per capita growth has actually been negative 0.09 over that period. For Belize to see impactful growth in real GDP per capita, it is necessary for real GDP to grow by over 5% per annum, preferably on average at over 7%. This requires the kinds of policies that our Briceño administration is implementing. I must state, as a proponent of sustainable human development, that increases in real GDP per capita alone are not enough. It is not a sufficient condition to ensure the improvement in the lives of people because it may hide an unacceptably high income disparity between the rich and the poor. While it is a useful measure, it must be accompanied by policies that ensure the investment of taxation revenues on the social sector to improve education, health, and other important areas. This is precisely what this budget aims to do, with social investments of $258.7 million in education, $149.6 million in infrastructure and housing, $137.6 million in health, $93.5 million in home affairs and new growth industries, $27.4 million in natural resources, $24.4 million in human development, $20.7 million in public service, constitutional and political reform and religious affairs, $15 million in rural transformation and community development, and $14.2 million in youth and sports, amounting to approximately 55% of the total budget of $1.36 billion, which includes recurrent Capital 2 and Capital 3 expenditures. This is clearly a purposeful commitment to the social sector, to delivering on Plan Belize and to sustainable human development. Closing the trade deficit. Under the previous administration, the trade deficit ballooned, reflecting an absolute neglect of our productive sector, causing a dramatic fall in export earnings. This was compounded by their misguided one-track policy of grandiose, overpriced buildings and highways that fueled imports. Imports grew while exports fell. This is the opposite of what we need to develop our country, to achieve sustainable human development. Belize experienced a rapidly deteriorating balance of trade. That is the difference between exports and imports over the 2008 to 2019 period. Exports were $960.3 million in 2008 and fell sharply to $489.7 million by 2019, a drop of 49%. Imports increased from $1.58 billion in 2008 to $1.97 billion in 2019, an increase of 29% over the period. The trade deficit increased from $616.2 million in 2008 to a high of $1.5 billion in 2019, a massive increase of 241%. What an unmitigated disaster that was indeed. Today, this horrific trend is being reversed and corrected, and this budget is going to accelerate the correction by promoting the productive sector and increasing exports, critical to foreign exchange earnings, employment, and sustainable human development. This budget is investing in areas that will support the productive sector, including $284.6 million in finance, which does not include $111.9 million in debt service, $61.9 million in national defense and border security, $35.9 million in foreign affairs, foreign trade and immigration, $22.9 million in economic development and investment, $13.2 million in agriculture, food security and enterprise, $9.4 million in public utilities, logistics and e-governance, $6.6 million in the blue economy and civil aviation, and $3.7 million in tourism and diaspora relations, altogether comprising about 32% of the total expenditures in this budget. As the productive sector is strengthened and diversified, employment will continue to increase, foreign exchange earnings will rise, and Belize will embark on a path to sustainable human development. Ceteris paribus, that is, all other things being equal. Supporting productivity, science, and technology. Unless our people become more productive, we will not be able to achieve the goals leading to a higher quality of life for our people. This budget is once again investing heavily in education, the primary factor to improve productivity. and I will discuss these shortly. Science, technology, and innovation, Madam Speaker, are at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution that we are now living worldwide. Discovery through science, finding useful applications through technology, and transforming what we do through innovation forms the process that is driving the fast pace of Industry 4.0. We've all heard about artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, genetic engineering, quantum computing, and many other new technologies, and these have actually become the norm rather than the exception. I am pleased to inform you, Madam Speaker, that with the excellent leadership of Minister Francis Fonseca and our fantastic team at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, we are now engaged in the much-needed transformation of our education system that will allow our people to become active participants in and beneficiaries of this fourth industrial revolution. We are now at the point when it is necessary to develop a national strategy for science, technology, and innovation. It is anticipated that future budgets will provide for meaningful investments in this critical area. And now turning to the second pillar of sustainable human development, the social sector. And I will focus here mostly on education, as my other colleagues have already touched on some of the other areas, such as health, for example. Madam Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to meet with experts from the Millennium Challenge Corporation, who were here in Belize last week working with Drs. Marcelino Avila and Osmond Martinez, conducting an initial assessment of the most important constraints to economic development in our country. And they informed me that the number one concern identified was the need for improvement of our education system. Of course, I must add that we are so proud here in Belize to have been selected, and it is testament to the great leadership of our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, that the Millennium Challenge Corporation chose Belize as one of the countries for which it will be investing to improve the livelihoods of our people. The Belizean people are correctly demanding the best quality education we can provide, and that is our mission in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology. This budget is investing, as I said, heavily in education, $241.7 million in recurrent expenditure, $3.4 million in Capital 2, and $13.6 million in Capital 3, for a total of $258.7 million. This is $30.1 million more than 2021 and $15.1 million more than 2020. I think that is quite an achievement for us after the devastation from COVID-19. And so allow me, Madam Speaker, to mention 6 exciting initiatives that we are working on at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, aimed at revolutionizing our education system and enabled by this budget. The first one is the MIT Lab High School. We are making progress with the creation of a first-of-its-kind high school in our region that will be focused on STEAM education, that is, on science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. This budget has earmarked under Capital 3 spending $3.5 million funded by the IDB for the Education Quality Improvement Program. We are working closely with education experts from the IDB and consultants from MIT, the world's preeminent technology university, to establish this ultra-modern high school on the grounds of the former Belize Technical College, a most fitting historical location. And for those who would want to make the connection, MIT is where our very own world-renowned Dr. Arlie Peters earned his PhD in mathematical physics. And by the way, he's a son of beautiful Dangriga. So allow me maybe to just boast a little bit on behalf of our constituents. We are thankful to the IDB and MIT teams for the extraordinary work they are doing, along with our very own competent team, led by Dr. Newlin Villanueva on this project. I'm certain that Belizeans will be very proud of this new institution and that it will have a transformative effect on our entire high school system, as teachers from across the country will be able to visit, to observe, and adopt its cutting-edge teaching and learning approach. Not to mention the opportunity for the students that will be enrolled in its programs. I turn now to adult and continuing education. Yesterday, Minister Fonseca mentioned the commitment we have made to support the adult and continuing education subsector, also known as ACE. Like the IT vet subsector, ACE has a very important role, especially in service to potential students who did not complete high school or may have not had the opportunity to enter high school. By attending an ACE institution, a person then gets a second chance to earn a high school diploma and become empowered. In discussions with the amazing directors of our 11 ACE institutions across our country, they informed us of the absolute neglect they have endured, leading to minimal enrollment despite a high demand for their services. Even though we have unfortunately had approximately 45% of high school age students out of school each year, some 20,000 students, a situation that has persisted for many years. Our 11 ACE institutions have barely had a total of 1,000 students. We would have expected the ACE institutions to be overflowing with students, but due to the lack of financial support, students are unable to attend. This is certainly a dismal state of affairs that our new administration does not countenance. And so we are working with our international partners to seek support that will ensure greater access to ACE institutions. Number 3, Institutes for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. Our 6 IT vets have also suffered from low enrollment with less than 850 students presently. There are several reasons why we must continue to seek additional resources to improve the quality of service and access to these institutions. First, our growing economy needs more persons trained in vocational and technical areas. It is common knowledge that industry demand exceeds supply, and so it is imperative to provide additional resources to produce more graduates. Second, many students with a predisposition to vocational and technical skills, but who attend high schools that traditionally focus on academic knowledge acquisition are not well served. Such environments may penalize them and contribute to their poor performance, repetition, and dropout. These 2 reasons alone compel us to work harder to improve this subsector. Fortunately, we do have one outstanding institution in the Orange Walk IT vet. We are encouraging all other IT vets to look at them for best practices. In terms of investment in these institutions, we are thankful to the Social Investment Fund that is in the process of developing grants of 1.2 million each to improve the Toledo and Stan Creek IT vets. This will go a long way in making them responsive to the needs for trained persons in the growing South. Number 4, our curriculum revolution. Madam Speaker, for the first time, we are developing a national curriculum framework that will guide subject-specific syllabus developers to ensure that we are all on the same page, no pun intended, when it comes to the vision, aims and objectives, values and principles, philosophy of teaching and learning, curriculum architecture, subject areas of learning, teaching methodologies and strategies, assessments and monitoring and evaluation. This has never been done before. We thank the members of the Curriculum Reform Steering Committee, comprised of experts from a cross-section of stakeholders across our country, who have been working diligently since November of last year and plan to complete the framework by the end of May of this year. We have been engaged in countrywide consultations with teachers, and several of our partners have joined us, including UNICEF, the Love Foundation, Pathlight, and Senator Elena Smith, President of the BNTU, has been present and contributing as well. We thank them for their dedication and support to our efforts and to improving education in Belize. Our plan is to pilot the revolutionized curriculum in the upcoming 2022-2023 academic year and roll out throughout the country in 2023-2024. The revolutionized curriculum will be focused on competency and evolve from just content memorization to application of knowledge in the context of shared values. Competency consists of knowledge plus skills plus attitudes and values. We are now making the students the center of attention, and our main goal is to enhance their ability to contribute positively to our country's development. Number 5, teacher training. For us to be able to deliver the revolutionized curriculum effectively and efficiently, our teachers will require additional training, and our teacher training institutions will need to reform their curriculums. Via our consultations, our teachers have already shared excellent ideas that we are implementing. They agree unanimously that our curriculum was excessively overloaded, and so we are optimizing the content to fit the times and focus on the students. As Minister Fonseca mentioned yesterday, we were alarmed by the unreasonably high expectations that were placed on our teachers, with an astonishing 10,000 plus learning outcomes at the primary level alone. 10,000 plus. Teachers have shared the idea as well for us to create an online bank of subject-specific units and lesson plans, and also assessments. This will significantly reduce their workload at nights and allow them the time to adopt a more personalized approach to serving their students. These recommendations have been most welcome and do not cost millions of dollars to implement. Our approach of listening to, learning from, and acting based on the inputs of our people is a hallmark of this Briceño administration and of Plan Belize. Number 6, higher education and UB in particular. Minister Fonseca touched on the transformation occurring at the University of Belize, our sole national university. Our new Board of Trustees, Madam Speaker, led by Chairman Anthony Sylvester, is engaged with faculty, staff, students, and other stakeholders to move UB to its next level of development so it could fulfill its mandate to contribute to our national sustainable human development. We thank all of them for their hard work and dedication. This budget continues to offer $7.65 million in subsidies to UB, and our ministry provides more than $2.5 million in scholarships to individual students to attend the institution. The next phase of UB's transformation will see a growing focus on relevant research, higher standards for students to meet, with a focus on competencies such as critical thinking and creative skills, greater engagement with stakeholders, and being a major proponent of science, technology, and innovation. At the recent COBEC meeting, I had the privilege to hear from its members and invite them to work with us to prepare a higher education development strategy that will aim to improve the quality of higher education in Belize. I now move to the third pillar of sustainable human development, the environmental sector. Yesterday, Minister Orlando Habet spoke comprehensively on the important work he is boldly leading at the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management. I will therefore only make very few comments on this pillar. This budget provides 21.7 million to this area to help us address the negative impacts of climate change, such as coastal erosion and erratic weather events. These interventions are vital to ensure that we move to and remain on the path of sustainable human development. I commend all actors in this sphere for making Belize a rising model of environmental sustainability. Madam Speaker, I now move to the fourth pillar of sustainable human development, institutional development. Again, yesterday, Minister Henry Charles Usher explained the many positive moves that he is valiantly leading in this area. For us to achieve sustainable human development, we need to strengthen and protect our institutions of government. I would like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to recognize and commend you and my other colleagues who have worked on specific initiatives to strengthen our parliament, such as the preparation of the Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians and the review of our standing orders. These are difficult and messy tasks, and you have done a splendid job in guiding the process forward. Ultimately, as Prime Minister Dr. John Briceño has stated, we aim to deepen our democracy and empower our people. Finally, Madam Speaker, allow me to briefly look at the impact that this budget will have on our Dangriga constituency. We will be able to continue to improve important institutions such as the Stan Creek IT Vet, located in Hope Creek, and the Agriculture and Natural Resources Institute, Anri High School, formerly known as Lynham College. We are grateful to Minister Jose Mai and Taiwanese Ambassador Chen for visiting Anri with the objective of assisting with the modernization of the institution. We will commence discussions with the Lille Academy shortly to discuss ways to make it financially sustainable and continue to serve the young people of our area. I join with all my colleagues in thanking Minister Fonseca for his endless commitment to our students, always seeking ways to provide needed assistance. We will continue to make education a priority in the Dangriga constituency. I take this opportunity to also thank Deputy Prime Minister Cordell Hyde for making Dangriga his first stop in his nationwide visits. Over 200 of our residents have received letters of permission to purchase, for the first time ever, their first piece of land. This is historic. It is truly empowering our people. And we have not stopped there. In fact, we have just started. Presently, we are working together with Deputy Prime Minister Hyde and his extraordinary team on an area in Hope Creek for additional lots for village expansion. And we will keep pressing on. This budget will also allow us to continue to maintain our infrastructure, to maintain and develop our infrastructure, especially in our two villages. Within Dangriga, we are looking forward to central government support to bolster the fine work already being done by Mayor Mariano and his fantastic team with very limited resources. We thank Minister Julius Espat and his team for their support, both in infrastructure development and in housing. We were all moved emotionally when the new homes were delivered to single mothers. And I think that has been stated here by my colleagues yesterday and today, Madam Speaker. We are looking forward to Minister Kevin Bernard's visit to the Southern Regional Hospital. The Southern Regional Hospital is suffering from several challenges, including lack of equipment, a deteriorated infrastructure, and personnel shortages. Minister Bernard has thankfully committed to assist us, and we are also looking forward to the possibility of a new facility that will be able to properly serve our growing communities in the South. We are grateful that this budget continues to support the grocery bag program. Thank you, Minister Dolores Balderramos Garcia, for your continued support. Thanks to all my other colleagues who in one way or the other have helped us in Dangriga, including Minister Musa, who has been there with our Commissioner of Police, working with us, dealing with all the different issues of crime and violence in our community. A special thanks to Prime Minister Briceño for his admirable leadership and his keen interest in the affairs of all our people across Belize, including in our Dangriga division. We know that he is committed to the reopening of the Commerce Bight Port, and hopefully, God willing, we will all witness that this year. The citrus industry, partly located in the Dangriga constituency, is now on the rebound thanks to the leadership of our Briceño administration and the bold and visionary stakeholders that together with our government have stepped up to rescue the industry. We also appreciate that our Prime Minister has created the Constituency Development Fund that is again funded in this budget. The Constituency Development Fund has made it possible for us to establish parks and playgrounds, help with educational assistance, build and refurbish bus stops, and keep our communities clean, among other initiatives. We will continue to invest the community development funds strategically to positively impact the quality of life of the people in the Dangriga constituency. I thank the exceptional team that I have had the opportunity to be working with in our constituency. As Minister Mala just said, we must acknowledge our exceptional women. It also happens to be the case that my Dangriga team is majority women, and they are doing an amazing job in the area rep's office and in our executive. Thank you all. And we also thank Minister Mala for responding to the needs in Dangriga, committing to the completion of the market near Havana Bridge. Finally, it will be completed, and that only is happening because of Plan Belize and this Briceño administration. And so I close, Madam Speaker, with a big thanks, muchas gracias, se remain, to all our lovely people in beautiful Dangriga, Sarawi, and Hope Creek communities for the awesome privilege to serve you all. It has been a tough journey, but united and focused, we will continue to overcome. Plan Belize is here, the Briceño administration is here, and together we change. God bless you all. God bless Belize. Binilabu Bungyo. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
afternoon, everyone. Madam Speaker, I ask for permission to refer to my notes. First, I say greetings to the residents of Port Loyola who elected me to serve in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, this new budget of $1.361 billion is the largest spending budget in the history of this nation. It represents an increase in spending of $144 million for the benefit of the Belizean people instead of for the sacks and private accounts of greedy and corrupt politicians, as was the case with the previous government. Madam Speaker, for the new fiscal year, revenue is projected to be $1.122 billion. That is $86 million more than expected earning for the current fiscal year, which ends on March 31st, 2022, and is $86 million more to address the basic needs of the people from Corozal to Toledo and Benguet to the Keys. Madam Speaker, those figures represent expected revenue collection and expenditure to offer the Belizean people a better life as promised in Plan Belize. To really appreciate those achievements, we must recall the terrible mismanagement of the economy and the massive corruption of the previous government, which left this nation on life support. In his presentation of the new budget last week, Prime Minister John Briceño best described the terrible condition in which UDP left Belize when he said, quote, "Our administration inherited an economy weighted down by corruption and incompetence, withering from prolonged recession, strangled by rocking debt and deficit, squeezed by costly credit, beset with surging unemployment, and void of common sense solutions." The Belizean people must also remember that although COVID-19 caused major economic decline and increase in unemployment and debt, under the previous UDP administration, the country was already broke when COVID hit our land. Madam Speaker, the evidence was there for all to see. Less than a month after COVID, it became evident that the country was broke when the then Prime Minister had to resort to borrowing $1 million daily in order to pay bills to keep the country operating. Luckily, Madam Speaker, under the stellar leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, who used the steps for guidance as outlined in Plan Belize, this administration was able to guide the nation's ships away from total destruction on the reef of corruption and mismanagement and put it on the path to recovery as outlined in both this budget and the previous one for a Belize in which all Belizeans are winners. Madam Speaker, this steady recovery is only possible because teachers, public officers, and other regular employees of the government accepted the 10% pay cut that was necessary to avoid more painful measures to rescue the economy, such as reducing the government wage bill by firing 3,000 public officers and increasing revenue by raising the GST to 19% as requested by the IMF for Belize to access its bailout funds. Sincere thanks is therefore in order to all those who endured that painful but necessary pay cut that is now being fully restored from July 1st in this new budget. The economic recovery is also occurring quicker, Madam Speaker, because this administration was able to rid the country of the unbearable super bond in exchange for the blue bond with more favorable payment terms and which will enable the country to save $500 million in interest payments and other costs. Madam Speaker, due to mismanagement and massive corruption, 12 UDP budgets from 2008 to 2020 resulted in more Belizeans living in poverty and over 25 new UDP millionaires. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, with proper management of the country's resources, people-centered policies, enhanced revenue collection, and a true fight against corruption, like its first budget, the second budget of this administration will result in less Belizeans in poverty, more Belizeans employed, and a better life for all the people as the resources of the country are used to address the needs of our communities. Madam Speaker, the benefits of the expenditure in this budget are numerous for the Belizean people. I, however, will only highlight a few of them. The new budget provides employment for 15,000 public officers and teachers, including the full restoration of the 10% pay cut. It allocates funding for the Belize Defense Force, the Police Department, and the Coast Guard to provide security and safety across the country. The new budget also includes funds to reduce gang violence through employment opportunities, mediation, adult education, and life skills training. The new budget promotes justice with the allocation of funds for more judges and magistrates, in addition to funds for other basic things for the proper functioning of the judiciary. The new budget funds maintenance of over 500 miles of paved roads, over 2,000 gravel roads, scores of bridges, as well as construction for new roads and bridges in Belize City and across the country, including construction of the new Halover Bridge. The budget also funds scholarships and grants, assistance for school fees. It also funds building of new classrooms, payment for preschool teachers, transportation for school children in rural areas, and free education for deserving students attending St. Vernon, Mad Williams, and Excelsior High School. This government is investing heavily in education because it recognizes that enabling persons to access an education is the best way for them to overcome poverty and become law-abiding and productive citizens instead of gang members or persons who engage in a life of crime. Madam Speaker, the budget also seeks to eliminate poverty and empower Belizeans with $1 million in funding for the survey and distribution of 8,000 lots in several areas of the country, including the portion of land from Gibson Street on Farbers Road to the checkpoint on the George Price Highway, which consists of 70 acres. Madam Speaker, with this administration, land which is as valuable as money is in the bank is being made available to ordinary Belizeans, including single mothers, instead of only ministers and their cronies. Madam Speaker, with this administration, the days when ordinary Belizeans could not get a house lot or a farmland, while persons with political connection acquired large tracts of land and milked the government of millions of dollars in corrupt land deals, are over. Madam Speaker, the new budget also seeks to eliminate poverty by providing all 31 divisions with a constituency development fund that can be used to promote small businesses, which create many jobs, improve streets, enhance playgrounds, or promote sports, among other things. The new budget also seeks to eliminate poverty with the construction of concrete starter homes that include ceiling, partition, toilet facilities, and kitchen with a stove and other basic things. Under this administration, the people, including single mothers, are no longer given weak ply-stem houses without ceiling, without electrical wiring, without partition, and without proper toilet facilities, which rob them of their dignity. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of State for Youth, Sports, and Transport, I fully support Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, the Minister of Youth, Sport, and Transport, and his team, as we do everything possible to improve the level of youth services, sports, and transportation in this country for the benefit of all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, with the support of Prime Minister Briceño and other members of his cabinet, many things have been done to address the needs of the people of the Port Loyola Division that I feel humbled to represent. Over 100 house lots have been distributed to first-time landowners, including many single mothers. With this new budget, more house lots will be made available on Farbers Road and along the George Price Highway for the residents of Port Loyola and other Belizeans. Also, Madam Speaker, a land clinic will be held in the Port Loyola Division within the first half of this year to deal with the land issues of the residents. Madam Speaker, the first starter home is being built in the Genosha area, and the land has already been filled for the construction of 4 more starter homes in the division. With more persons in the division having access to land, plans are also underway to build many more starter homes, as well as 2- and 3-bedroom concrete houses for the people, especially for persons in Port Loyola who are in desperate need of adequate housing. Over the last years, scores of persons from my area have been assisted with employment through the Youth Apprenticeship Program, employment in the public service, and employment in beautification campaigns. As has been stated before, I have also promoted empowerment and employment opportunities in the Port Loyola Division by providing a record number of 110 small businesses in the area with a $500 grant of supplies for services that they offer in their community. Madam Speaker, if that is not serving the people, then I don't know what is serving the people. Madam Speaker, in all those employment initiatives, every effort is made to include women, especially those who are single mothers and head of their homes. This is Women's Month, and I take pride in saying that. At one point, Madam Speaker, I even had to go the extra mile to get a few ladies who are single mothers employed. And I had to point out that it is better to give a single mother who is struggling a job now than to deny the person a job because the person is a female, and later on have to spend thousands of dollars to deal with the same mother's children who become gang members and other troublemakers on the street, because when they were growing up, their mothers, their single mother, could not find a job to provide them with the basic things to enable her to send them to school and teach them to be law-abiding citizens. For that reason, I'm a big supporter of providing employment to women, including single mothers, as long as they are willing to do the work. Madam Speaker, support for small business is always essential. Financial experts agree that promoting small business is important for national development. Small businesses provide needed services, create numerous job opportunities, enable families to uplift themselves tremendously, and are often the start of many large and successful businesses. Residents of Port Loyola have also been assisted with numerous education grants and grocery bags, among other things, and for that I'm very thankful to the Minister of Human Development, Mrs. Dolores Valamos Garcia, and Minister Fonseca, who is the Minister of Education. Furthermore, in advancing education in Port Loyola, on Saturday, I made a donation of $500 to the fundraising activity of Grace Primary School on Amara Avenue for it to gradually move its remaining classes from Infant 1 to the site of its upper division on Farbers Road by 2026. When the relocation is completed, it will be a major win for both the school and the residents of Port Loyola. Many parents will be able to save funds by sending their children to a reputable primary school nearby instead of paying transportation daily for their children to attend primary schools far away. The presence of the large school will also result in increased police presence and security. Children will have a unique opportunity to learn to play music and engage in many other extracurricular activities which they presently do not have access to. And property value in the neighborhood will increase. Madam Speaker, with far less COVID restrictions and the reopening of the economy, apart from housing improvements, access to land and jobs, and educational opportunities, priority will also be given to major improvement to many very bad streets in the Port Loyola Division through collaboration with the Belize City Council and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development. both the Belize City Council and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development have given me their commitment that every effort will be made to address the concerns with the streets of Port Loyola in this fiscal year. For that, I am very thankful and I look forward to seeing those works in the division. Madam Speaker, sports is very important for national development. Sports provide entertainment, jobs, educational opportunities, and important life skills. It is then noteworthy that this budget provides funding for the revival of sports through cooperation with the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport and the National Sports Council, as well as with all the stakeholders in the discipline. In making good on my commitment to resume promoting sports aggressively in my division, I donated the first prize of $500 for a football marathon that will be held at the Kamabach Field this Saturday, March 26th. And I invite all of you who may have the time to go out there and enjoy exciting football as you support the youth from the Port Loyola and surrounding areas. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce that I will be having a basketball marathon at the Janasha Basketball Court on Sunday, April the 30th, with grand prizes as follows. First prize, $1,500. Second prize, $1,000. And third prize, $500. Madam Speaker, so all the youths in Port Loyola and the surrounding areas, I have given you ample warning, a month in advance, so get your teams together. We are going to have maximum number of policemen at the event to ensure law, order, and security for everyone as you come out and have an enjoyable time together. Madam Speaker, despite the limited resources available in this administration's first budget, as a result of the massive corruption and mismanagement of the country by the previous government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, many of the promises in Plan Belize have been fulfilled in serving the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, Dave Ramsey famously said, quote, "A budget is telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went." Madam Speaker, I'm confident that the estimate of the revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023 are reasonable and realistic and will allow this administration to fulfill more of the promises it made to the Belizean people in Plan Belize. These estimates fulfill what the Ramsey says a budget should do. Madam Speaker, as the area representative for the Port Loyola Division, I fully support the national budget for 2022-23. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cayo West. Can we assist that? Can we assist the member? It's working now.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, I would like to refer to my notes. I stand here today presenting my second budget speech for and on behalf of the good people of Cayo West. Our people in Benqueviejo del Carmen, San Jose Socots, Arenal, Cala Creek, Corozalito, and Waterhole fully support this draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023. I want to thank my people of Cayo West for giving me the opportunity to represent them and being their servant, their voice, and their advocate. Madam Speaker, Cayo West elected itself a worker. I am fully committed and dedicated to uplifting the lives of all our residents in my division. I'm not going to use these precious moments addressing any of the rampant neglect of our people suffered under 20-plus years of UDP leadership in my division. Instead, I'm going to demonstrate to our people what the 2021-2022 budget, though stringent, did for them and what the 2022-2023 budget will do for my area. But Madam Speaker, let me first throw a couple jabs at those on the other side. I can probably say that I am happy to be on this side of the floor representing the People's United Party, which has demonstrated that it is a party united in service to and for the people. I can also say how elated I am for not being a part of that party on the other side that calls themselves the United Democratic Party, UDP, which at this time actually means unstructured, disoriented politicians. They have demonstrated time and time again that they are not for the people. It is sad to see that their focus is visiting the Prince of Dubai and fighting to be the leader not for the first or the second or the third, but for the fourth time and counting in less than 2 years. They are in a sad state of affairs, and I have entirely lost focus, direction, and purpose. Their people are woefully neglected, and were it not for the good graces of our Prime Minister and the Community Development Fund allocated to those on that side, their people would be in an even more dismal situation. And let me emphasize, Madam Speaker, that they are receiving equal treatment as area representatives, unlike what our representatives received when they were on this side of the House. Madam Speaker, gone are the days of the corrupt UDP and their leader, Dean Oliver Barrow, and his parting shot grief for Belize after they raped and exploited our finances 13 years ago, Madam Speaker. Gone are the days of borrowing $1 million daily to meet recurrent expenditures. Gone are the days which ministers walking around with large sums of money in their socks. Let me publicly thank our Prime Minister and member for Orange Walk Central, along with his Minister of State, Senator Christopher Coy, and CEO Narda Garcia for bringing back stability and confidence to our economy, which resulted in the stabilization and strengthening of the Belize dollar. Plan Belize in action, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for 20-plus years, Cayo West was represented by a mute-era representative who seldom spoke and rarely fought for projects and opportunity for his people. For 2 decades, Madam Speaker, 7,300 days and 175,200 hours, this guy just lived for himself, forgetting he was elected to serve the people and develop the area. The voters and residents has been left with a sour taste from this do nothing, say nothing era rep. He had a very powerful position and portfolio in government and did next to nothing. Were it not for board and management, which was left in a state of bankruptcy, no jobs would have been created in Kaya West. And I would like to say thank you to my colleague, Minister from Fiscal, for getting things in order. The former area representative was a football figure, one of Belize's best in football, but certainly not as a politician. It is disgusting that he did not deem it important to at least complete the Marshall X Stadium, which is a hallmark of Benqueviejo del Carmen town, and to footballers past and present. Madam Speaker, even though millions of dollars were spent, that project was never completed. It stands as yet another symbol of UDP mismanagement and corruption. I say shame on him and on the UDP. Madam Speaker, this past budget year, and I can for contextual purpose say that for the past 16 months, my team, my committee, and I have accomplished in direct accordance and guided by the principles of the People's United Party and Plan Belize, we have distributed in excess of 3,000 grocery bags valued in the neighborhood of $240,000 to over 3 villages and Benqueviejo town. This has touched the lives of many, but more specifically, the most vulnerable of our residents. We have upgraded streets in the villages of Arenal, San Jose Socots, and Cala Creek. Major works with investments in excess of $150,000 has been done, with a substantial amount of that going to the villages of Arenal that was sadly and shamefully neglected for multiplied years. We installed 12 culverts in the village and rehabilitated all the major and even some of the minor streets in the village. We also constructed a drain to alleviate future flooding in the village. Benqueviejo town also saw the renovation of some major roadways, with more coming in the near future. New drainage systems have been and will continue to build in San Jose Socots. The network of drains was woefully neglected, and the damage to the roadways in this village is clear for all to see. Engineers of the Ministry of Infrastructure have conducted and concluded detailed studies to address the drains and roadways, and work is to begin promptly. Donations of funds were made to the Benqueviejo Public Library. We distributed roofing materials to over 20 families, with more coming in the days and weeks to come. We distributed in excess of 25 wheelchairs and about a dozen walkers, our senior citizens that we have identified so far and will continue to do so as the need arises. Thanks to my friends and colleagues, the member for Cayo South and his CEO, Victor Espat, their field worker, Ms. Marisa Alamia, Cayo West is proud to report that we issued 4 newly built houses, and presently there are additional 4 under construction, which should be completed by mid-April. Thanks to Honorable Francis Fonseca, as Cayo West area representative, I was able to issue scholarships and education grants to students in Cayo West in excess of over $100,000. I have been integrally involved with the Cayo West Tour Guide Association, thanks to the Minister of Tourism and member for Fiscal, who came and met with the association and committed to a donation of $75,000 for the construction of the Hammock Bridge spanning the Macal River and creating another level of experience for the tourists and those wishing to visit Shunantonich. It also allows access when the ferry is closed and non-operational when the river is flooded. This project is estimated at a cost of $150,000, and I wish to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure, which has committed funding to the second portion required to fund this project. Some $10,000 was spent to widen the main road leading to the Nazarene High School and constructing a new fence for the family who graciously ceded a portion of their yard used to widen the road. Madam Speaker, in addition, we assisted multiplied hundreds of constituents with their personal needs, funeral grants and caskets. We also assisted a good number of residents with medical expenses and distributed tablets, and will for the upcoming school year distribute approximately 800 school bags to our needy students. This new budget, Madam Speaker, has Cayo West in its mind and Plan Belize at its core principle. San Jose Socots will see a number of streets renovated and at least one of their major streets cemented. The Arenal Road will be renovated. It is my hope that in this term of our PUP administration, funds permitted to have this road paved once and for all. Cala Creek will see a number of culverts installed, and especially the new area just before Clarissa Falls, properly prepared. This has been one of those culverts neglected under the UDP. Let me on this occasion state for the record that in this year we will begin to lobby for the completion of the bridge in Cala Creek, that thanks to the UDP was never completed. I must also lobby to have the roof of the community center repaired because, again, funds were made available to the former chairman of the UDP and the zinc was never delivered. It is our intent and commitment, Madam Speaker, in this budget year to ensure that Arenal, San Jose Socots, and Cala Creek have their own village council office, a facility where they can store the equipment and supplies for the village. We want to demand that our village councils be fully functional in the service to the people they will be elected to serve. Madam Speaker, Cayo West have some super impressive young people just waiting for the right opportunities to come along. When the chance to learn Mandarin came along, they pranced the opportunity and the vacant spots quickly filled up. I want to express my sincere thanks to Ambassador David Kwan Chow Chen from the Embassy of China, Taiwan, and his support staff there at the embassy, and also Professor Edward Young, who has now embarked on teaching 2 Mandarin classes, one for beginners and one for those who recently graduated from the beginner course and are now doing the advanced course. Madam Speaker, we have now started an English class that is also full to capacity. Let me extend my personal thank you to Professor Marilyn Serrano Valdez, who has taken the challenge and donated her precious time to teaching this course. One of our students from the Mandarin classes, because of her outstanding performance, has been granted an open scholarship to complete their higher education. As an air representative for Cayo West, I am actively seeking new opportunities for our young people. Serious discussions are being held to bring a professional call center to Benque Viejo del Carmen town that offers those of our young people with diplomas and business studies, more specifically in bookkeeping and or accounting, to work outsource their skills and talents. Madam Speaker, we lobbied with the Organization of American States and the government of Belize, with special mention to our Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and Member for Lake Independence, Honorable Amon Courtney, and my entire team. I am proud to announce that by the end of May, the Tamay Center for Peace and Development will be inaugurated in Benque Viejo del Carmen town at the site of the old Mopan Clinic, offering key technical and vocational courses free of charge to our young people and some of us who are not so young. On Tuesday of this week, I was unable to attend the inauguration of similar centers in Arenal Village and in Melchor de Mencos, thanks to Senator Colette Montejo, who represented us in my absence. Madam Speaker, For me, politics and my involvement in this is to better the lives of our people. This budget will also support the purchase of a vehicle dedicated to garbage collection for the village of San Jose Socots. In the area of health, Madam Speaker, this budget will support the Dr. Kevin and Kenneth Guerra Clinic in Benqueviejo with its own ambulance for emergency purposes. We have also signed a collaborative agreement with a Christian organization that will provide mobile services once per quarter to every constituency. These services will include free X-ray and ultrasound services, among others. We will also be providing free medication and medical services to our residents. Madam Speaker, we have started the process of issuing of land to first-time landowners. This budget has its goal to the distribution of 8,000 across the country. That is impressive. Land has been identified for us to continue the distribution process in San Jose Socots, Arenal, Cala Creek, and Benqueviejo Town. Let me use this national platform to publicly decry the actions of the former area representative and the former Minister of Natural Resources and current member of Corozal North for the number of illegal land acquisitions in Cayo West. 164 lots were allocated in that area, and upon doing the necessary research, and thank God we did, the lands were in private hands, and not only were they in private hands, Madam Speaker, they were titled lands. The former area rep had already issued some lots in this area to some UDP supporters. And we are in the process of now trying to relocate these individuals and issue them with new leases in lands that are truly available. This was the modus operandi of the former administration, and that is how Vega and Pitts had to be compensated $800,000 that we have not as a government and a people been able to recuperate to date. Crying shame, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so many of our people in Cayo West are awaiting the commencement of the amnesty program. We are working closely with our communities to identify, inform, and guide the individuals who qualify for amnesty. Again, Madam Speaker, another excellent and innovative decision that is people-centered by this PUP administration, I am certain that it is not only in Cayo West that our people are anticipating the commencement of this program, as many of our people across the country want to regularize their immigration status. Thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration, thanks to the Cabinet for this bold and progressive decision that focuses on the core principles of Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, let me close by touching on two areas that are dear to my people of Cayo West. Our PM coined his budget presentation, working together for a fair, inclusive, and prosperous Belize. I want to thank my colleagues in and out of Cabinet for the support they have given me and the people of Cayo West. Member for Stan Creek West and Minister of Youth and Sports, let me forewarn you, I will come knocking. The Marshall X Stadium will once more become the home of a semi-professional football team. We will receive all sporting disciplines in our constituency with special emphasis on Pee Wee sports as we develop the future stars, not only of Cayo West, but of Belize. I will also come knocking for a new bus terminal for Benqueviejo del Carmen. San Jose Socots is also in need of the multipurpose sporting facility to be completed. It was started but more as an election gimmick. The foundation is in place, but I must advocate for its completion. The residents of San Jose Socots undeserving of such a structure. In closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to quote and paraphrase a direct quote from our Prime Minister budget presentation. With hands and hearts joined together in this great experiment, we move forward to build a nation of prosperous citizens. I invite all our residents and voters of Kaya West to join hands and hearts with me as we move our constituency forward, transforming our people into prosperous citizens and entrepreneurs. To this I am committed, and to this I dedicate my days, many of my nights and weekends. You can count on me, and I will continue to count on you. Again, Madam Speaker, on behalf of Kaya West, we gladly and proudly support this budget. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this nuanced, well-crafted budget that is undebatable and a first of its kind. But I beg your indulgence that I can refer to my notes. As I said, we are in support of this budget debate, which is a true rebound. It represents a true rebound from a situation inherited, which threatened to lead our country into an abyss of economic devastation and depression. Through the innovative and genius maneuvering of our external debt obligations, our focus on homegrown solutions to the economic stagnation we inherited, responsible spending, and successful negotiations with our public service officers, today our Prime Minister can present evidence of a government that is proactive, clever, and quick on the uptake. As the Minister of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, together with my team, we have embraced the unique opportunities provided by the Blue Bonds, including the new Belize Fund for a Sustainable Future, which our CEO, Kennedy Carrillo, will be ably chairing. A true example of conserving and preserving while contributing to our country's economic recovery and growth. I can report that under the stewardship of our Fisheries Department, we have already worked quickly to meet the 6-month deadline which was set for the first conservation target for expansion of marine protected areas. With the strengthening of regulations for lobsters, shark and crab fisheries, and the restructuring of management arrangements of our marine protected areas, we are poised to work even more fairly and effectively with our partners in exportation, the local markets, and tourism-related activities. Madam Speaker, I am happy to share some statistics that I have here that I got from the Fisheries Department, that this year, our fisheries export netted a record $51.2 million in exports, the highest ever recorded, as compared to 2020, that was $35.5 million, an increase of $15.68 million. That's an achievement there that must be recognized. At the same time, we must be mindful that we try to extract as whatever our blue space, our blue waters have to offer. We must also maintain that we continue to do our best practices by constantly providing training, education. Our people must learn that we must always fish in a very sustainable manner, that we must fish in an efficient manner as well. So with that said, I am happy to also report that we also are seeking to find others products to export. And I'm happy to report, and we must recognize National Fisheries Cooperative, that they already exported a container load of lionfish fillet that represents as it is fetching $16.40 a pound for fillet. And that is also a first for a country that we must recognize, and I understand that they also are aiming for a second container load to export to the US market. Also, I want to share that lobster and conch as well has recorded highest prices ever. Conch prices export netted also $16.50 per pound, and lobster export prices netted 43.20 cents per pound. That is also a record. And it says also that our products are very much coveted, Madam Speaker. It means that the world is recognizing that we are just not exporting just a regular lobster or conch. It is the very best that we can offer in the region. So, Madam Speaker, our ministry will always fully support diversification into these non-traditional fisheries commodities like the lionfish. And I'm happy to report and recognize, as I said, the National Fishermen Cooperatives that they just exported actually, as I said, 12,000 pounds in a container. So another thing that we must recognize is that this also helps in population controls for the managing of these invasive species in our waters. Madam Speaker, this is what we are doing in the fisheries sector. And that is also clearly in line what is Plan Belize, to make and take advantage of what is our blue space and blue waters to offer to us in a very sustainable manner. Very important. So with the launch of our robust blue economy policy and strategy in April, we will see the first ever multi-sectoral approach to the use of our blue spaces and resources in a manner that will maximize its potential and provide opportunities for income generation for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, in just 16 months, the blue economy has truly become a force to contend with as we set ourselves as best practice in the region. Truly a story to be told in years to come. So much so that Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados requested a side meeting with us and her team during the SICA CARICOM Intersessional to establish as soon as possible a bilateral mechanism for collaboration between their blue ministry and ours. Madam Speaker, that is, in brief, what is the blue economy. So if I may move on to civil aviation, which is also part of my ministry. Madam Speaker, as we speak about a new blue economy ministry, we cannot forget to include our important work in enhancing and modernizing the civil aviation in Belize as well. The civil aviation industry is super essential to our economic growth. The immense dependence of tourism on our civil aviation industry has quickly mobilized us to bring civil aviation into a more modern era. Through the implementation of our newly approved 5-year strategic plan, we will not only seek to make aviation more safe and secure for all our Belizeans and visitors, but we will also open our skies to new opportunities for economic investments and growth. Madam Speaker, this past Saturday, while those that live on islands or live in Placentia and Kikakar, you heard those flights coming in as late as over 10 p.m. And that is a normal happening now for this day and age in San Pedro, Kikakar, Placentia. Why I say that? It's because this Saturday, just for the record, to make it clear, this Saturday, the domestic airlines recorded the movement of a total of 3,837 passengers were moved from the PGIA to all the different destinations such as San Pedro, Kikakar, and Placentia. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I want to share with you all, these aerodromes are properly lit to provide for flights to come in as late as 10 o'clock so that our passengers arriving at PGIA in the late flights, they are able to get to their final destination. That, Madam Speaker, is in accordance with our Plan Belize. We also want to share that there is also 11 foreign carriers working at the PGIA. and also that we must share, Mr. Speaker. As a region, Latin America has rebounded 65% from COVID. The entire region of Latin America. But for Belize, it is a record 95%. We are well ahead of the region. And it reflects by the passengers arriving at the PGIA, and we are close to matching and exceeding what was the maximum air of 2019 with tourist arrivals. So we are well on our way to meet and exceed our targets at the PGIA. Mr. Speaker, of course, this can only be done and achieved if we collaborate and we establish a good partnership among our ministries. But first, I'd like to recognize our Minister of Tourism, Minister Mala, and his team for the great work that they're doing, the collaborative work, the BTB, all the work that they do. And also, I must recognize that that is a classic case that we can display when we put our heads together to work for one common good for the nation of this. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, also, just for the records for this year, Mr. Speaker, PGIA has also recorded a total of 76,826 passengers already, and the month of March is not done. So that is well heading towards the road that will matching the year 2019 that was the maximum that we have recorded in history. So this is all good for Plan Belize here, Mr. Speaker. So indeed, our ministry is about riding the blue waters and the blue skies. Through this blue approach, we seek to impact our economy in a most significant way. So I take this opportunity to thank our teams at the Belize Fisheries Department, an excellent team, a great team. They're doing a great job there, a fantastic job. Also, very important, the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute, who are also providing support. I recognize them as well. The Belize Department of Civil Aviation, also very important. We recognize all those ATCs, those traffic control officers working late at night, making sure that our passengers land safely. I salute them. And of course, important as well, our statutory bodies, as the Belize Airport Authority as well. They are all our partners for a successful fiscal year, and we'll look further to even greater accomplishments together in 2023. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to end without acknowledging the important announcement, historic, by our Prime Minister last week, who confirmed the support of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for the long-awaited San Pedro Hospital. Through a $33.6 million grant, a grant, not a loan, we will give the people of San Pedro better health, medical services, and life-saving opportunities, Mr. Speaker. And this we are mighty proud, and we are very grateful for our Prime Minister and grateful to the people of the Republic of China, Taiwan as well. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard from the very beginning our member from Mesopotamia speaking about the hospital that was a UDP promise. I also heard the member of Albert speak about the blue bonds being something that they promised and they started. I could only just laugh at that, because that's what it's all, those promises and promises that were never materialized. And I give examples that is very important. In Kikaka, right now, we are building, as I speak, we are building a health center. And that health center will be inaugurated this year. When we entered government, Mr. Speaker, for all, to make the record clear, I was immediately warned that those funds were about to be lost from IDB if I did not move quickly on it to get the land filled up. So I had to run race to get that piece of land filled up with sand so that we were able to build. We were almost going to lose those funds. that was there in the pipeline as a promise for so many years, and it was never done. Today, as I speak, we are building that health center, and this year we will inaugurate it. So that's not promises, but we're action here. And I will go further as history as well. We stand on record to confirm that in Toledo, they lost a school that was donated by a government, a neighboring country. They lost it simply because there was no political will. And the year passed, and that expired. We also lost that. So when they come and talk about promises, and so please, we heard that already. We are delivering on Plan Belize right here. Mr. Speaker, I have to speak about our people of Belize Rural South. It's important I recognize them for the support, and I am grateful to the Prime Minister for this hospital. We are presently the third largest constituency in this entire country. I take it very seriously to address the needs in forms of clinics, visiting Kikaka. I visited Kikaka almost every month to speak to our people. Recently, I had a clinic at the Central Park to speak to our people. And of course, one of the major things that we must highlight, and we cannot run away, and we continue to feel the effects of this, that was the plundering of the precious lands of Ambergis, Key, and Kikaka. The plundering occurred for so many years. In Kikaka, sad to say, Mr. Speaker, there is no land. Our people of Kikaka have no land. They are being left marginalized. But yet you go up north of Kikaka, there's chunks of land that belong to political cronies. Acres. And that's a fact. In the case of Ambergis Key, it's the same and even worse. Mr. Speaker, this is a fact for the country to know. Just recently, I can use just one example, because I go on and on to give an example, but I have to give you a specific example. There is currently right now for sale a huge swath of land up north, Ambergis, of 247 acres belonging to one person in Orange Walk District, putting it up for sale right months after we came into government. I don't want to call names right now. It's for sale. Well, it belongs to a crony, it belongs to a government political officer in San Felipe. Selling it right now. Plus an additional 64 acres for sale. Two of these. The agent in Belmopan is selling it, and it's on social media. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have inherited, and I will fix. We have to find lands for our people. That is my commitment to the people of Ambergis Key. We are currently working, and I want to thank our Deputy Prime Minister and his team as well for the graciousness of assisting us in going there to provide the land clinic last year in May. It was very successful, but yet there's a lot more work to be done. Also, Mr. Speaker, in Kikaka, I must recognize the people of Kikaka of the resiliency that they display, not only in tourism, but as well as the way that they do their fishing industry, namely stone crab and lobster. I recognize them, I tip my hat off to them, that they're doing a great job there, and we will continue to do the work along with them. Another important point that I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight is another of my campaign promise that I made to the people of Belize Rural South. And I want to thank this government, our Prime Minister, and our Plan Belize as well, with our amnesty program that is ongoing. That is so important. So many of those are undocumented that have Belizean families now will be given a voice. And that is also an indication of a government that is opening their arms to work with our fellow Central American brothers and sisters. And that is how we work. We unite. We are a brotherhood of Central America and the Caribbean as well. And I'm proud to say that I am happy that this is going to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, it was a vision in terms of the hospital. I want to close up because this hospital, we're happy, Prime Minister, we're happy that we're going to start this year. People are asking me, even the priest from the church comes and tells me, make sure there's a chaplain in there. And indeed, that hospital is going to have a chaplain. Indeed, it's going to have a morgue. Indeed, it's going to have an incinerator. 42 rooms. That is what it's going to do. So I'm proud about it. It is a vision that became one of my greatest commitments made to the people of San Pedro. The long-awaited promise. The long-awaited promise by the previous government, who had nothing to show for the people of San Pedro at the end of the 13-year term. We are making it right on our Plan Belize commitments. So, Mr. Speaker, with much gusto and much pride, I unequivocally and without reservation support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member from Cayo Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, I want to share my reasons as to why I lend my support to this budget. And in doing so, I would like to ask that you please allow me to refer to my notes. Firstly, I want to thank God for His blessings, protection, and most importantly, the guidance in this honorable position in representing the people of Cayo Central. Secondly, thanks to the wonderful and intelligent constituents of Cayo Central who wisely made the decision to elect me to represent them in this honorable house. You see, Madam Speaker, Plan Belize was not just a dream that would have been blown away by the mere breath of an extinguishing UDP. But it is a plan that is being realized and is being reflected in this PUP administration's budget that is being debated today. Madam Speaker, Cayo Central was left to the mercy of God and to the hard efforts of the constituents who live in that constituency. For 13 long years of neglect, victimization, and abandonment by the one who everyone knows is on the run from the law for the least, but moreover, from his own conscience. Farmers were left to find their own ways to create, repair, and maintain the roads to their villages so that they can get their most valuable produce to the markets, and even so had to absorb losses due to damages and bruises on their way there. Madam Speaker, amid the struggles of our economic recovery, this PUP administration has begun implementing Plan Belize through the efforts of our able and most capable Minister of Infrastructure, member from Cayo South. We in Cayo Central appreciate the support from the Minister and have been able to upgrade rural roads to the villages of La Gracia, Yalbac, Selena, Santa Teresita, Buena Vista, and El Progreso, And I am proud to say, Madam Speaker, today, that I can see funds being allocated in this budget for the continuation of road works to the rest of the 10 villages of Cayo Central and Santa Elena in the upcoming months. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate that unlike the previous era representative for Cayo Central, the Minister of Infrastructure and myself are here to ensure that public road works be rightfully budgeted for and executed in the public roads we say it will be done, and not in the constructions of road in private farms. At the same time, Madam Speaker, I want to say that it is a very sensational moment to see the recipients of 4 starter homes receiving the keys to what they can now call their home for the first time in their lives. This is all happening under the POP and efforts of the Minister of Infrastructure delivering Plan Belize. I know that we will be making more families happy this year as they are reflected in this 2022-2023 budget. Madam Speaker, as a part of Plan Belize, with the support from the Minister of Education, without discrimination and political affiliation, we were able to assist many students who are less fortunate but are most deserving, ranging from preschool to university level. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for continuously supporting the farmers of Cayo Central. For 12 UDP years, many of these farmers were refused even to register as a farmer simply because they were branded as politically affiliated, causing them to lose all the few assistance and opportunities in times of disaster and projects. Madam Speaker, with the implementation of land consultation clinics by the Deputy Prime Minister, the constituents of Cayo Central, which is an ongoing effort to assist those who have been deprived that opportunity, have been able to receive documents such as permissions to survey, leases, and land titles throughout this year. And I am very pleased to say that even today, I received quite another amount of them that I can go back to them this weekend and say, here are your documents you tried to get over the last 13 years. All by the efforts of the Minister of Natural Resources along with his able team. Again, this is a realization of Plan Belize. As part of the land acquisition program, I have met with the Minister of Natural Resources and will be providing first-time landowners house lots in a new community development area and also assist young farmers with small farmland parcels where they can engage to produce to set the table for Belize. Again, this is a realization of Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, with the support from the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Sustainable Development, and Minister of Sports, we are starting a project to create a tourism village on the Santa Elena bank of the Macal River whereby small and local entrepreneurs can come and establish their small tourism tourism businesses and services to not only foreign tourism, but to local tourists. We want that when you want to know your country, you can come and be a part of this tourism village in Santa Elena. Madam Speaker, last but not least, and Prime Minister, I hadn't forgotten you. I left the best for last. I want to thank our most competent and able Prime Minister and his office for the implementation of Plan Belize by means of the Constituency Development Fund at the latter part of 2021. Madam Speaker, although what we are receiving in Cayo Central is far from what we are desperately needing, I am grateful that I can proudly go to the community leaders in my constituency and start on long-awaited and most needed projects. Madam Speaker, I am proud to say that over a period of just a few months, my constituency executive and myself, in consultation with the community leaders of Cayo Central, have embarked on renovations and expansions of health centers in the villages of Selena and El Progreso. The renovation, electrification, and beautification of Cristo Rey Village Park, and have obtained a tractor and implements to maintain sporting facilities and assist micro farmers with land preparation. We have also procured properly sized culverts for the villages of San Antonio, where it was abandoned for the last 13 years. Madam Speaker, at the announcement of resuming to face-to-face learning, part of our constituency development funds was used to cover the expense of bringing a 20-foot container filled with face masks, face shields, and PPEs, which we complemented with cleaning and disinfecting supplies, all totaling to a value of $195,000 US. All these supplies and materials were distributed to all the schools in the rural areas and high schools of Cayo Central and the clinics in San Ignacio and Santa Elena and the villages. Because we believe that it is very important, the health of our young children who are the future of our country. Madam Speaker, I thank our Prime Minister and his office in the continued support through the Constituency Development Fund being reflected in this 2022-2023 budget, which enables us as area representatives to continue delivering on Plan Belize. With this said, Madam Speaker, thank you. God bless you all. God bless Belize.
I recognize the Prime Minister, member for Orange Walk Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In wrapping up this year's debate, let me begin first by thanking the members of both sides of this House for their participation in this annual exercise. The people who elected us expect us to come here and to vigorously and with passion represent their interests in this chamber. It is regrettable that a member from Queen Square once again decided that the views and ideas of the people of Queen Square do not matter, do not count. And she once again decided to stay home and not represent the people of Queen Square. I wonder if she's collecting her salary. I guess every month she collects that salary, but she does not come. Not even her nephew could get her to come to the house. It is more disappointing that a former party leader and a senior member of this honorable house, the honorable member from Colette, also decided not to come to debate the budget. I guess he either vexed with the present leader of the opposition, or he is ashamed to come and show his face in this honorable house. But he also needs to remember that he was elected not to be leader of the opposition, he was elected to represent the good people of Colette. And if he's tired of representing the good people of Colette, we'll take care of that in the next few years when we call the election. See, no matter the political divisions that may exist on their side of the house, in here, in this House of Representatives, we represent the people that voted for us. We do not represent a party. We represent the good people that gave us their confidence to come here and to debate this budget for 2022-2023. And them not being here, Madam Speaker, it is simply unforgivable. I think it was a former UDP representative who once said, remember when they were sitting here and they used to tell me all kind of thing. They used to tell me, you know, and you try shame me and libel me and next one cuss me up. It used to go on very bad. And then whenever we try to speak up, Madam Speaker, first thing they say, oh, he said, this is a big people game. This is not a Levi game. I guess the part-time, I don't know, the leader of the opposition for now was not aware how they used to behave. I remember I used to sit down up there sometimes. He used to sit down up there. But don't quickly forget that the minute you say something, the man starts to bar. You can't take the lick. And if you can't, like I say, if you can't take the heat in the kitchen, you have to get out of the kitchen. That is why I think the honorable member from Albert, they might take care of you on Sunday. And while we must conduct the people's business as statesmen and women, we must do so with passion and conviction because, as I said, as elected representatives, we come here to debate. Discuss, and yes, sometimes we get into a heated argument. It is part of the democratic process that we go through. All these factors are important to our young democracy, and we must never lose sight of this. Now, I listened attentively to the member from Mesopotamia. Well, I guess for the time being, leader of the opposition. How many hours you have left? How many hours you have? Anyway, where are the rest of his team? A 5 or no, and they left you by yourself? Huh? They left you by yourself. But it shows that your other members, do not support you. They don't want even to sit beside you. Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Calm down. I guess I'll press alarm for you for calm you down. The anxiety to get to you. No? To be honest, Madam Speaker, I have never seen such a bad performance of a leader of the opposition in this House, Madam Speaker. I mean, his feeble and unprepared budget response was not only an insult to the good people of Mesopotamia, but to the people of Belize. this presentation from a man who go up on the US talk show, you know, on TV, and claim that he may don't legalize marijuana, remember? Claim that he is the leader of the House, a man who aspires to be Prime Minister. I really pray to our Creator that no future leader can come to Parliament, and provide such a poor display of representation for the people. Let me now respond to a few.
Please, we're not going to go down the road of boy and gal, right? Come on. Let's, no, member, the bantering. I'm not getting in a back and forth. Prime Minister, please continue wrapping up.
When you tell me thing, we listen. We listen. Anyway,
One second, Prime Minister. I'm not she in this house. I'm Speaker or Madam Speaker, nothing else, with respect. When the cross-talk happens, this is going to happen. Wrap-up will take a lot longer than it is required or needs to, but I'm here for the long haul. Prime Minister, please continue with your wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, let me respond to a few of the points he raised. He spoke for over an hour. The member from Mesopotamia's presentation, if it can be called a presentation, as I said, it was ill-prepared, lackluster, and confusing. It was no more than a cheap publicity stunt, rather than trying to prepare yourself and do some justice to the budget.
That's not a personal attack. Prime Minister, please continue. There's no point about it. Please continue.
I agree with the member from Caribbean Shores. It would seem that all the so-called leader of the opposition has been doing was going on a sort of a redemption tour. Perhaps that's why he had no time to reflect on the budget, to consult on the budget, and to prepare for his budget presentation. No time to prepare for his first ever rebuttal as the leader of the opposition. And let me say this to the member of Mesopotamia, that this, sorry, I take it back, I apologize.
Thank you.
Leader of the opposition, this really didn't look good by you. I try to impress your delegates, you're not helping yourself. Imagine, not even on the occasion of the national budget is not allowed, he did not allow that to interrupt his redemption tour. And more importantly, not even the election of UDP leader can keep him home. But what is he being paid for as a Mesopotamia representative and as the leader of the opposition? Because they only extra funds, you know. The leader of the opposition is not here to, he more want to go open concerts in faraway lands, take celebrity photos. When you are paid to represent the good people of Mesopotamia, not for the word Fat Joe. I don't know the other one name because I don't know any people. And it is these distractions, this campaign for attention and redemption, this luster for face time with the rich and famous that prevented him from preparing for this debate and making a presentation that made some kind of sense. A few of his scatterbrain criticisms focus on such themes as spending priorities, debt financing, fuel prices, and citizen security. It is impossible to consider this critique seriously without concluding that the member from Mesopotamia is devoid of both shame and common sense. As speaker after speaker on this side has pointed out in this vibrant debate, the leader of the opposition's party was in government for 13 years. No party has enjoyed 3 terms in a row since independence. Time and again, his father and members on that side who survived the last elections boasted about this. This is not his boast now. This is not the boast now of the member from Corozal North. Over those 13 years, his UDP government spent over $14 billion, more than an average of $1 billion per year. And what does the country have to show for it? Poverty is at a historic high. In 2018, 52% or more, as measured by recent estimates. That's 1 out of every 2 citizens are considered poor. What was the rate in 2008? It was around 34%. But your people spent 14 billion, and yet poverty increased by almost 20%. All factual records show that the poverty rate increased from 34% to over 50% during their 13 years after in office and after spending $14 billion. Now, did they use the $14 billion to pay down the public debt? Of course not. When they were thrown out of office, just like poverty, the public debt is and was at a historic high. Look at the UDP's shameful record. Debt to GDP, 137%. Debt, $4.2 billion. More than $1 billion in new domestic debt alone. Domestic debt simply means that you have the central bank print money. And of that $1 billion, Madam Speaker, from 2017 to 2020, the UDP had the Belize central bank print $700 million in treasury bills and treasury notes. Let me repeat, $700 million from 2017 to 2020 to pay for their bankrupt budget. And then I talk about the contracts, and talk about these contracts that are going on in infrastructure. The UDP saddled us with over $500 million of contracts that we could not get out from. 500, $500 million in a time when there was no money. We had to renegotiate some of them. Caracol Road, we saved $25 million. But Mr. Barrow, they never care. Never care. Halover Bridge, we vote for the money about 2 or 3 times. Again, we renegotiated and saved another close to $25 million. But they never care because it's not their money. And they never did build the hospital. We voted for the hospital in San Pedro. The former member from Belize Rural South, remember coming and boasting. And the former Prime Minister, your father, boasting that they are going to build the San Pedro Hospital and vote for it, and they built nothing. But I guess they never had too much hustle in the hospital. I never made a worry about it. When we got into government, when I was told the country was borrowing $1 million a day to be able to pay our bills. And the former Prime Minister said back then, remember? He says that he would borrow, and borrow till he could borrow no more. Thank God the people voted the UDP administration. So after 13 years and 3 terms, both poverty and the public debt were at historic highs. And both much worse than what the PUP government left in office when we left in office 2008. And then what about employment? In 2008, do you know how much the unemployment rate was? Do you have any idea? As a leader of the opposition and wanting to be someday Prime Minister, did you ever check? The unemployment rate was at 8.1%. By 2020, unemployment was over 13.7%, and underemployment was at over 25%. By any metric, by any measurement you may want to take, what this government, this PUP government, what we have done to turn around unemployment in 1 year is nothing short of remarkable, my friend. So that on that count too, there were tens of thousands more Belizeans that have lost their jobs or not working or not even looking for jobs under the UDP. By the pivotal measure of poverty, of public debt, of national employment, the UDP left this country far worse in 2020 than when they came into government in 2008. What about education and crime and healthcare? Our ministers responsible for each of these key areas have described during this debate the extent to which this UDP, his party, had mismanaged and corrupted these ministries and departments. Murders on main streets, raccoon, dropping out of the hospital ceilings, and thousands, literally thousands of school-age children dropping out of school or unable to afford the fees and cost attendant to every level of education in this country. The leader of the opposition who succeeded the Minister of Housing, his uncle in Mesopotamia, he was so shameless to bring up the issue of housing. Could you imagine? He wanted to talk about housing, yet his uncle no build no house. And as a minister of housing, he used to get $8 million a year on the budget. No, I mean, this one take the prize for 13 years. His predecessor from Mesopotamia never built a single house. Certainly none for poor people. Probably other people must get a house, but poor people never made a house, that's for sure. $14 billion in budgetary allocation under the UDP, and the Ministry of Housing did not officially construct or deliver not a single new house. But somebody may text me that maybe Alberto Agas may build a mansion. Two mansions. But they are that now, we don't count with the type of poor people house. The type of millionaire house, right? Okay. Yeah, and how much mansions Alberto Agas may have before 2008? Yeah, so what he may have, I think may have one daily newspaper, may say about 100 copies. Now the man in a rich man now. He got a big mouth now. How he get that? Where was he? He may have any official job? And big money. He may have any official job in 13 years at UDP? None. But yet the man got 2 mansions. And he and the one where they talk about corruption. Then people don't got shame, but they don't got that word no exists in a foreign dictionary. A former member from Port Loyola, who was not the Minister of Housing, built a few cheap Plaisem houses. It's so sad, right, Gilroy? And even the Plaisem houses were badly constructed, Madam Speaker. That right now, they think broke up, and people can't even live in them houses. But yet, he is saying that he is alleviating poverty. You are creating slums, my brother. That's why the PUP, they build cement house with people, for poor people and single mothers. And that is poverty alleviation for it. I guess it was alleviating the poverty of other people, but not the people where they get the house. So far this year, in our first year, we don't build more than 120 houses for single mothers. 167. In just our first 12 months. And this budget, we pledged to build hundreds more. And now the member from Mesopotamia have the nerve to criticize. Check this out. UDP, 13 years, 0 houses. PUP, 12 months, 167 houses. Do the maths. Do the maths. Do the maths, my brother. There is no self-awareness, no reflection on recent history, no respect for the Belizean people's awareness of an ability to see these glaring hypocrisies. Of course, the UDP's overall economic record is similarly dismal, Madam Speaker. By 2019, Belize was in a recession long before COVID-19 hit Belize. Temporary, part-time, I don't know what you call it, the leader of the opposition's frequent foreign escapades, his fetish for travel, for attention, for causing up to the rich and famous, his penchant for the camera, has altered his sense of reality. But let me assure him, these are not blinders that the Belizean people have in common with him. 13 years, 3 terms, 14 billion in spending, and a country far worse off than ever before. That is the unmistakable, plain and simple legacy of the leader of the opposition's party. The member from Freetown, the Minister of Education, and the member from Caribbean Shores put forth a blistering counter to the leader of the opposition's frail and ineffective presentation. And I wish to expand on that specific counter. When a member from Mesopotamia howls about the state of the economy, when he derides any debt financing that we propose, when he laments poverty or crime, when he regrets the housing gaps or the lack of land for public officers and teachers, when he criticizes the fuel prices, in every single one of these utterings, he is damning, he is criticizing his own party. None of these issues that he chose to flag in his ramblings can a government manage to turn around in 1 year, my brother. Plan Belize is a 5-year plan. I know, 1 year plan, 5 years. You should be congratulating us. You should be congratulating us for doing so much in such a short time with so little. That's what you should have been doing here. Other people have respected you more for that. We have never said that we're out of the woods, Madam Speaker. We have a long way to go. Because you left us in a deep hole. We just to get out of the hole, to be able to really turn around this country. So, when he spoke on these issues, when he criticized these issues, he is effectively condemning his own party and his own father, who was the Prime Minister for the past 13 years. You can't get vexed, you know. Go ahead, my brother. I'm talking about him as Prime Minister. All he did was remind Belizeans of those 13 years, of those 3 terms, and of those $14 billion of the UDP spending. And all he did was to put salt in the wounds of the Belizean people, who know that what we had was 13 years of corruption, incompetence, bad governance, greed, and spitefulness that set back a generation of Belizeans. When you complain, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you are looking in the mirror. And what you see is a wreckage that your party left. On the other hand, when the Leader of the Opposition attempts to defend his party's record, he is mocking the voters who, in their supreme wisdom and by historic margins, kicked the UDP out of office at every level. And I want to thank the member from Albert, because she's out campaigning, no? Who in her own ways tried to express some acknowledgement of this. At least, you know. And while we are at it, Madam Speaker, let me point out that she had the grace to come here and listen to her leader, while in this Women's Month, she could not depend on him, nor the former leader, to come and listen to her. And we have to man up. You think me late or we deliberate? You never can listen to, never can support her, man. Let the record reflect that what we on this side, we came and we listened to her. Respectfully, we listened to her. Now, if the temporary leader of the opposition is to attract any kind of any credibility, if he is to show even a grain of self-respect, what he must first do is to renounce the disastrous record of those 13 years, 3 terms, and $14 billion that you spent. You need to accept it. It's your party. He must renounce the corruption and banditry of the Renes, the Gapis, the Boots, the Pablos, renounce the enabler of the Mason and Lev Derman. I think they are same group, the support them, sure? The same group. I see one, sure? So if the leader of the opposition wants Belizeans to listen to any of the things he has to say, he must first apologize for the UDP wreckage and plundering. Instead of apologizing, though, he's doing the exact opposite. It is a certain carcass for change, more aptly called, or carcass for more of the same, that he is hoping that will deliver him on Sunday. This carcass or carcass, whichever you want to call it, is constituted of the same suspects who were kicked out of office, the same group. That the same group where he depends on for support. But enough time has been spent in responding to his ramblings. And let me set the record straight on something that the member from Albert said. At least, she may prepare. While her presentation was by far more coherent and deserving of our consideration, I must agree with her that facts are indeed important. I think she said facts are facts and facts cannot change. Then she went on to list a number of things she wants to take credit for. To the member from Albert, I say, is it not a fact that Belizeans were poorer in 2020 than when your party took over in 2008? Is it not a fact that under your UDP administration, honorable member from Albert, she's not here, that after spending $14 billion, it ain't even been 100 homes for poor people and single mothers? Is it not a fact that more people died from violent crimes under your administration than under the previous UP administration? Did not your administration, member from Albert, she pointed out, it was your administration squandered $600 million of we oil money, spent, gone, done. Leave it at oil, the trickle out. They spend the $600 million. And they spend $500 million on Petrocaribe. Isn't that a fact? And then speaking of facts, when the member of Albert spoke about taxes on fuel, she obviously did not do her homework. Here are the facts on that. Currently, the government is collecting about 29% tax on diesel at the pump price. 29%. Now remember, we don't bring it down by $1.30. That $1.30 represents $17 million that we're losing in revenues. But under your administration, member from Mesopotamia and for member from Albert, the tax on diesel was at about 50% of the pump price. 50%. Yet she can come and talk to you about taxes on fuel. In 2018, the member for Albert gave Dean Barrow a standing ovation for a budget that included collections in fuel taxes of $188 million. In 2019, the member from Albert gave Dean Barrow a standing ovation for a budget that included collections in fuel taxes of $194 million in taxes. And for the record, last year, our government collected $180 million in taxes, and this year we're going to collect even less. Those are the facts. The member from Albert applauded the firing of school wardens, of office cleaners, people who are making minimum wage, and now today you want to attack us and call us for removing UDP cronies who have been working to undermine the agenda of this government and Plan Belize. If I were not polite, probably I said it at the height of hypocrisy, man. Let me refer to a news item, Madam Speaker, from Channel 7. For them favorite TV station, you know. For them favorite TV station. Dated 10th April 2008. Titled, Barrow makes no apologies for firing open vote workers. The former Prime Minister said on Channel 7, and I'm quoting, "From what I heard last night, those firings were entirely justified in terms of other open vote workers who are losing their jobs so that a UDP can take their places. Again, while you must act with a degree of humanness," oh my God. The fire poor people are yet to say you must act with humanness. The callousness of this man, to use this word, humanness. Man, that is the inexorable law of politics. That's the inevitable consequence of a change of government. That's what he said. There are people who for 10 years have not been able to catch a break because of what has been happening. We are going to say to them now that even with respect to open voters, where we can move, we will do nothing. No, 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 no. I am sorry, but there will be, as it were, collateral damage arising from the fact that we have to try and even out things. End of quote. I never make that up. Was it Boots McGandong's remember from Toledo West? Gandong South and fire 70 people from Ministry of Works. One week, boom, 70 people gone. No apologies. Wasn't it the member from Colette, the then Minister of Education? You know, me fire one lot of school wardens, and me fire you.
Fire me.
Look at poetic justice now. From Minister of Education to leader of the opposition from Liwal, they kicked him out as leader of the opposition. They even have the face to come and show his face here. And now here is Oscar Rekenia as Minister of what?
Rural Transformation.
Rural Transformation. I'm making a hell of a job for the people. That is poetic justice, or karma, as some would say. Again, the member for Albert also parroted, yet again, the shameless UDP claim that they started the Blue Bonds for Conservation initiative. And that somehow we should acknowledge it and give us only credit. Only say on parliamentary word para sika. They really, I mean, facts are facts. That's what she said. And facts don't change. I say with no apology that this administration's world-celebrated achievement of paying off the super bond at 45 cents on the dollar while securing massive conservation investment in perpetuity is a PUP achievement, Madam Speaker. I mean, how many more times will she and her party grasp for credit or at credit when there is none? Mere phone credit, baby. God, you all did not achieve anything. Not a single dollar of debt reduction, nor not a dollar for conservation funding. And you know what, Madam Speaker? TNC approached them 3 times, you know. 3 times they approached them to see if they could do some kind of swap. Of course, it would not have been to the level we took it, no? But they may try to achieve something. And the 3 times the UDP cabinet rejected it.
Cabinet?
Yes, UDP cabinet. They reject it. They never understand what they will talk about, and they must say, figure, you know what, we can't do no hustle on this, so we know they spend no time and waste no time on this. They rejected it, and now they want to say that we started it. Our administration engaged with TNC, with the blue bond financiers, with the super bond holders and their credit committee. Remember when we started off, the blue bond holders were saying, we are not talking to you until you get a stamp of approval from the IMF. So we could not do any kind of negotiations with them. It was only after we managed to convince the public officers to take a 10% cut. We took a 15% cut, another 50% cut of we have monies that we get. And we cut government expenditure by 20%. It is only after we have done that, that then the bondholders will start to talk to us. We also engaged with the US DFC for the insurance, and it was our administration that managed to get this done in 7 months, something that the UDP could not have done in 13 years. The fact is that the UDP administration paid over $700 million in interest alone. In interest alone. And how much did the super bond gandong man? Not a single dollar. Actually, it increased. Because then they can't pay, they come and they recapitalize, and the bondholders say, well, better for them because they get more interest. It's a good hustle for them. Yes. And our Belizean people, heads we lose, tails we lose. But yet, our PUP government successfully negotiated over $500 million, $500 million in debt reduction for Belize, $200 million in a conservation investment. And we're setting aside in budgets from now to 2040 another $8 million every year, all of it for marine conservation. This is why our accomplishment is being celebrated globally. Everywhere we go. You could ask the member from Kaya Northeast and the member from Belize Rural South. Everywhere we go, people want to talk to us and say like, how did you do this? Innovation. Exactly. Courage. But you have to have the courage and the heart, the corazon, that you want to do something. Save money for your people and conserve what our Creator has blessed us with. Let me say this again. What you should take credit for, member from Albert, is UDP recession, UDP chronic unemployment, UDP virtual default, and a poverty endemic, and so many other crisis level emergencies that you left us to address. That is what you should embrace. That is your legacy. Now let me say this in response to the intervention from the member from Corozal North. I applaud you for taking time to do some research, but again, you need to take advice from the member from Freetown, who gave the temporary leader of the opposition to only tips and lessons on how to read and comprehend the budget estimates. You call it 101, no? 101, yes.
School teacher, you?
Yes, man, yeah, the school teacher that once a teacher, always a teacher. My wife, I got a problem everywhere she goes, she correct me, right? Yes, I tell her, you're not principal anymore. Always a teacher, boy, yes. When he comes here and says that we have 24 million, I think, on page 76, I think you say. Yes, it here, he said now that under the Prime Minister's office, that we have grants for organizations. He said we went from $2,996,748 to $24,500,000. The man say, why not the Prime Minister do that money? If you only take the time, with our friends, we get along, we okay. Nothing wrong with that UDP, but apart from that, we okay. If it asked, I'd have explained to him.
Couldn't ask me either.
Well,
Couldn't ask me either.
Of the $24 million that he's talking about in grants, $22 million, my brother, is for NHI.
All right.
So that the people in his constituency, in Corozal, could also participate in NHI. Pablo Marin started to boast saying that he is going to extend NHI in Corozal and started out, but the people are not benefiting from NHI. Our government, with the same funding that we have today, the same funding for Corozal district, we are letting the technicians, the technical people, the doctors and the nurses, and the people at NHI manage it. Pablo Marin, the electrician, but he know about NHI. And still is, well, one bad one at that. I don't think he'll ever go. Because I guess he's okay now.